The story begins with a large white car speeding past the protagonist at breakneck speed. Then the guy held out his hand. He wanted to hold on so he wouldn't fall. Something whistled close by. The guy couldn't stand. He was starting to fall. The guy with red hair looked closely and silently at what was going on. The glasses guy's opponent was standing nearby. He was glaring at him viciously. Suddenly, something seemed to fly past the guy really fast and caught him. The boy found the last of his strength and threw himself desperately against his opponent. Suddenly, something flashed very brightly from the side. The main character was very surprised and frightened. The guy with red hair was also very frightened and surprised. He looked away cautiously. The car door opened, and a very bright white light appeared from there. The protagonist looked at the car with a look of despair. He realized there was nothing he could do. The protagonist found himself in a dark and dank room with little light from the windows. The squalid room was illuminated only by dim daylight bulbs. Because of the dampness, water from the ceiling dripped directly onto the table in front of the protagonist. The guy sat absolutely silent in the surrounding silence. Only drops of water clattered on the table. The interlocutor told the guy in a calm voice that he was interested in his ability. The man on the other side of the long table asked the guy to tell him. Man asked the guy to tell me what really happened then. The protagonist was in his school building. He was wandering the halls. Suddenly, the boy Kim Do-yun heard someone calling his name from behind. A schoolboy with red hair told a cheerful boy that he had come for his soul. The boy called his friend by someone's name. The guy told the main character that his math teacher was waiting for him and had a bunch of errands for him. Do-yun was displeased. He reminded her that he was already collecting questionnaires for the math teacher. After that, the main character suggested to his friend that he take over for him. The guy said he declined. At the time, the school math teacher was sitting in his office talking on the phone. The protagonist with the worksheets walked to the entrance of the classroom. He waited for the teacher to finish speaking. Deciding not to wait any longer, Do-yun went to the teacher and said he had brought the questionnaires. The teacher was still on the phone. The teacher apologized to the phone caller and said he had a visitor. After that, the teacher hung up the phone and turned around unhappily to the protagonist. The teacher told the kid sternly that he was tardy and late by a full 5 minutes. The student handed the teacher the papers and said that he had brought the questionnaires as requested. The teacher grudgingly told the guy that he should have been quicker. The teacher added that he was forever helping the guy with his duties. Do-yun said humbly and calmly to the teacher that he completely agreed. The boy, standing near the teacher's desk, looked away, something he was very interested in. Do-yun saw an interesting document on the table. At the same time, the master told someone on the phone that a student had dropped by. Looking closer, the student realized that he had a sheet of exam preparation questions in front of him. Do-yun didn't take his eyes off the question paper. He decided to carefully snatch it away. The teacher, tired from work, stretched. He thought to himself why he had so much to do. Teacher remembered that he had almost forgotten about the questionnaire the student had brought him. The teacher took the pieces of paper with the questionnaires in his hands and flipped through them carefully. And then the teacher looked at a neighboring table. He was very excited. The teacher realized that the question paper was missing. He thought to himself that he would have to type it out again. The protagonist sat and scrutinized the answer sheet he had received. Do-yun thought to himself wistfully the teacher must have had the original document on his computer. After that, the student looked at the document and decided he didn't care much about any of this. Then the protagonist, looking at the answer sheet, decided to activate his special thinking abilities. The guy saw the secretary walk up to the teacher and call him Mr. Jan. She asked, "What is he doing?" Teacher Yang said he wants to print out the questions for the kids, even though he knows it's not necessary. Then the teacher slyly said that the actual exam would only have a couple of questions from the list. The protagonist continued to stare thoughtfully at the sheet of exam questions. Do-yun realized that he had figured out the math teacher's plans. He decided to look at the answer sheet and throw it away. The guy decided to throw it away before someone else saw it. The door suddenly opened. The cheerful sister of the protagonist ran into the room. The sister ran up to her brother and asked with interest, "What kind of mischief is he up to here?" Do-yun replied grudgingly for the girl to move away. The disgruntled girl asked her brother how on earth he could resist her charms. Brother called his sister by name, Kim Do-hai, and told her to get out of his room. Suddenly, the sister noticed some paper on the table and shoved her brother aside to take a look. The girl asked the guy in surprise, where could he have gotten the exam questions from? Do-yun shouted for his sister to give him back the paper. After that, the girl looked at the protagonist with a sly expression. After thinking for a bit, the sister asked her brother, "Did he really steal the answer paper?" Do-yun asked his sister what made her think he had stolen the document. The girl said cheerfully that it was up to him to share such valuable information. The sister said slyly that if she got that information from her brother, she would use it. The protagonist asked his sister angrily if she understood what it said. After this answer, the girl grabbed the guy by the hair on his head. Angry, the guy reminded his sister to take out the garbage. The girl asked with interest at the Do-yun if he was changing the topic of conversation to get away from her. The brother suggested to his sister that she go and return the questions on the sheet to the teacher. She could also take out the trash on the way. The girl was still holding the guy by the hair. The sister was thinking about Brother Do-yun's proposal. She decided to go and take out the garbage after all. The girl irritably asked her brother, "Where is the trash?" Do-yun replied that the trash is at the doorstep. After that, the girl turned around and walked out the door, slamming the door loudly behind her. Suddenly, the door opened and the sister asked angrily at her brother if he remembered that it was his turn to wash the dishes today. Do-yun shouted to the girl to clean up. The protagonist moved into the kitchen after his sister left and did the dishes completely. It had been a long time since my sister had left, and the clock read 10 o'clock. The protagonist was sitting on the couch waiting for his sister to return, and the time had already reached 11 o'clock. Do-yun began to worry. He couldn't figure out where his sister was. The boy waited for his sister to come. She still hadn't returned. It was past midnight and the clock showed almost 1 o'clock in the morning. Do-yun tried not to worry, but the time had reached 2 o'clock in the morning and his sister still hadn't returned. The protagonist began to lose patience. He realized he had to go looking for his sister. It was raining outside. A guy with an umbrella. He was running down the street and calling his sister Kim Do-hee. The main character was walking through deserted streets. There was no one there and only rain was falling. The main character walked the streets between the houses in the rain. They were completely deserted. After that, Do-yun started to go to public places. There were no people anywhere in the neighborhood. The protagonist thought to himself that his sister might have gone to school to return the sheet. After that, the guy came to the high school building. It was dark, and there were no people around. Do-yong stood alone in the rain with his umbrella. He thought to himself sadly that there was no one here. Suddenly, something caught the protagonist's attention. He looked carefully to the side. The guy saw someone's sneaker lying on the road, very similar to the one his sister wore. Do-yun looked carefully at the sneaker lying on the ground and decided to approach it. The brother wondered why his sister's sneaker was lying on the ground at this very spot outside the school. Without thinking long, the guy ran down the stairs and over to the sneaker lying on the ground. The protagonist reached out his hand to the sneaker lying there, and gradually some memories emerged in his mind. Do-yun began to see the moment his sister was kidnapped, and how she tried to fight off her attackers. The protagonist took the sneaker in his hand. He realized that his worst expectations had come true. Do-yun stood with a surprised and dumbfounded look. He tried to understand what had happened. The student was still looking at his daughter's sneaker and trying to figure out what was here. The boy's memory again conjured up vague images of his frightened sister. The protagonist was frightfully convinced that the girl had been kidnapped. Quite suddenly, someone from behind approached the protagonist and put his hand on his shoulder. Do-yun was startled and surprised, and dropped his umbrella, which fell to the ground. Do-yun turned around apprehensively to see who had just approached him. The main character saw a high school kid in basketball sneakers standing across from him. The unfamiliar guy was holding an umbrella and looking at the protagonist with attention. After a short pause, the guy who approached greeted Do-yun in a friendly manner. Then the protagonist calmed down and greeted his comrade. The guy who came over was named Lee Yu-sun. He was a classmate of the protagonist. Lee Yu-sun's boyfriend told the main character that he's been watching him for a long time. La Yu-sun told a very surprised classmate that he had a very unusual ability. Afterward, did Yu-sun tell the main character that he was in trouble and asked if he needed help? At the same time, someone was discreetly watching Do-yun and his classmate talking through binoculars. An unfamiliar man with binoculars followed the protagonist in detail. Standing not far away, the man thought happily to himself that he had found who he wanted. After that, the man decided excitedly that he would take on the main character right away. The protagonist, accompanied by his friend, was walking through the corridors of the school. Lee Yu-sun walked in front. The protagonist followed him. There was complete silence, and only the footsteps of the school children could be heard. The protagonist silently wondered to himself, Where could they be going for so long? Do-Yun thought that he had never realized that there were offices in the school basement before. He also realized that he knew very little about his friend who was walking in front of him. Lee Yu-sun opened the door to the room and told the main character excitedly that they had come. Afterward, the guy told some man in the middle of the room that he had finally brought the main character. The man froze. He was still looking at the information on his smartphone. The man turned around and told the guys that they were on time. Do-Yun couldn't understand what kind of man was standing in front of him now. After that, the guy Lee Yu said that there was a detective named Han Ki-jun standing in front of her. The main character couldn't understand where the detective was coming from. The detective said cheerfully that he was on his way home. He motioned for the protagonist to sit down. The surprised protagonist thanked the detective and extended his hand. The detective and the schoolboy shook hands, and the man invited the young man to talk to him. Afterwards, the protagonist told the detective in great detail about his sister's disappearance. The man listened attentively. Do-Yun said with interest to the detective sitting across from him. He did not look surprised. The main character said very excitedly that he had come to the right place. The schoolboy looked questioningly at the detective and asked if he could find his sister. The detective said there was nothing unusual about the girl's abduction. He also added that the boy was lucky that his sister was not killed on the spot. After a short pause, the detective said they would try to find out the sister's fate. The man looked at the main character and demanded that he agree to help them with his special ability. The protagonist thought about it. He decided to analyze his memory before answering the detective. A vision surfaced in Do-Yun's mind where someone was very insistent on him to tell everything he had seen with his abilities. The protagonist thought about it and realized that not the most pleasant memories had surfaced in his mind. After thinking for a bit, Do-Yun told the sitting detective that he was refusing his offer. The protagonist pushed back his chair and stood up. He said he had something to do. Do-Yun told the detective that he came here to get help, not to offer his own. After the protagonist left, the room became silent. The detective then told the guy to keep an eye on the protagonist. The next day at school, the math teacher was called into the office. The protagonist arrived at the educator's office and asked if he had been summoned. The teacher cheerfully greeted the protagonist and asked how he was doing. The teacher said that he had heard about the girl's kidnapping before he. He also added that he had contacted people who could help in the search. The protagonist told the teacher what he would do after all. He thought to himself, didn't the teacher notice the missing questions? The teacher smiled at the boy, saying that he would find his sister soon. He also added that Do-Yun should return to class. The main character didn't leave the classroom. He decided to approach the teacher with a question. The teacher, without turning around, asked the student what else he wanted to ask. Do-Yun reminded the teacher that he promised to hand out questions to prepare for the exam. He added that they are all looking forward to it. The teacher told the boy that he hadn't finished the questions yet and wouldn't do them right away. Do-Yun thanked the teacher. The schoolboy wondered how it could be that the teacher hadn't finished the questions. Then what did Do-Yun see on the sheet yesterday? The main character realized that something was wrong. At that time, a guy ran up to him and asked him cheerfully what he was thinking about. Do-Yun was unhappy about the appearance of a classmate. Lee Yu asked the boy in surprise, why was he so twisted? The main character wanted to get rid of an annoying classmate. He asked when did they become best friends. Lee Yu replied cheerfully to the main character that it's never too late to make friends. He also added that the police won't find Do-Yun's sister, but they will be able to help him. The protagonist asked with annoyance why he was so sure of the helplessness of the police. He also added that he had already filed a report. Lee Yu was worried about such words. He told the protagonist that he didn't pull the cat by the tail. Afterward, Lee Yu asked the protagonist with great impatience whether the police believed him. The protagonist explained that he simply told the police that his sister was missing. Do-Yun and his classmate noticed some schoolgirls walking past them, and they were talking about how the math teacher was strange today. The protagonist became alert. He remembered that he too had seen the unusual behavior of the math teacher. One of the pupils recalled that the teacher could not remember the names of the pupils and then suddenly called everyone by name. Another student said that the math teacher forgot to check her homework. The main character was walking down the corridor with his classmate. He heard one of the girls say that the mathematician didn't look like himself. Lee Yu's boyfriend noticed that the protagonist was following the schoolgirls. Afterwards, Lee Yu asked Do Yun, did he really fall in love with one of the girls? After the class ended, the students left the classroom. The protagonist remained seated at his desk. Do Yun heard his classmates decided to go to the store instead of the canteen. The protagonist was completely absorbed in thinking about his missing sister. He took notes in a notebook. Do Yun looked at his notes and wondered what really happened to his sister. Did she run away, or was she kidnapped? The kid thought the school surveillance camera was no help to him. Sister's missing looks like a runaway. Do Yun was most worried about the sneaker he found. It could prove the girl's kidnapping. The protagonist thought about it and decided that maybe it wasn't all just a kidnapping. Suddenly, a crumpled piece of paper landed on the main character's desk. Do Yun was distracted from his musings. He stared intently at the ball of paper that had arrived. The guy unfolded a crumpled piece of paper and noticed some number on it. After reading the note with the number on it, the guy thought it was definitely written by Lee Yu-sun. The protagonist looked sideways at his classmate Lee Yu-sun. At this time, the guy Lee Yu-sun gestured to the main character to text him his number. The protagonist looked at his classmate with distaste. The door to the school classroom opened and a girl walked in. She asked if there was a Kim Do-yun in the class. The main character stood up from his desk and waved to the girl. He confirmed that he was here. The girl told the protagonist that his math teacher was waiting for him urgently near the school entrance. After that, the main character went to the girl and asked her something. After chatting with the girl, Do-yun quickly rushed outside where his teacher was waiting. The classmates could not understand what was going on and where the main character was breaking. The main character ran outside. He was looking for his teacher near the school entrance. Right after that, the protagonist saw the teacher standing there and called out to him. The math teacher turned around and greeted the schoolboy cheerfully with a smile. Do-yun was tired from running. After a little breathing, he asked the teacher if it was true. The protagonist asked the teacher if his sister had been found. The teacher said they had. The teacher then opened the door to the car and told the boy they would talk in the car. The protagonist and his teacher were driving in a car on a street in a big city. The trip took place in complete silence. The duo did not know where they were going now together with the teacher. The protagonist stared out the window the whole trip. He was waiting for the teacher to start talking. After a long pause, Do-ying turned to the teacher and looked at him carefully. The teacher drove the car as if nothing had happened and was not distracted by anything. After waiting a bit, the boy asked the teacher where he got that information from. The teacher said he knew someone in the police force. It was this acquaintance who said that someone had given information about the kidnapped sister. Afterward, the teacher said he was the only adult anyone could contact. Do-yun thought that his sister often pissed the hell out of him, but he really didn't want her to get into trouble. The guy thought to himself sadly that he had no one but his sister. The protagonist thought to himself about the words he had heard from the teacher. Suddenly, the guy realized he never claimed his sister was kidnapped. After calming down a bit, the schoolboy turned to the math teacher with a question. Do-yun asked the teacher very cautiously, "Is Tot feeling well?" The man was calmly driving the car. The schoolboy once again asked the teacher if anything was wrong. The teacher asked with interest to the guy, "Does the guy really want anything to happen to him?" The protagonist told the teacher calmly that he had a bad premonition. Do-yun, holding his phone in his hands, told the teacher that he missed checking his homework at school. The teacher calmly replied that he had simply forgotten himself because of preparing questions for the exam. The main character told the teacher that there was another very big weirdness. The student told the teacher with interest that the teacher had never called him by his first name before. The protagonist filled the teacher in on calling him exceptionally lazy. The teacher listened to the words from the student absolutely calmly and remained silent. After that, the teacher asked in a calm voice what was the meaning of everything Do-yun had just told him. The boy looked at the teacher with great attention. He realized that the teacher knew something. Do-yun said quietly to the teacher that he was suspicious. The teacher sat silent and looked at the road in front of him. Suddenly, the teacher turned around and looked sharply at the protagonist. At this time, the car was thrown aside. The teacher started to turn the steering wheel sharply in different directions. The car started to toss back and forth on the road. The car was going full speed and skidding around. The main character couldn't stay in his chair. He was tossed back and forth. An excited and frightened guy asked the driver what he was doing now. Suddenly, the pedagogue sitting behind the wheel reached out his hand to grab the protagonist. Do-yun was very surprised and frightened when he noticed that the teacher's arm was so long that it was able to reach him. The main character felt he was having a hard time breathing. He started coughing. The teacher calmly asked the boy, "Didn't he ever notice that?" The teacher slyly asked the lad, "Did someone tipped him off, and where did the suspicion come from?" The main character couldn't fight off the teacher's hand. He yelled at the teacher to let him go. Do-yun angrily shouted to the teacher, who continued to choke him with his hand, that they were all in on it. Then the protagonist angrily asked the teacher what he had done. Do-ying shouted loudly at the educator, "What did he do to his sister before, Hai?" The teacher turned around and told the guy with feigned surprise that he was very loud. At the same time, the protagonist was already completely engulfed by the teacher's hand and could not speak. The educator stepped on the gas and told the kid to shut up and follow him. The protagonist realized that he had to try to escape as soon as possible. He took his cell phone out of his pocket. The protagonist couldn't say a word. He held the phone in his hand and tried to turn it on. Do-yun picked up the phone and started to try dialing the number on the scoreboard with his finger. The main character was able to dial the number of his friend named Lee Yu-sun, after which the protagonist frantically pressed the call button to his friend, at which time the teacher looked closely at the protagonist and suspected something. Do-yun turned on the button on his phone to activate the call. The educator sternly asked the boy what he was doing, at which time the protagonist dropped his phone down. He still managed to call his friend. Do-ying sat up and couldn't move. He saw the phone lying on the floor next to the chair. A phone call came from a friend of the protagonist who was at school at the time. Lin Yu boy was sitting in class at the time. He was dozing off surrounded by his classmates. Something suddenly disturbed a schoolboy resting on his desk. The Ling Yu guy felt his smartphone in his pocket begin to ring and vibrate. The schoolboy marveled at the unexpected call that had disturbed him. The noise from the phone also attracted the attention of the teacher and the rest of the school. Ling Yue grabbed his phone. He couldn't figure out who was calling him in the middle of class. Afterward, the schoolboy Ling Yu picked up the phone and asked quietly, "Is he really being called by you, son?" The protagonist, sitting in his car, heard his friend pick up the phone. The protagonist had no chance to speak because his mouth was clamped by the teacher's hand. After making a small attempt to free himself, Do-yun shouted with all his might for help. The teacher looked at the student and shouted menacingly at him that he was an idiot. Suddenly there was a crack of glass in the car as if something had hit it. The protagonist was very much surprised. At this time, the teacher loosened his grip on his hand. A Ling Yu boy appeared from somewhere. He grinningly shouted to the teacher that he had a cool seatbelt. After that, Ling Yue said cheerfully to the teacher that in case of an accident, he would definitely survive. At that time, Ling Yu was riding on the front window of the car. The teacher was very surprised by the appearance of the schoolboy. Lin Yu smiled with surprise at the teacher and asked him to show his documents. At this time in the classroom, the teacher walked over to the desk where Ling Yu was sitting and looked at her in surprise. The desk where Ling Yu had been sitting a short time ago was empty. Only his textbook and his smartphone were left. The teacher was surprised to ask where the boy had gone. She noticed that a call was activated on the phone for the boy. At this time, the protagonist and his teacher were still speeding through the city in a car. Ling Yu's boyfriend was able to stay on the hood of the speeding car without any trouble. Tapping on the windshield, Ling Yu repeated to the teacher that he had a good seatbelt. The teacher was very surprised to see the schoolboy. He didn't expect anyone to interrupt him. Do-yun was also startled by the appearance of his classmate. He realized that his phone call had reached him after all. A little coming to his senses, the pedagogue angrily asked the lad who he was. Ling Yu, still smiling cheerfully, asked the teacher, how could he forget one of his best students? Ling Yu boy was staring through the windshield at the teacher with burning eyes. The teacher tried to grab him with his hand, breaking through the glass. In the end, Ling Yu was able to successfully deflect to the side from the hand that flew past him. The main character got very excited. He realized that now classmate Lin Yu would try to help him escape. Ling Yu appeared in the windshield again. He asked the teacher with interest, "Is he not in the mood for conversation?" After that, the teacher tried his hand again and grabbed the student with the car. The student was able to dodge. The teacher was very angry. He realized that he couldn't just get rid of Ling Yu. The teacher tried to grab the guy by the windshield, but couldn't do it because the guy was gone. The teacher irritatedly thought to himself that the disciple Ling Yu disappeared somewhere very abruptly. At the same time in the school, the students and the teacher were standing near the desk where Lin Yu had been sitting earlier. The teacher realized he couldn't, to be seen. He shifted the gear lever to a higher speed. And then the teacher pressed the gas pedal to make a quick getaway car. The teacher was already annoyed, thinking that he should get out of here as soon as possible. Do-yun thought fearfully that he couldn't get out of the car now. He didn't have much help from Lee Yu-sun. The protagonist didn't know what to do now. He noticed something flashing in the rearview mirror. At the same time, the Ling Yu guy jumped onto a speeding car from a great height. The educator became agitated when he heard a heavy thump on the roof of the car. The math teacher looked excitedly at the roof of the car from inside. Ling Yu shouted loudly to the main character to hurry up and take his eyes off. Do-yun was pleased. After that, Ling Yu loudly shouted at the main character to get out of the car as soon as possible. Do-yun was able to successfully unbuckle his seatbelt. He would now be able to escape. The main character grabbed the door. He thought he was going to jump out of the car. Then the protagonist tried the doorknob. It wouldn't budge. The teacher noticed the protagonist trying to get free. He decided to hold the guy back. The educator then pressed the gearshift lever to slow the car down. The teacher pressed the brake pedal sharply. The car started to brake sharply. Sudden braking caused the car to skid sideways on the road. The main character was scared. He realized he couldn't hold on because he wasn't wearing a seatbelt. In the end, due to sudden braking, the protagonist flew into the front window at full speed. Because of the sudden braking, the Ling Yu guy couldn't hold on to the car. Lin Yu realized that he wouldn't be able to stay on the stalled vehicle so easily. In order to soar upwards as quickly as possible, the Ling Yu guy pushed off the hood of the car with his hand. After he pushed off, the guy flew high up above the car. Ling Yu, after flying, was able to successfully land on the ground in front of the car. Ling Yu guy realized that there was no way to waste time. He knew that the protagonist was in danger in the car. Lin Yu accelerated and ran up to the windshield of the car at full speed. The front window of the car was smashed and shattered due to the powerful impact. The Ling Yu boy ran up and tried to squash the teacher who was sitting in front with his hand. Ling Yu told the educator with great surprise that he had never seen such a feature. After gathering his strength, the teacher angrily told the guy that he didn't know why he wanted the guy. Ling Yu was pleased to tell the educator that the educator was now in the role of victim. At the same time, the protagonist began to come to his senses after being hit hard. Waking up, Do-yun thought to himself, what just happened now? After that, Ling Yue shouted to the teacher that it was time to end it before anyone came. Afterwards, the guy asked the educator where the real math teacher and the main character's sister went. The teacher whispered in a strange voice that it was all the king's will, after which the teacher uttered in a weakening voice about the disturbed balance. Then an incomprehensible and mysterious cracking sound was heard. Ling Yu became a little worried. Ling Yu looked anxiously at the already almost completely exhausted teacher in front of him. Ling Yu shouted formidably and excitedly to the main character that it was time to run away. Do-yun and his classmate ran aside. The boy saw a bright white light shining inside the car. With a shocked look, the protagonist noticed the lights in the car getting brighter and brighter. At that time, there was a huge explosion. The car was blown apart. Ling Yu flew upwards with the main character. At this time in the classroom, the students were standing around and talking muffled amongst themselves. After landing, Do-yun along with his friend Ling Yu took a breath and walked slowly into themselves. The boy looked in the direction of the car he had driven with the teacher to this place. The protagonist saw the car burn to the ground and nothing left of it. Ling Yu collapsed on the ground from exhaustion. He shouted that it was very cruel. While a detective in a police car was speeding through town, suddenly the detective stopped the car and jumped out of it. After standing for a bit, the detective said grudgingly, he asked without further ado. After which, the detective turned around unhappily and looked at the burned-out car. The police detective's car was parked in the middle of the street next to a burned-out car. Then the detective walked over to the burned-out car and began to examine it very carefully from every angle. Eventually, the detective wanted to make sure there was no one under the car. He walked over and kicked the wreckage of the car with his foot. Suddenly, something really surprised the detective, and he just froze in place. The main character and his high school friend Lin Yu were sitting on the porch outside the building. At that time, a detective approached. He asked the protagonist how he was doing. Do-yun replied that he was fine. After that, the guy asked the detective to get him some water. The detective said he would. The protagonist wrapped his arms around his head. He felt completely exhausted. The guy's been through a lot. He couldn't just put his head together. He didn't even know where to start asking the detective. At which time the boy's musings were interrupted by a detective. He came up and called him by name. The protagonist took his mind off his troubled thoughts and looked at the detective. The detective apologized to the guy because of what he had to experience. He also added that they did not expect someone to target the protagonist. Do-yoon calmly replied to the detective that such a thing could not have been foreseen. After a short pause, the guy crossed his arms and asked the detective, "May I approach him with a question?" The detective looked cheerfully at the boy and said he could go to him. The main character recalled the burned-out car and said sadly that strange things happen. Do-yoon asked with interest to the detective, "Does all this have to do with his sister's kidnapping and the math teacher?" The detective stuck his hand in his pocket and told the protagonist he had to see for himself. The detective held something out to the guy. He added that the guy would rather see than hear anything from him. The guy saw the detective holding a wallet. The man said it belonged to his teacher and offered to take a look. The protagonist reached out his hand and took his former teacher's wallet. The guy saw subconsciously what had happened to the teacher, and it was as if some monster had grabbed and possessed him. The protagonist was amazed at what he saw. He realized that today he was riding with an incomprehensible creature and not his teacher. The protagonist looked at the detective. He didn't know what to say. He was dumbfounded by what he saw. The detective asked the boy very calmly, did he see something unusual? The detective then took the teacher's wallet from the protagonist's hands. The detective said calmly, Do-yoon saw two exactly the same people in his visions. The protagonist wondered very much how the man could have guessed what he saw. The detective calmly said that he had seen a similar phenomenon very many times before. The detective said it wasn't normal. A Ling Yu guy came up from behind with a bottle in his hands. The detective then confirmed that the protagonist's teacher is connected to those who kidnapped his sister. After that, the Lin Yu guy handed the detective the bottle. He calmly took it in his hands and unscrewed the cap. A bottle floating in the air above the detective's hand. He told the protagonist that he wasn't the only one who was gifted. Then the detective swirled the bottle and said that was all the information for now. The main character sat there and didn't say anything. The detective asked the guy, isn't there something he's curious about? The detective asked Do-yoon if he wondered how he got the ability to dive into memories. Suddenly, the Ling Yu guy was very surprised to hear such words from the detective. The detective stopped talking. He noticed that the protagonist was looking at him with a piercing gaze. The detective, looking at the protagonist, said he was now curious. Do-yoon was embarrassed and said in a shy voice that he must have burned himself. The detective was having a lot of fun. He laughed at the protagonist's reaction. The protagonist told the detective that he was okay with it, and he would help him. Do-yoon asked a man to answer all his questions in return. Detective opened a bottle of water and told the protagonist he agreed. Afterward, the man smiled at the boy and thanked him for his help. Do-yoon brought the bottle to his mouth and thanked the detective for his consent. Ling Yu boy thought with chagrin that the protagonist and the detective were not looking around at all. The flying bottle was noticed by bystanders standing off to the side. At the same time, the protagonist's sister was being imprisoned. She kept running her hand into the wall to get out. The girl banged on the wall with all her might and demanded to be let out of here. The sister was in a huge room in a glass chamber. She was banging on the wall and demanding to be let out. A couple of research assistants came into the room. They asked the guy next to the console, "What is the girl's condition?" The worker next to the console said the girl is healthy and adapts to the environment very quickly. The scientist added that the girl was very noisy and uncontrollable. The guy asked the visiting scientists if they still had to keep the girl. He added that she has no powers. The scientist with the glasses told the guy sternly that's why they needed a girl. The scientist explained that the sister's mediocrity was the reason she was suitable for the experiments. The scientist said they only needed a second child. The girl scientist with red hair said it had been 3 days since the mission had started. They got a signal that their man had used the death capsule. That meant he had failed. The scientist got very angry. He slammed his hand down on the console with all his might. The scientist realized that it was time to act immediately. He even gritted his teeth in anger. Then the scholar said threateningly that what he needed now was the brother of the girl they had. He demanded that Do-yoon be brought in. The doors of the classroom opened and a teacher walked in. There were students in the room. Then the teacher asked everyone to be quiet. He wanted to say something important. The teacher said that although everyone was surprised that he walked in during class, he had an important announcement to make. The man said that math teacher Mr. Jun died yesterday in a car accident. The students were surprised. The teacher added that the students would study math on their own today. He also added that there would be an exam tomorrow. Students were outraged because they hadn't even been given the questions yet. The man added that students with complaints could go to the clerk's office. He once again said that there would be an exam tomorrow. The man added that at the end of the lesson, the class duty officers would come, and Sammy would arrange the desks for the exam. The main character and his friend stayed after school to clean up. Do-Yun walked around the classroom and moved desks and chairs for tomorrow's exam. Suddenly, a schoolgirl approached. She was carrying a dustpan. A schoolgirl with a dustpan looked at the protagonist and asked if he needed help. The protagonist looked at the girl with surprise and said he wouldn't refuse to help. After that, Do-Yun started talking to the girl for a long time. Ling Yu watched them from the side. Lin Yu, standing with a broom, looked long and patiently at the protagonist with the schoolgirl. Time went very fast at school, and very soon the clock showed 5 o'clock. The protagonist suddenly came to his senses and said excitedly that he had to go to the institute. The schoolgirl said to the main character that they'll finish cleaning up with Lin Yu's son themselves. The main character walked towards the exit. He thanked the girl and wished her good luck for the exam tomorrow. The schoolgirl waved goodbye to the guy and said she mutually wished him good luck. After the main character left, the girl said that he wished her good luck. The Ling Yu guy replied that he didn't even notice it. The girl got excited. She started twisting around in different directions and asking the guy if she could see like this. Ling Yu told the schoolgirl that he meant something else. He added that the main character is a dumbass. The next day, an exam was held in the school premises. All the students were in class. After passing the exam, the main character slumped down on his desk. He didn't really care about the result. Do-Yun lay on his desk and thought to himself that he was very tired. The guy thought to himself that he couldn't concentrate on his studies because of everything that had happened in a couple of days. At this time, Lin Yu's classmate walked over and greeted the protagonist. Ling Yu smiled and asked cheerfully to the protagonist, "How did he write the exam?" The main character was very tired and angry. He shouted for the Ling Yu guy to leave him alone. Lin Yu told his friend that he would be able to catch up on the exam tomorrow. Do-Yun asked his classmate what he wanted. After a short pause, Ling Yu told the protagonist that a detective was looking for him. The guy immediately got excited. The protagonist realized there was no time to lose. He ran out of the classroom and down the stairs. The guy went down into the basement and reached the right door, behind which was a secret room. Then the guy went to the button panel. The system gave him access to the room. There was a detective sitting at the desk. He calmly greeted the incoming protagonist. The detective told the boy to come in. There were many different students sitting at the table. The detective added that there would be a long conversation. The doors opened and another student came into the room. One of the guys told the student to sit here. The main character was sitting in his seat. He decided to look around. He wondered who else was around him. Suddenly, the boy was very surprised. He noticed someone very familiar at the table. Do-Yun saw the girl Seo Soo-hyung, who was helping him with the cleaning. He was surprised that this schoolgirl was also related to the current affairs. The detective picked up the remote control and told the students he had something he wanted to show them. A man said that the body of a math teacher was found in the mountains near his home. The detective then added that Soo-han and Officer Khan helped deal with the corpse. After that, the man announced that they had found something else. The students listened attentively. Detectives showed a photo of a small item they found on the body at the scene. One of the high school students with glasses asked, "Does he really see a chip in the picture?" The protagonist told the schoolboy that he had done his best. The student with glasses grudgingly replied. The schoolboy with the glasses said the chip was very badly damaged. The detective told the schoolboy to get to work and demanded results. The schoolboy with glasses demanded half a day for results, at which time the protagonist raised his hand and told those around him that he had a question. Do-Yun asked the people around him who was the person who looked like a complete copy of their math teacher. The people around him were silent. No one wanted to answer the boy's question. The protagonist realized he was in an awkward position with his question. The detective cheerfully told the guy that he was clueless and added that he would explain in a moment. The man said that the world around him in reality consists of 2 other worlds, in one of which people live. Another world is called Librium. Most people don't know that another world exists. It can't be detected by satellites, but it exists. If you know how the worlds are connected, then you can move between them. The detective said that the world of Librium is completely different from Earth, but there are similarities between them. The man explained that both worlds were inhabited by people with exactly the same appearance. The detective pointed out that the people who took the protagonist's sister were connected to the parallel world. The parallel world also included the clone of the math teacher who wanted to kidnap the protagonist. After which, the detective ended the meeting and all participants excused themselves. Lin Yu asked with excitement and interest from the protagonist, "Is he okay?" Do Yun replied irritably to his classmate to get away from him as he has a lot of weirdness to digest. A schoolgirl came up from behind and went straight to the main character. The protagonist remembered that the student had also just been here with him. The girl offered to go to the teacher and offer her condolences. The main character was surprised and confused. He didn't know what to say to the girl's proposal. After that, the Liu guy slapped the protagonist and told him to go bolder. The main character was angry with his classmate. He didn't know what to say back. After that, Du Yun went together with the schoolgirl. Together, they heard Ling Yu say to them about the two students. Ling Yu's boyfriend was very embarrassed. He said that he was the one who suggested that his two friends go together. Ling Yu was outraged because his friends threw him on the bus to go with them. The schoolgirl said she was embarrassed. During the trip, Lin Yu was very much embarrassed and silent. He didn't say a word to his friend. The main character also stared silently out the window during the bus ride. Only the schoolgirl was fun. The girl liked that they were all three of them riding together now. Looking around, the schoolgirl noticed that there were no other people on the bus besides them. The schoolgirl asked with interest if the protagonist had any questions and saw other gifted guys and girls for the first time. The protagonist was thinking. He wanted to ask his classmate a lot of things. After a short pause, the boy told the girl that he was interested in something. The schoolgirl said that Du Yun could ask her. The protagonist timidly inquired about people from the parallel world of Librium. The main character asked the girl why people are always being kidnapped from their world. The schoolgirl listened attentively. The girl explained to the protagonist that people from the parallel world were constantly kidnapping someone from their reality. The two of them looked at the Ling Yu sitting behind them. At that time, Lin Yu was looking at something very carefully on his phone. The schoolgirl once again said that people are kidnapped all the time. Ling Yu said that people are kidnapped for experimentation. Du Yun interjected with great apprehension, "Are they really being kidnapped for experimentation?" Lin Yu guy reported that according to their lab reports, scientists from Librium are much better than Earth scientists, but they have few resources. After that, Ling Yu added to the excited girl, "The thirst for knowledge of people from the parallel world is very strong, but they have no ethics." The guy speculated that the Librium people might be planning to get the resources they need from their world. The protagonist wondered. He couldn't understand why the kidnappers were targeting a teacher from his school as well as him and his sister before Chi. Du Yun said that it's possible that his sister is still alive. Ling Yu's boyfriend confirmed the main character's assumption. After that, Ling Yue turned around and looked at the protagonist with great attention. Ling Yu interjected excitedly at the protagonist. Is the latter still worried? Du Yun replied sadly that the situation was very serious and the scale of the problem was beyond him. Lin Yu told his friend that he should only be happy that he was alive. The schoolgirl thought sadly that anyone would be worried if they heard such a thing. Concentrating, the protagonist said he still had one more question. Du Yun asked his friends how are they different from other people. The main character clarified how they could use their special abilities. Lin Yu asked his friend in surprise, wondering if he was joking. Ling Yu angrily shouted at the protagonist that he didn't understand anything even after his story about the Librium. The main character said excitedly that he could see the past. He asked for the classmate to explain it to him. A girl intervened in the conversation and said that she would explain. The schoolgirl said seriously the guy's ability to use psychometry or Ling Yu Sun's talents are special and not everyone can do such a thing. Du Yun pondered the girl's words. The schoolgirl said that the protagonist had something else to do. The schoolgirl added that the protagonist should see a different self in the parallel world of Librium. After that, the girl said to Du Yun to think about what she offered him. The protagonist saw himself very small in a room with his sister, as if they were from another world. The main character was walking down the hallway of a large building with his friends. The girl was in the lead, followed by the protagonist and his friend Lin Yu. Du Yun asked with grudging interest to his friend, why is he attached to his phone? Ling Yu was looking at his smartphone. He said that they were still investigating the burned chip and a report should come today. The main character told a friend that he could check his phone when he heard the sound of a message. The schoolgirl irritably told the students that they had enough of their bickering. She also added that she had to go to the restroom and let the students go ahead. The main character said he was going to go into room number 4 in this building for a while. The protagonist went into a special room where incense was lit. In the room, the whole place was decorated with a special mourning interior. The main character honored the fallen teacher. He bowed several times in complete silence, after which the guy looked closely at the portrait of the late math teacher. Do-Yun decided that although he didn't particularly like the teacher, he didn't want to see him like this. The schoolboy was holding a folded mourning napkin. He decided to himself that no one ever knows what will happen tomorrow. After the teacher's farewell ceremony, the protagonist sat silently in the hallway next to his friend. Do-Yun asked unhappily what was taking the girl so long to fumble around somewhere. Ling Yue irritably replied only that he could go and check for himself in the women's restroom. Suddenly, the guy saw something very interesting on his phone. He screamed with delight. Lin Yu's boyfriend was very much amazed at what he saw on his phone. At the same time, the schoolgirl was in the restroom and decided to wash her hands before leaving. The girl stood by the wash basin and watched the water pouring from the faucet, after which the schoolgirl put her hands up and started washing them under the pressure of the water. The girl was washing her hands while the front door to the restroom creaked open. The girl was standing by the wash basin and didn't notice the stranger walk in. A female voice asked the girl if she was a student of Soha High School. The girl turned around and asked, "What is it?" A female scientist from a parallel world stood in front of her. The Lingyu guy held out a smartphone to the protagonist with some message on it. The information from the phone reported a promotional sale. Do-Yun angrily asked his friend, was it really a message from the detective? Lingyu replied very sadly that he couldn't have known that he had received an advertisement on his phone. The protagonist told his friend unhappily that they had gotten excited over nothing. After that, the protagonist remembered his classmate Soo-Hyun. He didn't realize where she had stayed for so long. The protagonist was walking down the hallway. He thought to himself that he might have missed the girl. The guy suggested that his friend look for the girl. He added that he should call if he saw her. The protagonist approached the entrance to the women's restroom stall. He froze by the door. Do-Yun looked at the entrance to the toilet stall and thought to himself. It took the protagonist a long time to decide to come in. Suddenly, the main character was very surprised and worried. He looked at the floor in front of him. Do-Yun saw a blue hairband lying near the passage to the restroom. The guy took the headband in his hand and remembered it belonged to a girl. She always wore it. Do-Yun thought to himself very excitedly that he had seen something like this somewhere before. The protagonist activated his special powers. He saw how a girl from a parallel world with a gun kidnapped a schoolgirl and took her away in a car. The guy saw his own apartment in his visions. He decided to come home. Do-Yun took the elevator to his floor, but could not understand what the kidnapper and the schoolgirl forgot in his house. The elevator arrived at the right floor. The guy still couldn't figure out how the kidnapper could have gotten his address. Protagonist walked up to the door and noticed that it had been kicked in hard. Do-Yun was very frightened before he entered the apartment and decided to take a breather. Do-Yun peeked through the open door. He realized that the girl was now inside his apartment. The protagonist walked leisurely through the apartment. There were muddy footprints everywhere. The lad walked leisurely to the door that led to the hall and peered through it. Suddenly, an unfamiliar female voice asked the guy why he was so cautious. Do-Yun noticed the kidnapper standing and holding the schoolgirl in her arms. The kidnapper told the guy in a very calm voice that he was in his own home. Do-Yun was very excited and asked the kidnapper who she was. He had already seen her in his memories. The guy decided to climb into the room and help save his classmate. The girl shouted very excitedly that the kidnapper had planted landmines all over the apartment and they could explode at any moment. The main character was scared and worried. He couldn't figure out what mines we were talking about. Looking closely, the protagonist noticed thin laser beams shining in all directions in the room. The kidnapper calmly explained to the protagonist that such threads were stretched throughout the apartment. The woman told the guy to try not to touch the laser threads. The kidnapper then warned the guy that a little touch could blow up the house. The guy froze and stared at the kidnapper. He wondered what he should do in such a situation. The woman from the parallel world looked at Do-Yun without any emotion. After a short pause, the protagonist commanded himself that he must be perfectly calm. Do-Yong. As calmly as possible, he asked the kidnapper what business had brought her to his house. The schoolboy told the kidnapper judiciously that she wasn't going to kill him if she lured him here. Do-yoon said that if the woman wanted to kill him, she would have done it immediately and not kidnapped the schoolgirl. The woman from the parallel world listened to the protagonist absolutely without any emotion. Do-yoon said in a sly voice to the woman that she had set traps around the house. Smiling, the protagonist added that all the traps in the house were just a common bluff. The protagonist reached out his hand to touch the laser beam in a completely calm manner. Do-yoon touched the glowing beam and it simply fell apart. The guy calmly removed his fingers and said in a calm voice that this was exactly what he assumed. Suddenly, the protagonist shouted to the girl to grab the kidnapper. The woman got very excited and scared. She turned around to see what the girl was going to do. The schoolgirl shoved the kidnapper's hand back so that it hit the light beam. The woman from the parallel world shouted fearfully when she saw fire near her hand. The schoolgirl tried her hand. She felt that she had just a little bit left for the kidnapper to let her go. The protagonist noticed glowing beams flashing all around the room. The protagonist once again shouted loudly for the schoolgirl to apprehend the kidnapper. The woman got very angry. She yelled that the guy and the schoolgirl were making fun of her. At the same time, thin and strong threads appeared. They encircled the main character's arm. Threads flew from all directions to shackle Do-yoon and prevent him from being able to help the girl. One of them threads grabbed the protagonist's leg so he couldn't move. In the end, the guy couldn't get close to the schoolgirl and fell to the floor. His leg was grabbed by the strings. The girl was very much frightened. She excitedly called the protagonist by name. The kidnapper said to herself that the protagonist was not badly injured in the fall. Suddenly, a very strong and bright white light appeared from behind the woman from the parallel world. The kidnapper was scared. She looked back very warily. A frightened schoolgirl shouted sharply at her kidnapper to stop. The girl saw the main character coming and yelled at him to attack the woman. The kidnapper was scared. She didn't expect the protagonist to get close to her. Do-yoon grabbed the kidnapper's head with a formidable expression. Taking a breath, the protagonist said fearfully that he didn't mean to do that. Then the guy grabbed the kidnapper with his hand. She pulled her head back a little. The protagonist looked at the weakened kidnapper with a piercing gaze. The woman from the parallel world looked at the protagonist. She couldn't get free of him. There was silence in the protagonist's apartment after the incident. Small remnants of glowing lightning remained near the schoolgirl's hand. The last lightning bolt near the girl's hand extinguished, and she looked at what was now with Do-yoon. The protagonist approached the female kidnapper. She was lying on the floor and showed no signs of life. The guy scrutinized the kidnapper lying there. He checked to see if she had a pulse. A schoolgirl approached. She looked at the protagonist and her unconscious captor. The schoolgirl thought fearfully to herself. She didn't understand how the main character had neutralized a dangerous woman from a parallel world. The protagonist moved his hand over the kidnapper. She jumped up and opened her eyes. It was as if she was being engulfed by lightning. The kidnapper was forcibly revived. The guy was still holding her head. Do-yoon held the woman from the parallel world with one hand and placed the other hand on his head. Bright lightning bolts flashed all over the room. The kidnapper clutched her head. The guy tried to read her mind. The woman from the parallel world stood there, unable to defend herself in any way from the way the protagonist was affecting her head. The kidnapper ended up unconscious on the floor. The guy was very exhausted. He could barely stand on his feet. The exhausted schoolboy told his astonished girlfriend that he was able to read the kidnapper's mind directly. The girl was very much surprised. The guy was still shaking his head due to fatigue. Do-yoon said that when he uses his ability, the other person sees the same thing as him. Such an effect shocked the kidnapper. The weary fellow said that using the features affects him a lot too. The protagonist grabbed the kidnapper who was lying unconscious and pulled her. The guy turned to the schoolgirl and asked for help to carry the lady. The protagonist opened the door to his room. He decided to put the kidnapper on his bed. The protagonist and the schoolgirl dumped the kidnapper's body on the bed. Do-yoon and his girlfriend stood looking at the kidnapper lying on the bed for a long time. Suddenly, the schoolgirl felt very uncomfortable in this situation. The girl smiled and told the man in charge that she was leaving and wished him to take care. After a short pause, the guy called out to his girlfriend named Soo-hen. The main character asked that Soo-hyun tell absolutely no one about what he saw. Do-yoon explained calmly that he didn't want to make a big deal out of it. He asked his girlfriend if she promised to keep quiet. The girl got very agitated. She said that she agreed to the demands of the protagonist. Soo-hen walked to the door and told the guy goodbye that they would see each other tomorrow. The protagonist waved goodbye to his girlfriend with a smile. The front door closed. The protagonist stood in the middle of the room. He thought about everything that had happened today at his house. Do-yun remembered that he still had a lot of important things to do. He had to go to the meeting with Ling-yu. In a huge gymnasium, the main character was training against his classmate, Lin-yu. The guys were practicing martial arts. Ling-yu was trying to impress his friend. Ling-yue used various techniques. He jumped high so that the protagonist couldn't hit him. The exhausted protagonist realized that his opponent has absolutely no weaknesses. The protagonist continued to fight with different punches. He tried to hit Lin-yu. A schoolgirl with blue hair watched the battle without any emotion. Ling-yue accelerated hard so that he could swipe the protagonist's hand. Do-yun realized that his opponent had missed and had a chance to strike back. The protagonist realized that all he had to do now was fend off the blow his opponent was trying to give him. The main character was angry and exhausted. He realized he needed to prove himself in this battle. Do-yun began to accumulate maximum energy in his hand for the decisive strike. Suddenly, the force completely left the protagonist, and he stumbled. The opponent was very surprised. Ling-yue could not understand why his opponent had fallen. The protagonist fell to the floor and had no strength to get up. Do-yun sat exhausted on the floor. He was very tired and could hardly catch his breath. Ling-yu slipped his hand into the protagonist's and asked excitedly if he was all right. The protagonist swung his hand sharply. He didn't want to grab his classmate's hand with his own. Do-yun was very angry. He didn't do well in today's fight, but he didn't want to admit it. The protagonist responded very angrily to his classmate that he didn't need help. Lin-yu looked at his friend and told him calmly that they would be done for today, then. After that, Ling-yu walked to the stairs to the exit of the gym. Do-yun was sitting on the floor. The main character sat on the floor by himself for a very long time. He was remembering the fight he'd just had. Do-yun shoved his hand off the floor and decided to get up and leave the hall. When Ling-yu was leaving the gym, he met a schoolgirl. The girl said that she thought he was going home after going to see his teacher. A schoolgirl asked why Ling-yu sees his rivals in guys who are clearly not his level. The guy thought for a moment. Ling-yue didn't expect to meet a girl in this place. After thinking for a bit, Ling-yu said that Junpei had only recently learned of his ability. The girl rejoiced and smiled. She told the guy that she hadn't expected him to say that. Ling-yu asked the girl without any emotion, "Why did she come up here?" The interlocutor told the guy that they were immediately requested by a detective. The girl explained to her interlocutor that the detective wanted the boys to do something. The Ling-yu guy thought for a moment. He realized that he would have to go to the detective now. At this time, the protagonist's sister was still imprisoned by people from the parallel world. Sitting in her cell, she clinked her drink glass. The girl shouted menacingly to the scientist to bring her some food right away. Sister resented that the kidnappers could have at least stocked up on good food. The scientist watched the prisoner's behavior with interest. The scientist with glasses was sitting at his desk. He was very annoyed by the noise coming from the girl. Scientists were very angry and nervous because of the constant noise coming from the cell. The scientist asked his subordinate, "Have you heard from Kaye?" The girl replied that Kaye had met with the target 16 hours ago. The girl reported that it had been 10 hours since the portal had closed. The scientist asked if other portals had been found. The girl said that there might be another portal, but it was far away and therefore hard to find. The scientist indicated to the girl to send someone else. At this time, Kaye was slowly coming to her senses in the protagonist's apartment. She opened her eyes. The woman from the parallel world sat up on the bed. She didn't realize where she was. It was a clear day outside, and the birds were singing in the yard. The main character was sitting at home with his guest. The birdsong from the street came through the window into the protagonist's room. Kaye woman said surprised that Do-yun also had special abilities. The guy was quietly reading a book at the time. The protagonist put the book aside and told the quiet woman that there was nothing surprising about his abilities. The guy explained that everyone in their company had special powers. The woman was surprised. Do-yun slammed the book shut and told the woman not to move. She needed time to recover. The guy got up and said Kaye had high regeneration. She woke up 12 hours later. The woman sitting on the bed, scared, asked the guy what he wanted from her. The protagonist said very calmly to the woman that he wanted to ask her. Do-yun asked sternly of Kaye what does she want and what does she seek from him. The woman from the parallel world shouted to the guy that she wasn't just going to tell him anything. The protagonist was not surprised by this response from the woman. He listened to her absolutely calmly. Do-yun told the woman that he didn't want anything from her. He said he could mess with her brain a little more so she wouldn't wake up at all. The main character said he could call his people to take care of Kaye. After a short pause, the protagonist said menacingly that he would ask differently of the woman. The guy asked very sternly to the kidnapper if his sister was alive before he. Kaye explained that kidnapped girl is a very valuable specimen to them. In the end, the kidnappers won't kill the protagonist's sister like they do other people. Scientists from a parallel world will conduct various tests on the kidnapped girl. The protagonist asked Kaye how he personally could get into their world of Librium. The woman told the boy that there was no way he could enter their world yet. Do-yun was surprised. The protagonist asked with interest, so why can't he go to a parallel world? Kaye explained that the portal here had closed and would not reopen until 2 months later. The woman told the guy that they would have been in Librium as early as yesterday if the guy had followed her orders. Do-yun first asked the woman, do we have to wait 2 more months for the passage to open? After a little thought, the protagonist offered his guests from the parallel world to stay with him. After that, the guy told the woman he wanted to ask her for a small favor. The guest from the parallel world realized that she would have to go on the protagonist's terms. Kaye sat resting on the couch. She thought the protagonist was an even bigger weirdo than she'd realized. Do-yun interrogated the woman. Are they really not going to kill his sister? The woman told the protagonist that his sister's death would be a great loss to them. The protagonist said contentedly, pleased with this response from the woman. Do-yun handed Kaye new clothes and said that in 2 months they would go to another world together. Afterward, the guy asked his guest to tell him about the Librium. The guy checked with the woman to see if she thought the offer was a fair deal. Kaye, reading the book, thought to herself that this was the first time she had seen a person who wanted to be a guinea pig. The next day, the protagonist met his close friend Lin Yu at school. Ling Yu greeted his friend with a huge and joyful smile. He was very cheerful. Do-yun asked his friend why he was so carefree. He reminded him that there were exams coming up. Lin Yu asked very sternly of his friend if there was anything he wanted to tell him. Friend reminded the protagonist to call him when he found the girl Su-hen. Lin Yu said that the girl herself called him yesterday and told him that she was free. The main character told his friend in a calm voice that he was apologizing for not calling. Lin Yu told his friend that he had to go back to the lab to deal with the problem. The main character asked what the problem was. Lin Yu told his friend that if he was sorry, he should go with him. Do-yun asked with interest to his school friend, where do they have to go for a couple hours? The protagonist and his companion arrived at the Arium pharmacy building. Lin Yu explained that he had previously told this company that they would come to the interview. They should be waiting at the entrance. The main character got very excited. Lee Yu-sun asked his friend if he could hear him. Do-yun shouted to his friend very frightened that he couldn't go alone. The main character told his friend that he was ready to go anywhere but here. He asked why they had come here in the first place. Ling Yu realized with great surprise that he had not yet said the purpose of coming to the main character. At this time, some woman from outside called out to him. The woman ran towards Lin Yu and asked, is he the schoolboy who called her yesterday? The woman smilingly looked at Ling Yu and told him to follow her. The guy answered the woman that he was coming. The protagonist thought to himself reassuringly that all this must not be for long. The main character was walking around the Pharmacy Corporation building with his friend Lin Yu. Do-yun said cheerfully that usually only school field trips are allowed into this assignment. The woman told the boys that they were shown everything since they were acquaintances of the park master. Ling Yu shouted that he had always dreamed of going to this building. The protagonist thought sadly to himself that they didn't even study at the Kembio. The woman cheerfully asked the boys if she could show them the laboratory. The school children replied that they would. He walked up to his friend and kicked him from behind. Do-yun asked the whispering Ling Yu why did they come to this building. Ling Yu replied calmly to his friend that the scientists working for this Dream company disappeared very often. Ling Yu said that if the missing information is true, they should have reported to the police or told the news. The protagonist added that he hadn't heard anything like that. He got into the elevator with his friend. Do-yun asked how they could have such information. Ling Yu replied that he had no idea. Lin Yu told Taiko that they were sent because it sounded very suspicious. The main character was excited. Ling Yu told his friend to buy time while he looked around. The woman told the students to follow her. Do-yun asked his friend, is this really why he brought him here? The woman led the boys to the door of the room. She explained that this was a laboratory. The woman explained to the students that they wouldn't be allowed to look at everything. So they'd look at the room from the hallway while the scientists were at lunch. After that, the woman tried to open the door with her card. The system gave an error. The woman was very much startled because she couldn't get in. The school children looked at her excitedly. The woman kept trying to open the door with the card. She didn't understand what had happened. The woman turned around and said the card was probably broken. She told the guys to wait while she made a new one. Do-yun and Ling-yu, still surprised looking at the woman, said that they agree. Lin-yu asked in a bored voice to his friend if he wanted a drink. The protagonist walked over to the card reader and examined it closely. Do-yun said judiciously, it was likely that the problem with the door opening was not the card. The main character excitedly said that someone had changed the password. Lin-yu was very much surprised at such words. After some thought, the protagonist said that the password had been changed by one of the guards 10 minutes ago. Ling-yu asked with surprise, why was it necessary to change the password? Do-yun pressed the right keys on the remote control and the door opened as a result. The boys looked carefully and excitedly inside the lab. Ling-yu said that the Nuna woman would come back to them with a new card. He asked that the protagonist stay and buy him some time. Ling-yu said that he would go and quickly check everything he could. He also added that Do-yun would let him know if anything went wrong. The protagonist angrily asked, can't you just take it and wait? The protagonist's friend completely ignored him and ran to the lab. A Nuna woman came in. She said that every month passwords and cards are changed for security reasons. The woman asked the protagonist in surprise, where did the second student go? Do-yun said cheerfully and casually. His friend urgently ran to the toilet. The Nuna woman smiled at the guy and said they need to speed up. Do-yun explained that his friend was gone for a long time. He said he wanted to ask the woman a few questions before Ling-yu came back. At this time, Lin-yu was walking through the long corridors of the science lab. He was careful not to be seen by anyone. Ling-yu heard a group of people walking nearby. He hid around a corner. The guy looked around the corner and thought to himself that the lab wasn't so empty after all. After thinking for a bit, Ling-yu decided to himself that everything looked quite normal. The protagonist noticed an interesting sign. He thought it was something he was interested in. Guy walked up to the sign. It had the numbers of the different offices that were on the floor. Ling-yue looked carefully at the inscription. It indicated the location of Laboratory X. After that, the guy got into the elevator to get to the right floor. To himself, Ling-yu thought to himself, everything around him looks very strongly suspicious. The guy went to the entrance. He saw there a remote with a code lock and double protection. Ling-yu thought he didn't know how to get to the lab he wanted. After that, Lin-yu looked up and saw the ventilation grate. He decided to climb into it. The guy carefully climbed up the ventilation shaft and put the grate back in place. Lin-yu reached the lab through the ventilation shaft. He looked through the grate into the lab and noticed that no one was there. Lin-yu opened the grate and jumped to the floor from the ventilation shaft. The guy landed quietly and looked around. There was silence all around. Ling-yu saw various laboratory equipment around him. There were no people around. The guy thought to himself that he was in a very ordinary laboratory. A schoolboy put his hand on the table. He noticed that there was old equipment around. He figured they must have made a mistake. Ling-yue thought he was running out of time. He realized it was time to leave. Suddenly, something caught the schoolboy's attention. He looked to the side in surprise. There was a detective sitting in a chair nearby. He was watching the whole thing closely. The man scrutinized the interior of the lab. He didn't see any people. The detective remained silent and continued to sit in his chair. It was as if he was expecting something. The detective smirked. He thought to himself that the victim had already taken the bait. The protagonist was sitting in the office of a drugstore company at the time, chatting with a woman. With interest, the guy asked the woman what is the social package in their company. A woman was telling a schoolboy about the social package. Du-yong pretended to listen attentively to the woman. The protagonist was very worried. He was mentally thinking that his friend Li Yu-sun should come back soon. Suddenly, the door opened, and Ling Yu-sun appeared in the room. He asked the woman and her friend with interest if they had waited for him. Ling Yu entered the room as if nothing had happened. He tried to look as suspicious as possible. The woman replied to the schoolboy that she was answering questions for the dunya. Lin Yu asked the woman, "Did she get the card sorted out? The woman said she was fine." The woman then went to the access panel and calmly opened the door with her card. The woman said that the laboratory occupies 2 floors. Each researcher gets as much space as possible. The protagonist asked his friend very quietly, "Did you find anything interesting here?" Lin Yu calm and cheerfully replied to his friend that he had found nothing of interest. The protagonist was surprised by this answer. He had hoped that the schoolboy would still discover something interesting. Ling Yu confirmed that the lab was just a rumor. He didn't actually find anything. The protagonist was angry that his friend dragged him here for nothing. Du Yun told his companion that they should get out of here as soon as possible. Lin Yu called out to a woman named Nuna. She turned to the schoolboy. The boy cheerfully asked as the woman gave him a tour of the dining room. The woman rejoiced at such an offer. Nuna shouted that their canteen had the best sandwiches. The protagonist passed a sign that had the numbers of the various rooms on the floor. There was a number on the sign where the lab that Lin Yu visited might be. After a long excursion, the protagonist came home and opened the door. The boy thought to himself that he should fix the lock already. At that time, the schoolboy was greeted by a Kaye woman. Du Yun was surprised to see a woman in front of him. She was holding a box of half-finished products. Kaye asked with interest, "Do people always eat this kind of deliciousness?" The woman cheerfully said the coffee drink was the best thing she'd ever tasted. The protagonist was surprised to hear such words from Kaye. The schoolboy took his shoes off. He told the woman that she seemed to have taken up residence in his apartment. The guy noticed how the apartment was trashed all over the place. Du Yun saw that the whole apartment was very untidy and in a sloppy condition. The guy looked at the hall in his apartment. It was a mess. Du Yun was very angry. Next to him stood a quite satisfied and joyful Kaye woman. The Lin Yu boy walked down to the entrance of the room where the detective was waiting for him. Then the guy went to the door and dialed the code combination on the lock. The detective heard the schoolboy's entrance. He sat in his chair and turned to the boy. The man turned to the guy and asked if he had found what he needed. Lin Yu informed the detective that he had surveyed the entire area as per his orders. The detective listened very carefully to all the words from the boy and looked at him. The schoolboy reported that he had found absolutely no direct connection between the missing scientists and the world of Librium. The man asked the boy what he had found. Ling Yu stuck his hand in his pocket and said there was a suspicious lab in the building. The schoolboy took a small bluish crystal out of his pocket. He said he found it. The detectives got very excited when he saw the rock. He jumped up from his seat. Ling Yu said he doesn't know what kind of thing he found, but he has a kind of strange feeling. The guy said that when he sees the crystal, he feels the same way he does when he sees the portal. As soon as he saw the rock, it was as if he was immediately sucked there. Lin Yu told the important detective that they should definitely investigate this. The man praised the schoolboy and said he was free to go. As the guy was heading for the exit, a man called his name. The detective told the schoolboy that he never let him down. He added that he hoped it would always be like that. After that, Ling Yue excitedly and joyfully confirmed the detective's words. Ling Yu left the detective's office. He left thinking about something of his own. When the schoolboy came out of the door, he was followed very closely by a detective standing off to the side. The man was very annoyed. He looked at the schoolboy with anger. While at the protagonist's house, a woman read a comic book and excitedly yelled that she saw envy there. The main character was very surprised. He didn't know what the woman was talking about. Kaye held the comic book in her hands and told the guy to look at the pictures carefully. The woman revealed to the main character that one comic book hero is jealous of another. Du Yun asked the woman how much she had read since she didn't even know the Earthling language. Kaye explained that the comic book was full of pictures. Protagonist asked by a woman, how could a person from Librium know their language? The schoolboy told the woman they couldn't have the same language, so the people in the Librium were able to learn their language. The woman excitedly slammed the comic book shut. She wanted to explain everything to the guy. Kaye told the protagonist that they were also learning how to communicate with Earthlings, after which the woman came close to the schoolboy and looked at him very carefully. Kaye explained that they understand each other not because they speak the same language with different alphabets. The protagonist got very agitated because the woman from the parallel world was so close. Kaye looked carefully at the schoolboy and wanted to explain to him what was wrong. A woman told a guy that they don't communicate through language, but through telepathy. There's something that connects her and the boy, and that's why they're communicating. The main character's sister woke up in a strange place. She was very shocked. The girl was sitting in an obscure suit on the floor. She was still in her glass chamber. The sister started rubbing her arm. She wanted to bring herself to her senses as soon as possible. After that, the girl started rubbing her leg with her hand. She wanted to take her mind off her thoughts a bit. Gradually, the sister came to her senses. She realized that what she had seen was just a dream. The scientist approached and carefully asked the girl, "Is she sweating because the room is very hot?" Then the sister rushed to the glass wall of the room and started banging on it with all her might. The girl asked the surrounding scientists very angrily, what on earth had they done to her? The scientist in the white coat asked the girl, a little surprised, "Does she remember everything?" The scientist heard the girl yell very angrily that she remembered everything as she was in a lot of pain. The girl said exhaustedly, "Is the scientist joking?" The scientist told the girl to tell more about what she felt. The main character's sister was very angry. She felt very bad. The scientist very calmly asked the girl if she was dizzy and nauseous. He demanded that the girl tell him everything in detail. The sister was very much frightened and angry with the scientist because of his questions. The sister angrily shouted to the scientist that she was not a guinea pig and demanded that she be released now. The scientist told the girl calmly that she was in a lot of pain and she would have to be patient for a while. Afterwards, the scientist explained to the girl that she would be released when her twin arrived. They were in trouble, so they sent someone else to fetch the protagonist. The scientist pressed a button on the remote. He said the rules, there are rules. The scientist added that the girl should be patient. The temperature in my sister's cell began to rise sharply. There was steam all around. The girl became very sick and heavy. She staggered and couldn't sit up. Due to the intense heat, the girl fainted and collapsed on the floor of the cell. The protagonist was sitting in his apartment in a high-rise building at the time. Do-Yun sadly noticed that his girlfriend from the parallel world of Kaye had simply disappeared somewhere. The boy looked sadly at the lowered bed and thought to himself, why did he believe woman? The protagonist couldn't figure out where the alien from the parallel world in the big city had gone. At the same time, Kaye moved leisurely and cautiously through a city that was unfamiliar to her. The woman was very excited. She realized she couldn't wait another 2 whole months for the portal to open. Kaye moved through the city streets and knew she had to find another portal. The woman realized she had to get out or things would be bad for her. Kaye remembered a scientist she worked with who called her rude names all the time. A woman was moving quickly down the street. Suddenly, someone from outside called her name. Kaye was very much surprised. She knew that no one in this town could know her at all. The woman noticed a young man with yellow hair sitting on the wall. He was looking at her with great attention. The man smilingly told the woman that he was very much worried. Kaye was very unpleasantly surprised. This meeting wasn't in her plans. The woman asked the man how he got here. The man took Kaye's hand and said that he had begged the professor to be trusted to find her. The man said he was so worried he couldn't sleep. The man recalled that Kaye had never failed a mission. Afterwards, the man said fearfully that he had decided that Kaye had found another chosen one for her. Kaye woman rudely shouted to the man to say no more as she did not want to listen to his heresy. The man said very ingratiatingly that he was doing all this because he had talent. The woman said she was on a conscientious mission and she would not work with a man under any difficulties. Kaye said very convincingly to her interlocutor to tell the professor that she could catch the protagonist. After that, the woman started running away. The man was very upset. Kaye decided to return home to the protagonist. She couldn't understand why her supervisors sent a man to her. The protagonist saw Kaye and was surprised to tell the woman that he thought she had escaped. The woman told the guy very irritably that she was back from a walk. Do-Yun asked the woman in surprise, "Did they go out through the window for a walk?" Afterward, the guy noticed that the woman's feet were very dirty, as if she had been running a lot. Do-Yun was very unhappy about the girl walking around the apartment with dirty feet. The protagonist ordered the woman to go to the bathroom and wash her feet. At this time in the lab, a student with glasses was researching information in detail on the internet. The lab was full of all kinds of research equipment. The student watched the monitor screen carefully. He analyzed the information. A bluish crystal from a parallel world floated on a table in a special vessel nearby. The guy noticed an interesting news story. It was about an Arium company. The student was surprised to notice a familiar face in the photograph. It was the young protagonist with his sister. Kaye's woman was sitting on the couch at the main character's house. She was sad. After a long pause, the woman told the guy that he had nothing to eat at home. The protagonist turned around and grudgingly told the guest that she was getting stale. Kaye told the guy rather and capriciously that there really wasn't any food. She shook the empty box. Do-yun thought about the woman's words. He decided to himself that he would have to ask for an extra scholarship. Kaye was sitting there looking at a box of food. The guy suggested the woman go out tonight. The woman was very frightened and surprised. She asked, "Do Earthers really eat on the street?" The protagonist and his girlfriend were walking down the streets at night past the stores. The streets of the city glittered with bright lights. Boyfriend and girlfriend were looking for a place to eat. Kaye told the surprised protagonist that he was wearing different clothes today. The guy explained that it was Sunday. The main character told his girlfriend they'd get groceries tomorrow. In the meantime, they could eat at the restaurant. He opened the door to the place. The guy and the woman were sitting inside a fast food joint. Very soon the protagonist and the Kaye woman were brought food on trays. The woman asked the guy with great interest, "What is the name of such a food?" Do-yun replied to the woman that such a food is called hamburger. Do-yun told his companion that she could eat for now, but he wanted to ask her something. Do-yun looked at Kaye with great attention and asked, what did she see in the portal? At this time, a man from a parallel world with yellow hair silently approached the table. The man looked carefully at the woman sitting at the table and called her by name. The man menacingly asked Kaye how she could do this to him. The woman was surprised and frightened. The man then looked at the protagonist and said he was their test subject. The man became angry and said in a harsh voice that the woman had acted cruelly. Kaye was still holding the hamburger in her hands. She noticed the glass with the drink starting to freeze and shake. The woman shouted to the terrified protagonist to be more careful. In order not to waste time, woman rushed to the aid of the protagonist. The man with yellow hair looked at Kaye with resentment and hatred. Female Kaye protected the protagonist with herself when ice shards flew at him. Do-yun was very frightened. He couldn't imagine that they would be attacked in the restaurant. Kaye irritably shouted to the man that he could have killed the protagonist. The man, frightened, said they need Do-yun alive. The professor needs a live specimen. Then the man asked the woman, did she forget that killing is their job? The woman asked the man fearfully and menacingly, how many hours had he been here? Kaye then grabbed the man and started demanding he tell her where the portal was. The man looked calmly at the woman. Kaye continued to demand that he answer her. Suddenly, the woman felt the man seem to slip out of her grasp. Kaye ended up sitting on the floor by herself. There was a pile of ashes around her. The woman was very angry about missing her coworker. The protagonist noticed that he was sitting in a huge puddle of water that was under his feet. The man from the parallel world said that the main character is just as human as the others. Kaye asked sternly to her colleague, does the latter refuse to obey the professor's order? The man excitedly asked the woman what she liked about Do-yun. The man shouted that the professor was getting rid of those who were no longer useful to him. The woman then accelerated and kicked her co-worker with all her might. Kaye hit the man with all her might, and he was swept aside afterwards. The man could barely stand on his feet. The woman threateningly demanded that he repeat his words. The man told the woman not to pretend she didn't know. She should know. The man shouted to the woman that she should know what the professor had done. Kaye again prepared to hit her colleague. The woman didn't have time to strike her opponent. The man managed to grab Kaye's fist with his hand. The man asked angrily, how could Kaye stay loyal to the professor knowing how he felt about her? After which, the man threw an ice cube in his rival's direction. Kaye managed to dodge in time to protect herself from the pile of ice flying at her. The man shouted to the woman that she was just an outlandish animal to the professor. Kaye grabbed a chair in her hands, and then the woman threw the chair sideways and upwards so that it hit the ceiling. The chair hit the fire department's sensor. There was a very large explosion. The sensor on the ceiling activated, and from it squelched jets of water into the room. The woman decided to attack her co-worker. She rushed towards him, after which the woman began beating the man, demanding that he answer her question. The exhausted man shouted to the woman that he had come to free her. After saying that, the woman stopped hitting the man. The woman was still holding the man by his clothes. She remembered the portal. Kaye demanded of the man that he immediately answer where the portal he had come through was. The man held out his hand and said in a weak voice that he could tell where the portal was. The woman was looking intently at her colleague. At this time, the man looked in surprise in the direction where the protagonist was. Do-yun was startled to notice how his body began to freeze, starting from his leg. The main character was very frightened. The woman excitedly called out to Do-yun. The man shouted menacingly that if he killed the protagonist, Kaye would have no reason to stay in this world. The main character was almost completely frozen. To himself, he felt very cold. The overjoyed man shouted that he and Kaye would now be able to go back together. Suddenly, the woman and the man heard a noise, as if something had broken. They saw shards of ice. Librium is a special parallel world inhabited by a woman named Kaye. The world is extremely advanced scientifically, and society is very highly developed. The advanced people of Librium have always been in constant search of knowledge. At one point, a people from a parallel world decided to encroach on the status of gods. Such a decision was fatal and led to a very extensive disaster. Eventually, the rivers in the Librium began to dry up. This became a big problem for people. Then the ground was covered with cracks. Eventually, people had nowhere else to live. After that, the sky in the Librium became covered with gray house clouds. But the ancestors from the parallel world still managed to get a piece of divine power. Their ancestors were able to discover a completely different and very necessary world. A world that is very similar to the former Librium is the earthly world where the protagonist lives. Do-Yun was at home in his apartment with a Kali woman from a parallel world. Protagonist asked the woman, "Have they begun to pass into their world for resources?" The woman told the guy that organisms from her world could only live on Earth for a couple days. The protagonist wondered and wondered. He remembered how Kaye fought against the man who wanted to take her. Do-Yun remembered the words of the man who said that killing it's their job. The protagonist asked angrily to the woman, "Is it their goal to kill their people?" The woman walked over to the window and calmly replied to the guy that he was absolutely right. Do-Young asked the woman angrily, "Is he harboring a murderer at home?" Kaye said she had to finish. Kaye explained that they don't kill the first people they meet, they have specific targets. Protagonist asked by a woman who chooses the targets for assassination, the states or some mafia. Kaye calmly replied to the guy that they kill a wide variety of people. The target could be ordinary citizens, rich people, or even old people and children. The protagonist angrily clenched his fists and asked, "So why are aliens from a parallel world killing people?" The woman explained to the guy that the same people live in the Librium and on Earth. Kaye said it could be that Kim Do-Yun's boyfriend died in Librium world. Then the Librium people go to Earth and kill a copy of the protagonist. After thinking for a bit, Do-Yun asked the woman, "Why do they move around and kill copies?" Kaye replied to the guy that they do that to reduce the risks. There was nothing else she could say to the protagonist. Identical people can't live in the same world at the same time. A visitor can be a maximum of 3 days. The woman added that if the visitor exceeded the limit, he would be thrown back to his world. Do-Yun remembered the case of the man from Librium. Guy asked the woman, "How can she be in the Earth world longer than 3 days?" Kaye wanted to tell me about her earthly counterpart. The woman reported that her Earth counterpart was dead. As a result, they are not in the same world, and there is no urgency for her to go back. Protagonist asked excitedly by a woman to explain what was going on with his sister to Chi. Suddenly, the protagonist froze. He felt as if visions had arisen within him. Do-Yun clearly saw as if his little sister ran out of the room to the balcony to the railing. The excited boy ran up to his sister before high and asked fearfully what she was doing. The protagonist reached out his hand in time to grab his little sister. Do-Yun grabbed her sister's clothes, but she held on to the balcony railing with her hands. Then the boy saw his sister fall down from a great height. The boy looked down from the balcony with great fear and consternation at the girl who had fallen out. The protagonist saw his sister lying dead on the ground in a large pool of blood. Do-Yun Yasno saw the body of his younger sister lying lifeless on the ground. Suddenly, the protagonist saw as if his sister had been resurrected for a moment and was standing in front of him. The main character was terrified. He thought it couldn't happen at all. The woman, frightened, asked the guy if he was okay. She grabbed him by the shoulders. The protagonist waved the woman away and said calmly that he was fine. Do-Yun told Kaye that he has to go to school tomorrow, so he should get some sleep. The guest from the parallel world watched intently as the dejected boy walked to his room. The next day, the protagonist came to school. He was walking through the building. A schoolgirl was walking down the steps and noticed the main character walking beside her. The girl greeted the schoolboy and asked him how he had spent his weekend. Do-Yun waited for his girlfriend and told her in return that things were going so far. The schoolgirl excitedly told the guy that he didn't look important. She asked if he was okay. The protagonist smiled at the schoolgirl and told her he was fine. The boy asked with interest to himself as to why they were being drafted. After that, the protagonist swayed sideways. He had trouble staying on his feet. The guy felt he couldn't stand. He leaned in the corner. Suddenly, a female student with blue hair appeared from the side. Maine asked the schoolgirl who was that just next to them. A schoolgirl with blue hair asked the guy unhappily at what's he looking at. A schoolgirl with blue hair walked up and grabbed the girl under her arm. The girlfriend told the guy that Ji-hee approached her. After that, Ji-hee looked angrily at the main character and said he was a pervert. Ji-hee then directed her girlfriend further down the school hallway. The protagonist couldn't understand what kind of new girl Ji-hee had just been in front of him. The main character walked with the detective through the corridors of the building. The man told the guy that this laboratory is needed to attract special people and develop their abilities. Do-yun silently followed the detective through the long and bright corridors. The detective told the guy that the lab has extensive facilities. There's room for training. The scientists are also looking for a method to stop the flow of people from the Librium. Suddenly, the man stopped and asked, "Did the protagonist go to the Arium company last week with his friend Yu-sun?" The protagonist calmly confirmed to the man that he went to the Arium company. The detective informed the protagonist as they walked down the hallway that they were constantly investigating places like the Arium company for the possible presence of Librium people. The guy was a little surprised. He stopped and asked the man what this was all about. The detective explained that it wasn't at all like the people from the parallel world weren't just after those with superpowers. Do-yun said incredulously to the detective that he could not believe that such a reason was a real reason for the existence of such a laboratory. Afterward, the guy told the man that he wasn't sure if his lab was doing everything solely to build relationships with people from other places. The protagonist firmly told the detective that he didn't want to get further involved. The man calmly addressed the guy by name. The detective said Do-yun is very smart and very quick-witted. Then the detective told the guy instructively that he should learn to hide his intentions when he was pursuing a target. After that, the man fell silent. With a satisfied look, did he get ready to say something else to the guy? The detective asked the surprised protagonist if he knew about his powers. Do-yun silently and attentively looked in front of him and saw Detective Han. The detective said that this lab was a branch of the government. He also added that they were unlikely to be able to stop the Librium people for good. The man explained that people from the parallel world were very persistent and stubborn. Do-yun recalled to himself all the people from the Librium he had seen. After much deliberation, the protagonist asked the man, "Is their purpose to suppress?" The detective explained back to the guy that all decisions are made at the top. At which time, the detective noticed a guy with white hair approaching them. The man told the guy to give the protagonist a tour of the lab. The guy lazily replied that he didn't have time for that. After a brief pause, the guy looked around at the protagonist and told him to follow him. Do-yun agreed to take a walk around the lab with the guy. The two of them ended up walking silently down the long and deserted corridors of the lab. The protagonist was silent. He wanted to ask the boy something, but he couldn't make up his mind. The guy turned around and asked Do-yun if he saw it strange that no one was asking questions here. The protagonist asked in surprise at his interlocutor. Had the latter heard his words? After that, the main character turned around and thought about it. He had a lot of questions for the guy. Do-yun excitedly explained to his new acquaintance that there were many things that didn't add up and seemed suspicious to him. The boy replied that the others also shared the protagonist's concern. The guy sadly told the protagonist that no one has found the answer yet. After that, the guy gave Do-yun a strange look and said, "There are reasons of their own for staying here." The guy ended up telling me that the lab was just recently completed. The guy explained to the main character that all the contestants were about his age and for him to memorize them. The protagonist had known Ling Yu-sun, a high school student, and Soo-hyun, a girl, for a long time. Afterwards, the protagonist saw a girl with blue hair named Ji-hee, who was a bit familiar to him. He asked his companion how old she was. The guy explained that the girl was a hockey star, but then broke her leg in elementary school. At that time, Ji-hee picked up a bat and wanted to fight someone. The girl with the bat went full throttle against her opponents. The guy said that Ji-hee was very strong and that the protagonist shouldn't mess with her. Ji-hee was swinging the bat in all directions. She shouted to the SU hen girl to relax. So-hyun's girlfriend was very excited. She cheered herself up by saying that she could handle it. Ji-hee attacked the girl Soo-hee with her bat with a great run and swing. After that, Ji-hee was surprised to see that her opponent was able to repel the attack. Ji-hee was surprised as the girl was able to repel the attack with fire. Soo-hee said angrily to her rival that she was underestimating her. Ji-hee stood and held the bat in her hands. She was preparing for an attack from her rival. Soo-hee was running at full speed. She yelled for Ji-hee even she didn't think it would be easy. Ji-hee watched as her rival ran at her at full speed. She thought it would be easier if Soo-hee recognized everything right away. Ji-hee then crouched down and got ready to jump. She thought that her rival was very stubborn. Ji-hee thought to herself that effort alone might not be enough. At this time, the running Soo-hee looked at her rival with fear. It quickly became apparent that the bat Ji-hee was holding was very large. After that, Ji-hee angrily asked the girl, "Can Soo-hee burn such a huge bat?" The protagonist watched the girls fight. He thought to himself fearfully that he should be careful with Ji-hee. The guy reported that there was a Jun-pee sitting on the steps, who is Detective Han's younger brother. At the end, the guy said there was someone else he wanted to introduce to the main character. The guy pointed to a girl with yellow hair and said her name was Hai-Su-nuna. Hai-Su-nuna is a very quiet girl, so no one knows what's on her mind. The guy added that the Chi-Su girl knows how to say hello, so the protagonist can feel free to do so. After that, the main character got really scared. He saw a girl named Jahul who was angry. Ji-hee girl asked very angrily what happened to Jun-pee and why did he stand up there. The protagonist overhears a guy named Junpeo talking to a girl named Ji-hee in a very angry manner. Soo-hen ended up having to grab Ji-hee's girlfriend and hold her down to calm down. In the science lab at the time, there was a professor and a man sitting at the console. The man was silent. He felt guilty for not being able to guide Kaye and the protagonist. The professor shouted angrily to the man that he could not be trusted. He was sent to bring the woman and the boy here. The man tried to justify himself. He explained that Kaye couldn't return because the portal was closed. The professor angrily told the man that he didn't need people like that who couldn't follow a simple order. The man stood and silently listened to the insult from the professor. He was silent. He was silent. At which time the man heard a very loud noise from the side. He turned to the side. The man saw the protagonist's sister sitting in the cell looking at him. The girl saw the man looking at her and showed him a finger in response. The man thought to himself that the girl even had the same expression as her brother. At that time, the woman was in the training range. She was learning how to hit targets. Suddenly, the woman noticed that her gun was completely out of ammunition. Hee-soo heard a dry click in the gun. That was the end of her training. The woman realized there was no more ammunition left to shoot at all. Hai-Su-nuna thought very sadly to herself that it was all over for her for today. On a clear and fine day, a man was walking with a woman through the city streets with a cup of coffee. The man said cheerfully that there was good weather all around. He walked to the front. The man said it was getting colder and winter was coming. He asked the woman if the guy was still in the basement. Hai-Su-nuna remembered the computer guy and said he didn't want to go out in the sunlight. The man smiled to himself because of the guy's hatred of daylight. The woman told her interlocutor that the man's coffee was shaking. The man hesitated. He didn't answer anything to the woman and just stood silent. The woman thought surprised to herself that she didn't see any reaction from the man. A man was drinking coffee and heard Hai-Su-nuna telling some old woman that you can't sell on the street. The old woman excitedly replied to the woman that she had been trading here for 5 years. Chi-Su replied that it was all illegal. The old woman then grabbed the woman by the arm and asked her to turn a blind eye to the offense. Hai-Su replied that she could not. The old woman began to gather herself. She didn't like the way the woman was treating the old man. The man and the woman watched the old woman gradually moving away from them for a long time. The man gently told the woman that she could have allowed the old woman to stay. He replied that the law was the law. Then the man noticed calmly that the woman was cold as ice. He asked her how the children were. The woman hesitated. She was not at all pleased to hear such a question from her interlocutor. After that, he replied to the man that her children seemed to be fine. The woman stared long and intently into the coffee in her cup. She wanted to distract herself from her thoughts. At this time in the training room, girl Ji-hee continued to fight against the protagonist. Ji-hee looked at her Do-yun carefully. She fought against him with a battle stick. The protagonist watched fearfully as the launched battle stick flew at him. After that, Ji-hee easily sagged down and prepared to attack her opponent further. The guy managed to dodge to the side in time to defend himself from the battle stick. Without wasting a moment, the Ji-hee girl accelerated and ran at full speed towards Do-yun. The protagonist was scared. He realized he might not be able to defend himself against the girl's attack. Ji-hee was running towards the main character. The guy felt like he couldn't move. After that, the girl punched the guy in the face with her fist anyway. He only managed to squeeze his eyes shut. The guy felt that the blow did not reach the target. He very carefully and slowly opened his eyes. The protagonist noticed that the girl Ji-hee took her hand away from him. Ji-hee girl grabbed the battle stick with a very quick and dexterous movement. The guy was startled and jerked to the side. Ji-hee girl looked at the protagonist with a very cute and calm gaze. The Ji-hee girl waved her stick next to the protagonist at great speed. After that, the girl, waving a stick, cheerfully asked the guy, "Doesn't he do his exercises in the morning?" Do-yun was a little scared. The girl shouted that the guy had poor stamina and a stiff body. In a fight, he would be killed right away. The protagonist was angry at such words. He decided to activate his powers. Do-yun angrily called his rival a contagion and rushed to attack her. The girl was completely calm. The lad made attempts to attack his rival. She dodged with agility and at great speed. Once again, the protagonist swung to hit his rival and she ducked. After that, the Ji-hee girl suddenly appeared behind the protagonist and hit him with a stick. After a strong blow from the back from the girl, Do-yun fell to the floor. Do-yun lay exhausted on the floor. He could no longer get up. He had no strength. Ji-hee girl told the recumbent protagonist that he would have to get used to it and as soon as possible. The girl held a stick on her shoulder and sternly told the guy that they weren't fighting ordinary people. The protagonist lay exhausted on the floor. He didn't have the strength to object to the girl in any way. Suddenly, girl Ji-hee heard some noise from above. She raised her head. Ji-hee noticed Lin Yu's boyfriend standing by the window with his girlfriend Soo-hee. Ji-hee asked the girl excitedly if she had seen how the main character had just been beaten. Soo-hee said excitedly that Do-yun is simply a rookie. Late at night, the protagonist was walking home after practice through the deserted streets. Do-yun was exhausted from the past training session. He walked leisurely in the direction of the house. From behind the main character, a girl named Ji-hye was walking leisurely down the street. The annoyed guy stopped at the streetlight. He didn't like the girl following him. The guy asked the girl very angrily why she followed him. Ji-hee replied to the main character that they live in the same direction. After that, Ji-hee pounced on the guy from behind and said he called an innocent girl a stalker. Do-yun replied that the girl has strength like a superhero. The protagonist shouted angrily at the girl to get off him. Suddenly, the girl saw an acquaintance named Soo-yun nearby and started calling her loudly. The boy demanded that Ji-hye get off him. Ji-hye said her best friend Soo-yun was standing nearby. She called out to her again. Soo-yun stood near the crosswalk and didn't react. Ji-hee called out to her acquaintance once more. The protagonist, standing with his girlfriend, was slightly surprised and flustered. Do-yun said cheerfully to the girl that he thought they were friends together with Soo-yun. Ji-hee replied to the guy that there was something wrong with her girlfriend. The protagonist and his girlfriend waited for the green light. After that, Do-yun and the girl quickly ran across the crosswalk to the opposite side of the street. Ji-hye's girlfriend really wondered where her friend had gone. The main character said that she might have been mistaken. After thinking for a while, the protagonist slyly said that maybe Ji-hye wasn't mistaken. The Ji-hee girl looked down carefully and said her girlfriend dropped something. The girl noticed a keychain lying on the sidewalk that could have belonged to her girlfriend. Ji-hee held the keychain in her hands and said excitedly that it belonged to Soo-yun. After that, Ji-hee suggested that the guy go and return the keychain. Soo-yun lived not far from here. Do-yun thought there was something wrong. The protagonist thought about the missing girl Soo-yun and realized it was all very suspicious. Ji-hee's girlfriend then walked up to the guy and grabbed his arm. Ji-hee with a cute expression on her face. She told the guy that he wouldn't let the little and innocent girl walk alone at night. The girl smiled as calmly and sweetly as possible at the protagonist. Do-yun felt bad. He didn't want to go together with Ji-hee right now. After a short pause, the protagonist said that he agrees to go along with his girlfriend now, but he has a bad premonition. One day at school, Ji-hye found her friend Soo-yun. Ji-hee shouted and called out to her acquaintance Soo-yun, standing beside her with great excitement. Soo-yun was exhausted, lying asleep on her desk. Her friend shouted to her that she had to get up because it was time to eat. After a long pause, Soo-yun barely lifted herself above the desk. She asked grudgingly, "Is it really time already?" Ji-hye decided to sit and chat with her friend Soo-yun. Ji-hye asked a friend what's wrong with her lately. Soo-yun sleeps all the time and is in the clouds in class. Soo-yun told her friend exhaustedly that it was because she had signed up for another class. Ji-hee was very surprised. She asked her friend, did she sign up for another class? After that, Ji-hee asked excitedly to her girlfriend, is that one going to study to death? A little excited, Ji-Hai asked her friend Soo-Yoon to let her copy her Korean history homework. Soo-Yoon was surprised at her friend's request that she was asking her to cheat for the umpteenth time. Ji-Hee said that she only needed one more time to cheat. Soo-Yoon told her girlfriend that her homework is now in her bag. Ji-Hee got very excited. Soo-Yoon took out some notebooks from her bag. One of them really interested her friend. Ji-Hai picked up a notebook that had a space theme. She was surprised and asked Soo-Yoon, "Does this notebook belong to her?" The Soo-Yoon girl was very unpleasantly surprised that girlfriend had taken her notebook. Ji-Hee told her friend that she thought she only liked notebooks in pastel colors. Suddenly, Soo-Yoon snatched the notebook from her girlfriend's hands very abruptly and said that it was all nonsense. Ji-Hee looked at her friend in surprise. She said, "A notebook is still a notebook, no matter what it has on the cover." After that, Soo-Yoon put her notebook under her desk. She asked her friend, "How is her schooling going?" Ji-Hee smiled at her friend and said that she is the best in the center, no one can overtake her. Ji-Hai told her friend to be careful or she'd hurt herself again. Ji-Hai told her not to worry about her. The main character and his girlfriend, Ji-Hai, came to the house where their girlfriend Soo-Yoon lived in the evening. Ji-Hee said excitedly that they had come. The protagonist thought to himself that the building was very big. The guests went to the intercom. They wanted to call the apartment where Soo-Young lived. Suddenly, there was a very strong explosion in the building. The shockwave blew out the windows. Ji-Hai's girlfriend got really scared because of the explosion. She realized that something might have happened to her girlfriend. The protagonist was scared too. He realized his worst suspicions had come true. Ji-Hai's girlfriend was very scared because of the explosion. She decided to rush to her friend's aid. Ji-Hee started banging on the front door of the house with all her might. She called her girlfriend's name. An agitated Ji-Hee saw that no one was answering. She frightenedly demanded that Soo-Yoon open the door. Suddenly, the door of the building opened and a very frightened woman ran out. The shocked woman fell to the ground. The guy and the girl were very surprised. Girl Ji-Hee, a little coming to her senses, asked the woman what happened and what happened to Soo-Yoon. The shocked woman repeated the Soo-Yoon girl's name and said something about her room. Ji-Hee was very much displeased. She wanted to tell the woman that she didn't understand what she was saying. The main character came over and pulled the girl aside. He wanted to talk to the woman himself. The guy walked up to the woman and touched her with his hand. He wanted to talk to her. After that, the protagonist looked into the woman's eyes with great attention. Do-Yoon noticed the woman's gaze swam a little. He activated his skills. An exhausted woman nearly collapsed. The protagonist was able to support her. A very surprised Ji-Hee asked the guy, how on earth did the guy manage to find out? The main character told his girlfriend that there was an explosion in Soo-Yoon's room. He was still holding the woman in his arms. The guy said it looked like someone came in. He didn't get a good look. Ji-Hee's girlfriend told her boyfriend to stay outside and she would go look. Do-Yoon replied to her girlfriend that it was all dangerous. Ji-Hee tells the guy that he can't do much to help, so just let him sit outside. The main character saw a keychain belonging to Soo-Yoon on her backpack. Do-Yoon looked carefully at the keychain lying there. He decided to take it for himself. At this time, the girl went up into the building. There was smoke and soot all around. The girl went into the apartment where her girlfriend lived. There were blast marks all around. Ji-Hai walked through the apartment, furniture crunching under her feet. Looking around, the girl grudgingly noted around her that the place was a complete mess. Ji-Hee heard a suspicious rustling to the side. She thought she could only attack stealthily. The girl ran toward the stairs. She could hear the noise coming from somewhere above. The schoolgirl climbed the stairs very slowly and carefully. The upper floor showed signs of destruction. Ji-Hee walked up slowly, treading her feet carefully on the steps. She was very cautious. The girl looked carefully at the floor. There was wall debris lying on the floor all around. Ji-Hee walked very slowly across the floor. She thought she couldn't feel anyone. After which the girl peered carefully through the broken doorway. Ji-Hai walked into the room. She saw her friend Soo-Young sitting at the table as if nothing had happened. The girl went up to her friend and said cheerfully that she was very pleased that the latter was all right. The happy girlfriend suggested that Soo-Yoon get out of the building as soon as possible because it was dangerous. The Soo-Yoon girl sat at the table without any emotion and looked in front of her. After a short pause, Soo-Yoon turned her head and looked at Ji-Hee. Ji-Hai's girlfriend got really scared. She realized that her girlfriend was not sitting in front of her. There was a big explosion at the top of the building. The main character was outside at the time. Do-yoon was very much frightened and agitated because of the repeated explosion. The guy was holding a keychain. He figured he didn't know how many enemies were in the building, but Ji-hee was certainly outnumbered. After the strongest blow, the girl Ji-hee flew back to the wall and stood there unconscious. Ji-hee stood with her back against the wall. A small crackling sound could be heard around her. The exhausted girl thought to herself that she had seen her girlfriend's doppelganger. The Soo-yoon girl stood and stared at her girlfriend with an unseeing gaze. Ji-hee looked closely and immediately realized that her friend was standing in front of her, but there was something wrong with her. At that time, the building began to shake very violently. The walls began to crack and windows and doors began to fall out. Ji-hee noticed that because of the shaking, something started falling on her and needed to be rescued. At the very last moment, Ji-hee managed to bounce to the side so she wouldn't get caught. Ji-hee angrily and excitedly told her girlfriend to calm down. At this time, the girl noticed broken glass sprinkled on the ground from above in front of her. Soo-yoon stood in the middle of the room. Rocks and shards were flying around her. After that, Ji-hee realized she had to defend herself. She decided to use the fallen door to do so. Ji-hee protected herself with the door as the shards flew at her. She realized that someone was controlling Soo-yoon's mind. Ji-hee thought to herself that she couldn't sense anyone else's presence. She was still holding the door in front of her. Then the girl felt someone approaching. Ji-hee turned her head to the side and saw the main character walking towards her. The guy was very surprised by everything that was going on. He froze in place and didn't say a word. The LDIE girl looked at the guy and shouted excitedly, "So why is he here?" At that time, Soo-yoon's girlfriend turned her head to the side. She saw the main character. There was a very strong and bright explosion at the place where the Soo-yoon girl was standing. The main character shouted loudly to his girlfriend Ji-hee to run away. Ji-hee realized that she couldn't waste time. She accelerated and started to run away. There was a deafening explosion in the room that blinded the protagonist. Do-yoon fearfully covered himself with his hands to avoid being caught in the explosion. After a brief pause, the protagonist opened his eyes and looked around. The protagonist saw Ji-hee's girlfriend being slammed against the wall with all the force of the blows. The frightened girl asked the boy, why did he come, since she told him not to go. The main character was very excited. He was scared after everything that happened. Do-yoon told the scared girl that he was simply worried. Ji-hee was surprised because the guy was worried about her. The girl was standing near a wall with cracks running down it. She held her up. The guy asked the girl what happened to her friend Soo-yoon. Ji-hee replied that she didn't know about her friend's fate. Ji-hee said that everything that was happening was unrelated to the Librium. She didn't sense anyone outside. If someone wanted to kill Soo-yoon, the girl would be dead by now. The guy excitedly asked what happened to the girl, Soo-yoon. Ji-hee replied that she is trying to think for now. Ji-hee remembered that the Soo-yoon girl had psychometric abilities, but everything looked like she was using them unwillingly. Ji-hee was very excited. She was thinking about everything that was going on to the utmost. Suddenly, the girl was struck by a hunch. The guy asked, what did she think of? The girl reminded her friend that special conditions were needed to use psychometric abilities. Do-yoon remembered that a person could recognize another self in a portal. Suddenly, the protagonist got very excited and remembered to himself about the portal. The guy asked the girl, is it really all for the portal? Ji-hee replied that it is exactly like that. Ji-hee said that if a person has spent a lot of time near the portal, it's possible. Do-yoon asked the girl, where is the portal? Ji-hee told the guy that if she knew the location of the portal, there wouldn't be a problem. The girl was still standing against the wall. She was struggling to keep it from collapsing. The guy shouted to his girlfriend to think quickly. He reminded her that Soo-yoon and Ji were close friends. Ji, he asked excitedly, how could all this be related to the portal? It wasn't like she was spending 24 hours a day with Soo-yoon. After that, the girl yelled at the guy to stop yelling at her. Do-yoon sat on the floor. Suddenly, the boy was struck by a hunch. He thought about the girl's words about 24 hours a day. The main character started digging in his pockets. He wanted to find the keychain that Soo-young was carrying. The guy took out a keychain from his pocket. It was the one Soo-yoon girl had never parted with. The protagonist looked at the keychain carefully. Various visions appeared in front of him. In his visions, the protagonist saw a Soo-yoon girl sitting at a desk at school. Sometimes Soo-yoon would open her space notebook and look something up in it. The main character saw the girl Soo-yun socializing with her classmates. The Soo-yun girl was looking at something regularly and very carefully in her space notebook. It was the notebook that had something very important to do with Soo-yun. Schoolgirl Ji-hye abruptly and unexpectedly realized that it's all about the space notebook. After that, Ji-hee turned her head to the main character and shouted to him about the notebook. Do-yun saw to himself a black notebook with space stars in it. He was still holding Soo-yun's keychain. Ji-hee girl thought to herself after the words about space from the main character. The girl once again remembered holding the space notebook in her hands. There was a very loud cracking sound in the walls. They started to crack and fall apart. There are massive cracks all over the building. It's starting to collapse. Huge rocks started falling from the ceiling and onto the floor in various places. The main character and his girlfriend were lying on the floor. They heard someone's cautious footsteps. Ji-hye was lying under a pile of rocks, unable to get up. The protagonist was lying on the floor under the rocks. He barely heard someone walk up to him. There was a Soo-yun girl standing nearby. She stood attentively looking at the lying girlfriend and the protagonist. Ji-hee girl came to her senses a little. She shouted and called out her girlfriend by name. The protagonist wanted to get up, but he had no strength in his hands. He was still holding the keychain. At this time, the girl Soo-yun very clearly remembered that the notebook was lying on the table. Soo-yun then clearly saw her space notebook lying on the table. Soo-yun girl came close to her friend Ji-hee, who was still lying under the rubble. Ji-hye wanted to get out of the rubble, but she couldn't. Ji-hee girl looked over and saw that the main character was still holding the keychain in his hand. The girl shouted to the guy to hurry up and throw her the keychain. The protagonist did not understand right away. Do-yun asked her girlfriend what she wanted. Ji-hee yelled at the guy to drop the keychain. The protagonist tried to stick out a little and free himself from the rubble. Do-yun swung the keychain with all his might and launched it in the direction of the lying Ji-hee. The excited girl reached out her hand to grab the keychain at once. Ji-hee was able to pick up the keychain flying at her with a precise movement. The main character got excited. He watched carefully to see what the girlfriend would do with the keychain. At this time, a huge red obstacle appeared near the Soo-yun girl's leg. Ji-hee was able to use her skills to enlarge the keychain to a huge size. After that, Ji-hee girl felt much more confident. She got to her feet. The Soo-yun girl turned to the side and looked at her girlfriend carefully. Soo-yun noticed that her friend Ji-hee was able to get out of the rubble safely. The main character was still lying on the floor. Soo-yun looked at her girlfriend standing not far from her with a large keychain. She realized it was dangerous. Ji-hee looked at her friend carefully. She prepared to attack her. After that, Ji-hee raised the keychain in front of him and prepared to use it to attack. The protagonist noticed the girl Ji-hee accelerated out of her seat and ran against her girlfriend. Do-yun heard the sound of a very strong punch after Ji-hee struck her opponent. The protagonist was very much startled and surprised. He was still lying under the rubble. Ji-hee girl stood holding a huge keychain in her hands. She glared menacingly at her defeated rival. The main character told Ji-hye that the unconscious girl Soo-yun was her friend. At that time, an old woman, who had earlier been greeted by a Chi-Soo woman, was walking past the building in the night street. The old woman was walking slowly and in no hurry. She was thinking about something of her own. Suddenly, the old woman said to herself that she had not succeeded in what she wanted. The old woman was walking and rolling her bag with her. She did not understand how she would explain everything. After all that happened, the protagonist and his girlfriend came to the training center. They showed the burned notebook to a man. The man wasn't happy. He asked the guy and the girl, did they burn everything to the ground? The main character was silent. Ji-hee's girlfriend confirmed that they burned everything and apologized. The man sitting at the table grudgingly said that they wouldn't find any clues in the ashes. Ji-hee girl wanted to get excited about the fate of her girlfriend, Soo-yun. The man said the girl was taken to the hospital. She'll be treated there. She only has bruises. Ji-hee's girlfriend got really excited because her girlfriend was doing well. The man turned around and told the school children to go and rest. The guy and the girl left and slammed the door. The man was thinking about something of his own. Then the man abruptly picked up a pen and started writing something on a piece of paper. The man was thinking about something unhappily to himself. He was brooding and cursing. After a brief pause, the pen froze in the man's hands. He called someone an old mutt. The protagonist and his girlfriend walked together in silence through the corridors of the center. Do-yun was walking along with his girlfriend. They were silent. Neither of them wanted to be the first to start a conversation. Suddenly, the guy and the girl both turned to each other at the same time. The protagonist looked at his girlfriend in surprise and said she could speak first. Ji-hee told the guy a little shyly that she was the reason he was in a jam. The girl modestly apologized to the schoolboy. The guy looked at her and remained silent. After a brief pause, the protagonist told his girlfriend not to worry, as it wasn't her fault. Ji-hee asked the schoolboy what did he want to ask her. The protagonist reminded his girlfriend that she had said earlier that being near a portal for a long time affects a person. Do-Yun said that everyone who was near the portal could get symptoms like Su-Yun's. He added that something else could happen. The intrigued Ji-hee asked the guy, what else could happen? Do-Yun stood there and remained silent. The protagonist asked slowly, can someone gain abilities without seeing themselves from another world? Ji-hee girl thought deeply about the words she heard from the main character. After a short pause, the girl replied that she had never heard of such a thing. The guy suspiciously told his girlfriend that she looked like she'd heard. Ji-hee confirmed that she didn't know anything about anything. The schoolgirl said in an important voice that the portal was a very dangerous place. Su-Yun had been around it for a very long time. The girl told the guy that he had no idea of the consequences that could arise when it came to the other world. The guy asked the girlfriend if that's why she burned everything down. The girl confirmed the guy's words. The protagonist thought. He analyzed and rethought the words from the girl for a long time. Do-Yun asked excitedly to the girl, was the Su-Yun girl's notebook a portal? The guy asked his girlfriend, is it really possible to enter the parallel world of Librium through any portal? Ji-hee explained that some portals allow access to other measures and some don't. The portal could more accurately be called a link between the two worlds. The protagonist replied surprised that this is the first time he's heard this. Ji-hee shouted that it's all dangerous. The schoolgirl said they have no idea what's hiding in the Librium. From there, other creatures could come through and become a threat to Earthlings. The girl told the guy that she had to stop by and they could see each other later. Do-Yun said goodbye to the girlfriend. The protagonist thought about the portal between worlds for a long time. It was late at night when the protagonist returned to his apartment. As soon as the protagonist entered the apartment, he was greeted by a Kaye woman. She asked the guy, why did he come so late? Do-Yun told the woman that if she was curious, then why didn't she run away like last time? Kaye looked at the protagonist and said it was dark outside and she could get lost. The woman questioned the schoolboy about why he was late and why he had abrasions on his arms. The protagonist put his hands behind his back and told the woman he had something to tell her. The woman told the guy he was clumsy and to get in the shower and go to bed. The main character approached the woman and said he wanted to ask her something. Kaye asked the guy what he wanted to know. The protagonist asked the woman, what did she see in the portal? Was it her double? The guy asked the woman if she killed her doppelganger. Kaye didn't say anything. The woman asked the guy, why so many questions? Do-Yun demanded that the woman answer quickly. Kaye told the guy that she killed her doppelganger with her own hands. The woman looked like her, only older. The woman suspiciously asked the guy if there was a problem with that. Afterward, the protagonist came to the meeting. He sadly told his interlocutor that he had not seen. The interlocutor looked attentively and perplexedly at the schoolboy who had passed to him. The protagonist once again very sadly repeated to his interlocutor that he had seen no one, at which time the old woman walked through the night city and came to the right building. Then the old woman went up to the right floor and went behind the door, where she was already expected. An elderly woman threw off her Panama and said she was not up to the task. After that, the old woman flopped down on the couch. There was a long silence in the room. A man standing near the window told the older woman that she had done her best anyway. The man picked up the glass of drink and said thoughtfully, Han Ki-jun is an interesting personality. The man looked at the picture of the girl standing next to him and said that it would be good if Han Ki-jun understood his warnings.
Kaye stared at her master questioningly, stomping her foot impatiently. She couldn't wait to find out what Do-Yun had seen in the portal. But the young man stubbornly stood his ground. He looked her straight in the eye and said that he had seen nothing there. The boy's emotion seemed genuine. Kaye asked if he was joking just in case. The host was starting to get angry. The girl said thoughtfully that it manifests differently in everyone, but usually people see something, or at least feel something when they visit a portal. Do-Yun didn't answer anything. He looked a little confused. The guy had to admit that Kaye was right. He raised his head reluctantly and began to tell me. It wasn't very pleasant to spill my guts to someone I didn't know. That's how Kaye learned that the young man, along with his twin sister Do-hee, grew up in their grandfather's family. They spent most of their time playing cards. At that moment, they were also playing a child's deck of cards with berries on them. Yoon drew a card with 3 strawberries on it. Do-hee's highest card was only 2 strawberries. Without thinking long, the guy quickly pressed the call, ending the round. The girl clutched her head, pulling it up. She was almost sobbing. With the help of that card, she would definitely win. Do-Yoon teased her sister, she thought slowly. Do-hee looked angrily at the guy and demanded to be given a chance to win back. He grudgingly agreed to play one last time. Do-Yoon continued his story. He remembered that in the spacious room where he and his sister used to play, there was an antique mirror with a wooden frame. The young man admitted that as a child he did not pay much attention to it. Now it seems to him that the mirror served as a portal to other worlds. When asked by Kaye why he felt that way, Do-Yoon remembered his confused face as a child. He didn't see himself in that mirror. Moreover, for a long time, the boy did not even suspect that it was a mirror. He just thought it was part of the interior of the room. Do-hee really wanted to get even. She grudgingly asked her brother what he was so interested in, because they were going to play. Suddenly, the girl saw her reflection in the mirror. She angrily asked Do-Yoon why he didn't tell her that her hair was messed up. Do-hee began to fix her hair. At that moment, the young man began to suspect that this object did not serve as a mirror for everyone. Do-Yoon sadly admitted to Kaye that this had only happened once in his life. After that, he never experienced anything strange again. The girl listened to him with her mouth hanging open. After the boy finished his story, she bewilderedly admitted that the twins were definitely strange. Kaye said that they should find the portal as soon as possible. At the mention of a portal, Do-Yoon was startled. It was as if he had only just remembered what had happened. All the while, the boy and the girl were walking leisurely down the street and talking. Kaye was silent for a while after his story. After crossing to the other side of the street, Do-Yoon walked to the wall of the building and leaned his hand against it tiredly. He was tired of arguing with his companion. Kaye was getting angrier and angrier. It was all very simple for her. All she had to do was find whoever had given the girl the portal. The young man closed his eyes. He knew in his heart that his companion was right, but her aggression was starting to get on his nerves. Kaye shrugged perplexedly. She said dismissively that the Earthlings had at least some useless ability. She managed to piss the guy off. He shouted angrily that they didn't have time to talk. The girl turned away smugly. With a shake of his hands, Do-Yoon admitted that he couldn't read anything. After buying that notebook, Ji-hyo's friend hadn't come here. Kaye straightened to her full height and fixed the hair on the back of her neck. She said that if that was the case, she'd have to search on foot. The best thing to do would be to check out the antique mirror in the game room. Unfortunately, that's no longer possible. Tying up her hair with a hairband, Kaye assumed that that notebook had fallen into the vendor's hands quite by accident. Do-Yoon came in confused. The girl said that there was no need to worry so much. They would definitely come out on the trail. They walked slowly down the sidewalk. Kaye told me that there were very few portals like the notebook. They were mostly in one place. As she rounded the corner, she told me that mobile portals tend to become unstable when they change location. Do-Yoon stopped in surprise and sat down on the sidewalk. He admitted that he had never encountered this, and this was the first time he had heard of moving portals. Kaye squinted her eyes disdainfully. She stated that you wouldn't expect anything else from an Earthling. They were very slow. She promised to find out something. In the meantime, Leo was going around the lab, watching the samples. In one of the transparent parallel pipets, standing upright, was a dark-haired prisoner. She was lying on her side with her back turned. The young man came close to the transparent cell and said hello to the prisoner. The girl pretended to be asleep and did not hear him. Leo grudgingly stated, "You don't have to pretend. He couldn't be outsmarted. It was obvious she was awake." Do-hee didn't even move. The young man achidically stated that the twins were behaving similarly. Suddenly, the girl's body twitched. She immediately stood up and angrily wailed that no one dare compare twins. Their behavior is completely different. Such a violent reaction took the assistant by surprise. His eyes widened in surprise, and he couldn't say a word for several minutes. Pulling himself together, the man made a pathetic attempt at a smile and said he had to take it back. She was worse than her brother. That made Do-hee even angrier. If it weren't for the solid walls of the cell, she would have snapped the guy's neck with her bare hands. Leo suggested that the only reason the girl put up with all their ordeals was because the captive didn't have her, without saying what he meant. Do-hee questioned indignantly and demanded to know what he was implying. She was tired of guessing riddles. The young man kept laughing at the prisoner. Do-hee angrily knocked on the icy transparent wall, saying that he could have explained everything at once. As she was about to hit the wall once again to break it, Leo put his heel to it. To the girl's surprise, his hand did not freeze to the wall. Moreover, the icy surface hissed, as if it had been warmed up quickly. The boy squeezed his head through the opening. He realized from the girl's reaction that she was not capable of such a thing. This startled Do-hee so much that the girl forgot everything and lowered her arms. She staggered backward and fell on her heel. The captive could not believe her eyes. After all, every schoolboy knows that such thick ice cannot be melted in a second. Leo was satisfied with the impression he had made. He realized that Do-yoon kept his skill a secret and didn't show anything to his sister. This girl seemed most ordinary. The young man said contemptuously that he didn't understand the professor. He was obsessed with those twins. Leo stared at his prisoner. He hoped the girl would talk and tell him why they were so important to science. Do-hee angrily shouted that she couldn't know his professor's intentions and demanded that the ice be moved away from her. Leo stated that Do-hee would just pray that her brother would be caught soon. Then she might be released. The girl's face reflected mixed feelings. She was very scared for herself and Do-yoon. Anger proved to be stronger. Do-hee made an insulting gesture with both hands. The young man looked thoughtfully at his captive. He realized that Do-hee loved her brother. Suddenly she screamed that she would rather die than let Do-yoon see her like this. Leo looked at the girl perplexed. He thought she was joking or had said it because she was being aggressive. The prisoner squealed that she would have time to escape from the lab while her brother was caught through the streets of the city. The young man turned his back to her contemptuously. He would be interested to see how the girl would manage to make her escape. The lab door closed. Leo left without another word. Do-hee stared at him for a few seconds. She was getting angrier and angrier, but now the captive was already angry with herself. After the demonstration, she realized she couldn't beat this guy. Do-hee angrily shouted into the void that she wanted to know how much longer she was going to be held in the cell. The next day, Do-yoon went to school. After all the events, he was a little worried about his sister and felt like he was in a fog. During the big break, he went to the restroom. Usually no one came in here, so he could think things over in peace. As soon as he started washing his hands, he felt someone standing next to him. It was strange. A second ago, he'd been the only one in the room. It turned out to be his friend. Yoo-sun gave Do-yoon a familiar push with his shoulder, and snidely said that he had seen him with a girl yesterday. The young man immediately realized that he meant Kaye. He couldn't believe that anyone else could have seen the strange visitor. Trying to buy time, Do-yoon made a perplexed face and asked what time it was. Yoo-sun laughed. He admitted that he didn't know that girl, but she looked just beautiful. He was lucky to have her. Do-yoon slowly raised his head. He stated that it was not like that at all. He and that girl were not romantically involved. Yoo-sun laughed in relief. He was glad that things were not as they seemed. If they were a couple, the other girl's heart would have ended up broken. Do-yoon demanded to elaborate on which girl he was referring to. Yoo-sun was covered in sweat. Do-yoon looked at the other person demandingly. The young man wasn't even glad he had started the conversation and cursed himself for his long tongue. Yoo-sun felt a lump forming in his throat. Swallowing it convulsively, the guy asked not to pay attention to his retort. Do-yoon turned purple with anger. He stood silently and looked at his friend. The water slowly dripped off his wet hands onto the floor. The young man began to push Yoo-sun out of the restroom, slapping him convincingly on the back. He shrieked in pain. Passing by the doorway, Yoo-sun suddenly noticed that they were not alone here. He hesitated for a few seconds. Do-yoon approached him and impatiently asked him what was wrong. He now realized why he was frozen in the doorway. So-hyun stood at the door and waited for them to come out of the restroom. Her blue eyes seemed a little sad today. When Do-yoon came a little closer, the girl stated that she would like to talk to him. The young man was a little surprised. At the same time, Detective Han was sitting in a small room of the lab, glumly examining a sample. In the transparent cylinder was a small, bluish crystal. It was said to be part of the Librium. Detective Han leaned toward the crystal, peering into it and examining his disgruntled face displayed in the stone. Young Sik walked into the office. He stated authoritatively that the crystal's matter was 76% the same as the portal. The young man now understood why Yoo-sung was so drawn to this artifact. He was uncomfortable being around the crystal. Detective Han stared silently at the flask with the artifact. He realized that the crystal was almost identical in content to the portal for a reason. Guy interrupted the man's musings. He assumed that the pharmacological company Arium was secretly working on something. The detective frowned at his interlocutor. He rose from the table to his full height, shoving his hand into his pocket. Young Sik looked at the detective expectantly. The man recognized that his train of thought was correct. At the same time, the guy's thinking is only half right. Detective Han touched the container with the crystal. The artifact responded immediately, vibrating faintly. The man asked the boy to scrutinize this crystal in a way as if he were exploring a portal. Young Sik indignantly shouted after him that they couldn't investigate the crystal as a portal, because it was unknown what it really was. The detective paused in the doorway and turned to the young man. He said that even a strong resemblance requires assumptions. Young Sik dejectedly bowed his head. He didn't feel like doing this. The man patted the boy's shoulder encouragingly. The young man froze in place. He realized it was useless to argue. Detective Han turned and walked toward the door. The lab technician gave him a glance. Young-sik stood in one place like a spellbound man and only started to move when the man disappeared behind the door. Do-yoon and Soo-hyun chatted leisurely while walking down the school corridor. They walked up the stairs to the second floor. The student was still hesitant to ask her question. Finally, she quietly asked her interlocutor what was wrong with the girl with hair as red as fire. Do-yoon looked at his girlfriend apprehensively. He admitted that Kaye was still living with him in the apartment. Soo-hyun gasped in surprise. She hadn't expected to hear such a response. The girl was firmly convinced that the stranger had already left. Kaye's constant presence at her friend's house depressed Soo-hyun. She bowed her head dejectedly, her eyes becoming sad again. The girl didn't give up hope of getting rid of her rival. She assumed that Do-yoon should inform the detective. The young man was horrified. He exclaimed in surprise that he didn't understand why it had occurred to her. Han didn't need to know about it. They stopped at one of the windows in the hallway. Soo-hyun asked why he thought it didn't matter at all. She stated that there was no need to hide it from the detective. Do-yoon stared at the woman he was talking to in astonishment. He couldn't understand what had gotten into her. Soo-hyun angrily stated that she was alarmed by her friend's reluctance to inform the detective. He was clearly just covering for it. She suggested that they go together to Detective Khan and tell him everything. She was sure the man would tell them what to do. Do-yoon didn't answer anything. He waited for the girl to speak out. Soo-hyun said that this might happen more than once. The young man squinted his eyes and stated that he was completely uninterested. Even if such a situation occurred in the future, it was not his problem. The student recoiled backwards in surprise. She couldn't believe that Do-yoon was so stubborn and couldn't see the obvious. The guy was adamant that he'd figure it out for himself. If the detective found out about it, it would only be when he decided to tell him himself. Do-yoon politely dismissed the girl. After apologizing for the lost time, he started to go downstairs. At this time, Leo stood at attention in front of his boss with his hands folded behind his back. He promised to do it right this time. The young man assured his interlocutor that he only needed 3 days. The man gritted his teeth and said he was giving him one last chance. He wanted Kim Do-yoon alive. The professor's assistant finally finished researching the mysterious crystal and decided to visit the prisoner in the lab. He walked over to the wall and put his fingertip to the rotary switch, pushing the mechanism into the wall a little. The young man had been here more than once, so he could turn the switch to the right position even with his eyes closed. The door opened obediently. The laboratory was flooded with bright sunlight. The laboratory assistant stopped on the threshold. Finding his captive with a glance, he quickly walked over to her and smirked, demanding that the girl stand up immediately. Do-hee pretended to sleep. She was tired of answering useless questions. Even the sunlight on her cheek didn't bother the prisoner much. The professor's assistant regarded this as an unwillingness to cooperate with him. He approached the girl and pulled both her hands toward him. Do-hee didn't realize it in time. In the next second, she was already wearing transparent handcuffs with a shade of lettuce on her wrists. The lab technician wasn't going to explain anything to her. He turned toward the circular corridor that led to the offices. The girl stood up, trying to free herself from the handcuffs. It didn't work. She looked angrily at her escort. After reaching the end of the small hallway, the assistant opened the door to the shower room and looked at Do-hee expressively. The lab technician demanded that the prisoner clean herself up in 10 minutes. They didn't have much time, so they'd better hurry. Trying once more to free herself from the handcuffs, Do-hee angrily asked if they couldn't be removed for a while at all. The lab technician didn't answer anything. The girl shouted angrily that she couldn't take a shower in handcuffs. The young man forcibly pushed the captive into the shower room despite the fact that she resisted. He recognized that the task was difficult but doable. The door slammed shut. Do-hee remained in the shower room. She frowned at her handcuffs. A robe hung from her left arm. There was no limit to the girl's anger. She cursed both her soulless escort and the people who had kidnapped her. The lab technician waited patiently outside the door. When the time was almost up, the door opened. A cloud of thick steam flew out of the shower room. In the same second, Do-hee threw her jumpsuit into his hands. The lab technician stared at him in surprise. A moment later, the prisoner herself appeared in the doorway. She stood in her pink robe, shivering with cold, and asked to go quickly. At that time, Leo was walking leisurely down the corridor. If the young men had not been quarreling on the way, they would have heard the clatter of boots from afar. Do-hee shouted angrily that she had demanded normal food for herself more than once. The lab technician replied, frowning, that it wasn't up to him. He exclaimed that the girl had been misbehaving lately. She squealed back that her behavior would be better without the handcuffs. Unhappily turning aside, the assistant was surprised to realize that Leo had been standing near them the whole time, listening to the altercation. Do-hee turned angrily to the man as well. Frowning, the girl angrily asked what he wanted here. Leo laughed back. The captive's wet hair and small, shiny eyes made her look like a wet rat. Do-hee couldn't believe that a man would allow himself to treat her so disrespectfully. Suddenly there was a crackling sound, and her hair was covered with a layer of ice. The lab technician stared at them both in amazement. He didn't know why Leo and the prisoner hated each other so much. Leo enjoyed it. He went away, humming his favorite song to himself, and said it was much better. The ice on Doohee's hair was slowly melting. The ice creaked as it came into contact with each other, which annoyed Doohee. She shouted angrily after Leo that she would deal with him as soon as she got out of here. The lab technician could barely keep her from chasing after the man. At that time, Do-yoon came from school. On the way, he stopped by the supermarket so that Kaye would have something to eat. The young man quickly cooked the meat. The young people sat at the table. The girl was happily eating one piece after another. She had an appetite. After waiting for a while, Do-yoon reluctantly admitted that he had wanted to talk to her about something for a long time. Kaye had just enough time to put another piece of meat in her mouth. After chewing it, the guest asked with interest what he wanted to know. The young man asked to know about the man she referred to as the professor. The question was unexpected, and Kaye's hand froze in the air. She smiled in surprise, pretending that nothing had happened. The girl said that there was nothing to tell. The professor was a professor. Do-yoon leaned forward slightly. Frowning, he stated that he would like to know about that man in more detail. Kaye snagged another piece of meat. The girl told me that the professor had once sheltered her and given her the meaning of life. After chewing her portion, the guest added that the professor meant a lot to her. In fact, he was like a father to her. The young man repeated her last words, bowing dejectedly. Sad memories of his family came to his mind. Kaye noticed the change in the boy's face. She took it personally and wondered what was wrong. Do-yoon confessed that he never got to see his father. The girl listened to him silently. She understood why the young man was behaving so strangely. The host stated with sadness in his voice that there was no man in his life that he could call his father. Glancing at the kitchen cabinet, Kaye recognized that the professor wasn't that kind. He just wants the research results. He constantly demands new data, and if they are not provided in time, a man can be violent to those around him. The girl reminded me of that guy Do-yoon had seen recently. He had clearly gotten a good beating from the professor. The young man said he was still jealous of her. Kaye can at least see her father's strengths and weaknesses. She laughed, offering to show her master what it meant to have a father in the house. Do-yoon stared at her in surprise. Kaye exclaimed for him to go do the dishes. Kaye shouted for him to go do the dishes. Yu soon took out his anger on the punching bag. He aggressively threw punch after punch like a mechanical robot. Concentrating all his strength in his fist for the final blow, the young man froze for a second. Despite his training, he was full of strength. His arms straightened like a spring. The punching bag swung even harder, and this time the blow was really powerful. Yu Sun only now felt a little tired. He hugged the pair, breathing heavily. The training had been a success. The young man kept thinking about the recent events. No one dares to tell him what to do. It's only his business. When he heard his name, Yu Sun's face immediately changed and he forgot what he was thinking. This ringing voice was hard to mistake for any other. He happily said hello to the girl. Soo-hyun wondered what he was even doing at the gym on the weekend. The young man said he wanted to stretch and asked why she was here by herself. Soo-hyun smiled, hesitating for a few seconds. She blurted out that she had something to tell Detective Han. It was very important. The young man looked at the girl in surprise. He asked if she was joking. Soo-hyun nonchalantly continued to smile. Yu-soon said that he would like to talk to her. But when the girl asked what was the matter, he looked rather strangely at the interlocutor and simply asked her to pass the water bottle. Soo-hyun bent over the floor in surprise and picked up the required item. Of course, there was absolutely no difficulty for her. Handing over the bottle of clear liquid, the girl suspected that Yu-sun was acting suspiciously. He was obviously hiding something. Do-yoon got angry at the world after talking to Soo-hyun and spent the rest of the evening in the shooting hall. The 3 targets lowered from the ceiling had long since turned into a sieve, but the young man kept shooting. He was the only one in the shooting gallery. Only the loud sounds of gunshots broke the silence. Do-yoon glanced at the fly with a frown. With each shot, his whole life flashed before him. He remembered his carefree childhood. He remembered his classmate Soo-hyun and the belligerent Kaye almost simultaneously. They had something in common. Then Do-yoon thought of his beloved sister Do-hee. That day, the girl came home covered in blood. Strange visions came to mind last. In them, the young man looked in the mirror, but could not see his face. The man fired non-stop until the gun ran out of ammunition. When he heard the dry clicks of a misfire, Do-yoon finally calmed down. He placed the gun on the dispensing table. The sounds of gunfire could still be heard in the noise-canceling headphones. The man leaned over the table, sighing heavily. He really didn't like this whole story. It was a good thing the girl had told him about Kaye. Do-yoon tiredly took off his shooting headphones. He managed to vent his aggression a little, but it still wasn't enough. Suddenly, the man heard Nuna's voice from behind. The girl confessed that she decided to try shooting after criticizing Ji Hyo. Do-yun turned around perplexed. He hadn't heard. Hisu Nuna had really come to learn shooting. The girl stood patiently behind him with her arms folded across her chest. She didn't seem to believe that she could learn to shoot. The young man smirked, leaning against the table. He stated that he now realized from whom Ji Hyo had learned to talk non-stop. Nuna moved closer to him and said that first you have to learn how to shoot. It all starts with the right stance. The girl handed the guy a gun and demanded that he demonstrate his skill. Do-yun looked at her in surprise. He put his headphones back on and reached for his gun, then assumed his usual stance and took aim. Nuna didn't like it. She slapped her companion on the back, demanding that he lean his body forward. Besides, the guy wasn't even holding the gun right. She demanded to keep her arms straight and unclenched the hand of her left hand. Stepping around the young man, she took a closer look and did the same with her right hand. Nuna said, "You mustn't forget that." From fatigue, the target doubled and swam before her eyes. The girl demanded to imagine that there was only one chance. She explained that unnecessary thoughts interfere with concentration. You have to stand perfectly still during the shot. Do-yun froze in place. The young man didn't understand how he couldn't think about anything. Different thoughts kept popping into his head. Now he remembered working out at the gym. Nuna was busy talking to someone on the phone. Memories of walking around the metropolis with Kaye came to mind. It had been raining that day, and they'd taken a long walk through the empty city. The girl herself liked to sit on the couch or mat for long periods of time, tucking her legs under her and hugging her knees with her arms. Taking aim, Do-yun used up the entire clip. To his surprise, half of the bullets missed the target, none hit the center. The young man stared at the target in amazement. He could not believe that he was shooting so badly. He had been following all the instructions correctly. Almost crying, Do-yun turned to Nuna and asked how this could have happened. The girl herself was looking at the target with a disdainful look. She turned to the gunman and said that the young man was now able to see for himself. Do-yun looked at her silently. Nuna explained that he was only shooting for the sake of shooting. You have to shoot as if it were your last shot in life. She took the gun from him and made a stand, extending her body to the right. The girl said she had to wait for the right moment. Despite the fact that Nuna was holding the gun with only one hand, the bullet hit the bullseye. The young man gasped in surprise. After practicing some more, Do-yun admitted that he was already a little tired, enough for today. He walked out of the shooting range, barely able to stand on his feet. In addition, the young man was uneasy about Soo-hyun. He couldn't understand how his girlfriend could know about the guest. After opening the school locker door, Do-yun absent-mindedly reached for his bag. He wanted to go home as soon as possible. Hearing Soo-hyun's ringing voice, the young man flinched. He didn't expect to run into a girl at this late hour. She exclaimed happily that she hadn't seen him at school today and thought he hadn't come to class at all. After adjusting his tie, Do-yun discreetly sighed and said that he was about to leave. He had come for a while. So-hyun looked at him in surprise as she put on her jacket. She thought it was strange that the young man was leaving so quickly. Do-yun stated that he had a lot of things piled up, so he needed to leave. The girl looked at him in shock. When the young man turned his back to her, Soo-hyun said that she wanted to clarify something. The boy turned to her warily. The girl was a little confused and muttered quietly that they never got to have a proper conversation last time. A loud knock was heard at the door to the locker room. The boy and the girl turned at the same time to the sound. Detective Han grinned at the doorway. He asked politely if he was interrupting the young men's conversation. Soo-hyun didn't understand what he was asking at first and then said it was fine. Do-yun was a little perturbed, but he didn't show it. The detective stated that he owed an apology in that case, but he had something to discuss with Mr. Yoon. The girl was surprised, but decided not to pay much attention to it. If they had some important conversation to have, it couldn't be helped. Detective Han took Soo-hyun's place at the locker. He waited for the girl to leave before he started talking. Do-yun impatiently asked the man what had happened. He realized that Detective Han was unlikely to come just to talk. Han squinted enigmatically, saying that he had come to see how he was doing. It had been quite some time. The man admitted that he was also interested in how much Do-yun had become friends with the rest of the project. The young man angrily replied that all those guys were very nice and helpful. He asked if Han wanted to know anything else. Do-yun apologized for his tone. He has important things to do. Detective Han squinted his eyes, asking if he was avoiding the conversation. It seemed to him that the guy was really in a hurry. Detective Han clapped him on the shoulder, deciding to give him one last piece of advice. He asked the young man to behave carefully and stay out of trouble, whatever he was doing. These last words of the young man pondered all the way home. Detective Han was acting rather strangely. After dropping his bag at the threshold and taking off his shoes, Do-yun made his way into the apartment and shouted to Kaye that he was already back. The girl was just sitting on the sofa in the living room. She looked out into the hallway in surprise. The young man had returned earlier than usual. Do-yun explained that they had to hurry. They might have to run into his grandfather's house and look for the portal there. Kaylee didn't see the point of it. Sure, she'd go anywhere, but she didn't see why she'd go back to that house. The young man hesitated. He didn't know how to explain the situation better. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Do-yoon became wary. He thought he had heard something. The door was silent, so he turned back to the person he was talking to. The doorbell rang again, more insistent. The boy sighed tiredly. He couldn't do anything quietly today. He walked reluctantly to the door, looking at the peephole with displeasure. The doorbell rang again. The mysterious visitor was tired of ringing. When the young man came to the door, there was a loud and demanding knock at the door. Do-yoon reluctantly walked closer and closer to the door. The guest kept pounding on the door as if he knew he was already home. As the owner reached the front door, he was too lazy not only to open the door, but even to look through the door peephole. Do-yoon remembered that he had been distracted in class. He was lazily writing in his notebook, not reacting at all. All students behaved differently. Some were trying to listen to the teacher and absorb the new material. Some were sleeping during the lesson. Do-yoon sat at his desk with his head bowed and his hand resting on his arm. At the beginning, he was still trying to take notes honestly, but then all the thoughts in his head disappeared, leaving only one. He kept thinking about how Soo-hyun could know about the girl. It was unlikely that his girlfriend had seen Kaylee leaving Do-yoon's house. The boy speculated how she knew. Besides, Soo-hyun only had to see Kaylee once to realize that Do-yoon is harboring her, and the detective knows it too. The young man stroked his pen lazily over his notebook. He couldn't understand why those two hadn't done anything, since they knew everything. The teacher's menacing voice cut him off from his important thoughts. Kim Do-yoon was startled. He realized that he had been too distracted. The man exclaimed that no one was allowed to sleep in class. He called the boy to the blackboard to solve one of the examples. Kim Do-yoon bowed politely. He apologized and started walking out from behind his desk. The whole class watched the boy with interest. When he returned to his seat, he sat up straight, promising himself to sit through the rest of the lesson. So-hyun called out to him during recess. She worriedly said that Do-yoon seemed distracted today. The girl asked if something was wrong. The young man turned to her and looked at her with glassy eyes. He said in a strange voice that something had happened. The boy turned away, staring thoughtfully ahead. No matter how much Do-yoon thought, he couldn't put all the pieces of the puzzle into one picture. Suddenly he remembered that conversation on the landing. Soo-hyun had suggested telling the detective about Kaylee. Soo-hyun thoughtfully suggested going to the nurse's station. To her surprise, Do-yoon responded by asking if she had blabbed. She turned to her classmate in surprise, not understanding what he meant. The young man was silent for a while. Without raising his head, Do-yoon interrogated louder. He wondered if the girl had said something he shouldn't have said. Without hearing a reply, the young man stood up from the desk. Soo-hyun wondered who he was even talking about and what she had said. Do-yoon wasn't going to explain anything to her. He was sure that the girl was just pretending, so he grabbed her hand. At that moment, Lee Yu-sun was walking down the hallway. When he heard the heated conversation, he came closer and noticed the classmates. The confused Soo-hyun's face said it all. She needed help. The guy ran up to the two people. He pushed Do-yoon away from the girl, shouting that he shouldn't allow himself to raise his hand on a woman. The young man was now angrier than ever. With a frown, he demanded that Yu-sun get away and not disturb him. Soo-hyun fearfully asked to hear her out. Yu-sun covered his classmate with his hand, making it clear that he would use force if necessary. Do-yoon angrily asked what exactly he had to listen to. He assumed that the girl wanted to justify herself. Lee Yue-sun became even more angry. He asked angrily what had gotten into him, acting strange all day. The young man replied that it was none of his business. Yu-sun stated that it was the concern of others. He heard their conversation with the girl at that time. And if Soo-hyun knows about it, it means that she is also affected by it. Do-yoon bowed his head. This argument was quite logical. Going on the offensive, Yu-sun asked if the girl who lived with him was from Librium. This finally confused Soo-hyun. Do-yoon remained silent. The man demanded that he immediately tell them everything he was hiding. The young man had to tell them. He decided not to talk about everything and withheld some facts. Yu-sun and the girl listened attentively to his story, clarifying the details. After listening to the narration, the man calmed down a bit and demanded to apologize to Soo-hyun in a conciliatory tone. Do-yoon looked at his classmate indignantly. He perplexedly asked why he had to apologize to the girl. Yu-sun said that friends were not treated like that, even considering the fact that it was his personal business. The young man looked thoughtfully at the open cabinet. He smirked and replied that he agreed with the statement, "Real friends really don't do that to real friends." The man didn't like the expression on his face. He asked him to explain more about what Do-yoon meant. Thoth slammed his fist on the table, reminding him that nothing good had happened since they'd met. Yu-sun and Soo-hyun listened to the young man confusedly. He stated that they were not friends. If it wasn't for the ability, they wouldn't even talk to each other. Yu-song exclaimed that the young man was overreacting. Do-yun frowned at him, his eyes turning into narrow slits. As he passed by his classmates, the young man accidentally nudged Yu-sun with his shoulder, telling him to stay out of other people's business. He headed for the exit of the classroom, still clenching his fists. The boy and girl stared at him in bewilderment. When the mysterious guest rang the doorbell, Do-yun was still annoyed, and so he reluctantly looked through the peephole. Just in case, the young man put a chain around the door and opened it carefully. The unlubricated hinges creaked. Recognizing Detective Han, the owner reluctantly opened the door. The man said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other, and smiled. Do-yun frowned in agreement. He asked what the matter was. Detective Han continued to smile enigmatically while peering into the room. He told the young man that he had brought him his paycheck. Do-yun eyed the visitor warily, not letting him into the apartment. He stated that it was possible to not come for nothing and transfer the money to a bank card as usual. The man hinted that Do-yun and his friend had come to the company recently. The young man realized that he had known about everything for a long time. Detective Han got a message from the president of the company. He'd really like to know how the kid's doing. Do-yun nodded mockingly. This was a story he wouldn't have believed even as a child. The president was hardly interested in his person. Detective Han stood his ground. According to him, the president of the company had invited the guy to dinner and wanted to know when he had free time. As if remembering something important, the man hurriedly asked how the young lady was feeling. The young man froze on the threshold. He decided to pretend that he didn't understand. With a pensive face, Do-yun replied that his sister Do-hee was fine. As soon as the man left, the young man put a blue baseball cap on Kaylee's head. She immediately found the hat uncomfortable. The girl groped her unhappily and asked irritably if it was really necessary to wear a cap. Do-yun turned to her and said that it was just necessary. She should wear both the cap and the sweatshirt to look like Do-hee. For added effect, he placed a protective mask over Kaylee's mouth and nose, asking the girl to pretend she had a cold. Do-yun reminded Kaye that the mirror in his house was on the second floor, the last door down the hallway on the right side. Having cleaned herself up, the girl cheerfully announced that she was ready to go. They set off in a black car. The young man sat in the back seat and stared out the window thoughtfully. He'd never dealt with a portal before, and hoped Kaye would help him through it. The car rolled leisurely through the city, passing residential houses and buildings. No one seemed to care about him. A man in dark clothing stood on the roof of one of the buildings on the course of the black sedan. He was following the direction of the car. Do-hee was lying on a research table in the lab. Dozens of wires and sensors were connected to her body. The girl did not feel very well. She was dreaming of overcast weather, and it was cold. The girl was not feeling very well. The visions continued. Do-hee felt as if her foot had fallen ankle-deep into some dark liquid. She stared in amazement in front of her. Just a moment ago, this body of water had not existed. It had nowhere to go. But the sensation in her leg was so real. As if she had really fallen through the ice, the shiver transmitted to her whole body. Looking closely at the murky surface, Do-hee suddenly realized that there was something under the water. She leaned over a little. The object she stumbled upon and pulled out was a human arm severed at the elbow. The girl held it squeamishly in her outstretched hand. Drops of water dripped monotonously downward, adding to the gloominess of the scene. As if only realizing what she was holding in her hand, Do-hee threw the body part away. For a second, she thought the hand was alive. The girl's heart was pounding at a furious pace. That hand in the pool scared the hell out of her. She'd never been so scared. Unfortunately, it was only just beginning. Dozens of hands floated to the surface. They were all trying to grab her legs. Do-hee shrieked in terror. She realized that she would never be able to go home again. There were too many of these creatures to fight back. They were fast and tenacious. One of the hostile hands flew into the air and clapped the girl on the shoulder, making her scream even louder. Two hands clutched at her left leg. They were pulling Do-hee down to the bottom of the pond with force. She couldn't get rid of them. After a moment, her hands completely enveloped the girl's face. She looked at her world one last time with an unclosed eye, letting out a tear. That was the last fragment of Do-hee's vision. She woke up, continuing to cry just as she had in her dream. The girl breathed with pleasure, realizing that she had only dreamed the whole thing. The vision was so real that she almost died of fear. Breathing out, Do-hee suddenly realized that her hand was being held by something. She turned her head perplexed. As it turned out, her wrist was chained to the floor with a red bracelet, and there were several sensors with wires on her arm. The girl sat down on the floor and snapped off the bracelet on one arm, and ripped the other off with anger along with the tube of red liquid going to it. The flexible tube was constantly bleeding. When I tore it, my wrist was splattered with blood. Leo's disgusted voice, familiar to the girl, asked curtly if she knew whose blood it was. Do-hee turned around angrily. The young man stood with his back to her, giving her a hand so that she could stand up. The girl looked at him in surprise. She shrieked angrily that she couldn't know that. Do-hee snidely wondered if he could identify a patient by blood color. When she heard that the tube contained the blood of one of Leo's friends, the girl gloomed. She could sense the guy's sad mood. The young man rapped his knuckles forcefully on the cell where Do-hee was. She watched him sadly. Leo pounded the wall harder and harder. He exclaimed that the girl didn't even realize how many people had died for the sake of her experiment. Of course, Do-hee didn't even realize it. The young man said in a slumped voice that at least 30 people had died because of her. The girl's face turned gray. She was uncomfortable hearing such accusations against her, considering that she was constantly in the cell. Do-hee couldn't take it anymore and exploded. She shouted that it was not her fault, that no one dared blame her for the deaths of others. The girl screamed that she herself was here as a prisoner and was risking her life every minute for the experiment. Now Leo was listening to her screams. Do-hee shouted that if anyone was to blame for the deaths of those people, it wasn't her, but that gray-haired psycho. The girl was like a raging beast. She pounded her fists furiously on the cell wall, shouting that Leo was in the wrong place. Do-hee shouted that this was not going to make her feel sorry for herself. The fact that there were mass deaths only confirmed her guess that everyone here had gone crazy. Leo looked at the captive in surprise. She had never behaved so aggressively. All the more reason for her words to make sense. Do-hee sputtered more and more. She looked at the young man with distraught eyes. The girl promised to kill as many people as it took to reach her goal. Leo had now stopped thinking at all. After the girl's psychic attack, he began to feel dizzy. The young man hastily bowed his head, apologizing to his captive. He acknowledged the mistake. No one really blamed her. Do-hee froze in place, her face looking normal again. She was surprised to notice that she hadn't expected Leo to apologize. The young man said in a quiet voice that it was not the girl's fault. Only the mad professor was responsible for all those fatalities. It turned out there was still plenty to be surprised about. Leo said he'd help him get out. Do-hee thought she'd just heard him. The young man immediately clarified the situation. He could only show me where the exit was, and the girl would go on her own. The black car with Kim Do-yoon and Kaye was heading to the meeting place. The black car with Kim Do-yoon and Kaye was on its way to the meeting place. The girl was still angry that she had to wear those strange clothes. She stared resentfully in front of her. Do-yoon didn't even try to talk to her. It was even easier for him. There were too many different thoughts in his head. Suddenly, a huge snowflake stuck to the glass of his door. He couldn't believe it. It was too early for winter. Before his eyes, the glass was quickly covered in thick frost, and nothing could be seen through the window. Do-yoon froze in surprise. Turning to his companion, he perplexedly asked Kaye if she knew the reason for the rapid drop in temperature. The girl answered nothing. She felt that there was no time left for talking. Now disaster was about to happen. At the same second, a massive avalanche hit the black car, filling it with snow up to the roof. After driving a few meters, the vehicle stopped. The travelers were trapped. Fortunately, the windows and doors were partially free of snow. At least it is possible to get out of the vehicle. Kaye gripped the edge of the door. Things were working out pretty well. The mechanism hadn't jammed. Grabbing the counter, the girl pulled herself up. She wished now that she had paid more attention to her physical training. Every few centimeters were difficult. Several long minutes passed. With an incredible effort, Kaye scrambled upward and took her first breath. The girl looked around. Her companion was nowhere to be found. She wondered where he could be. Suddenly, Kaye realized everything. The driver was sitting in the front. He had been injured in the accident and couldn't get out. Kim Do-yoon was sitting to her left, and his side door is jammed shut. Of course, he stayed in the cabin and can't get out. With her left foot against the body of the car, Kaye pulled her companion closer. She let out a long groan with each tug. Pulling the guy out of the cabin, the girl gently laid him on the ground and sighed. She had finally managed to get them both out. Suddenly, Kaye sensed that they were not alone here. She turned her head worriedly to the right, but saw no one. Deciding that she had imagined it, the girl relaxed a little and looked to her left. Unfortunately, her intuition didn't fail her. Kaye looked in horror at the man who stood nearby. Now she understood why it was so cold in the middle of summer. Leo stood in his dark clothes and looked mockingly at the car buried under the snow. He was the one who had caused the accident. The young man had stopped smirking and was now just looking at the girl calmly. That look made Kaye even angrier. She grabbed Leo by the collar and started shaking him, yelling that he had almost killed them all with his snow avalanche. The man didn't even pay attention to her attacks. He only asked in a calm voice if Do-yoon was dead. Kaye shouted that it didn't matter. She was more interested in how Leo himself had ended up in this place at this very moment. The man pretended that nothing was happening. He asked her to come with him so Kaye could see for herself. Leo took her insistently by the elbows. The girl asked fearfully where to go. She assumed that the professor had ordered her back to Librium. Leo's answer struck Kaye even harder. The young man replied that he had no intention of returning to any Librium. She reminded him in surprise that that was impossible. According to the generally accepted rules, he could only stay on Earth for 3 days. Leo shuddered. Kaye stated that she had to find the professor and find out where the portal was. The guy got mad and yelled that all she was doing was talking about the professor. He shook Kaye hard and angrily asked if she had any idea what her professor actually did. Barely crying, Leo shouted that it was all the professor's obsession with that girl that was to blame. Kaye looked at him in surprise. Leo did not look cruel now, but rather like a hurt child. He asked if the girl knew about the dead people. Holding Kaye's elbows tightly, he quickly listed off a list of victims, remembering to remind her that they all died because of her favorite professor. Leo, unable to bear it, cried and put his head on the girl's shoulder. He said that it was only a matter of time before the two of them would die too. Kaye didn't want to believe it. She began to fervently convince her companion that the professor would never do such a thing. Leo straightened up instantly, putting his arm around the girl's shoulders. He didn't know what else to do to prove his point. Kaye trusted the professor too blindly. The young man shouted that he had seen everything with his own eyes. That's why he doesn't want anyone else to die, especially Kaye. Leo explained why he had caused the accident. If the twins ended up together, there was no telling what idea the professor would come up with. He began to tell his plan. Suddenly, there was a loud gunshot. The bullet hit him in the left shoulder. Blood splattered on the snow. Leo groaned in pain and knelt down. Kaye rushed to him, still not quite sure what had happened. Seeing the laceration, the girl guessed that he had been shot by a sniper. The situation was becoming more and more mysterious. Kaye quickly looked around. There was no one anywhere. She figured the shooter had already fled, seizing the moment. The girl looked at the car suspiciously. A large shadow loomed from Kaye's back. An unfamiliar voice said that Librium was clearly involved. The girl turned her head. Lee Yue-sun had inexplicably appeared here and helped the young man up, wrapping his elbow around her neck. As it turned out, neither of them was the shooter. On the roof of a building nearby, a beam of sunlight hit the telescopic sight and gave away the sniper's location. The mysterious savior turned out to be Hee-Soo Nuna. She arrived at the place beforehand and laid out her rifle, knowing that no one would notice her. No one paid any attention to the glare of the sun. The girl was in an advantageous position and glumly surveyed the city. From this height, the entire metropolis was in front of her as if in the palm of her hand. It was clear from the traces of snow and ice that Leo had been involved. That day, Leo showed up at the lab early in the morning and told her from the door that the girl would have to be alone today. Dohee stared at him for a moment. The young man explained that he had to go to Earth immediately. The captive asked what would happen to him when the professor found out about her escape. Leo looked at her thoughtfully. Shrugging his shoulders, the young man calmly replied that he would be killed, most likely, but it was the only way out. If it is not released, there will be more deaths. Dohee thought he was joking, but then grinned and stated that the news of his death wouldn't stop her. She'd run away anyway. Leo admitted that he had been thinking about leaving Librium for a long time. Now he finally had an escape plan. He stated that he would not allow any more people to be sacrificed for the experiment, which was why he was letting her go so quietly. Kaye noticed the shadow and looked up startled. A strange man was towering in front of her, dragging a young man on top of him. Seeing Lee Yu-sun, she asked in a nervous voice for the man to tell her who he was and what he was doing here. The guy also switched to yelling and stated that he and Yu-dong were friends, so she shouldn't care. Kaye lifted Leo off the ground and demanded that Yu-sun immediately let the guy go and get away himself. Kim Do-yoon tried to step unaided, but his foot in his athletic shoes only skidded on the surface. The girl froze for a second. She thought feverishly about how she could save both Leo and her friend. Lee Yue-sun held the young man down. Keeping his eyes on Kaye, he advised Yu-dong to move less. It might cause complications. The girl was busy with Leo, so she didn't immediately notice Soo-hyun's appearance. She gracefully jumped down from the roof of the building, landing on her hands. At the same second, a massive explosion sounded behind Kaye's back. She hadn't expected the wave to be so strong. The rivals looked at each other silently. Because of the firelight, Soo-hyun's eyes did not seem blue as usual, but lilac. Kaye stared at her with undisguised hatred. She could handle Leo alone, but the boy's friends were no match for her. At that moment, Leo felt a little better. Grasping his wound, he groaned. The bullet had gone through and grazed the muscles of his shoulder. Kaye anxiously advised the boy not to move. She asked how he was feeling after the wound. Leo said in a fading voice that he was fine, so she herself had better get out of here as soon as possible. Lee Yu-sun snidely asked Kaye where she was going. He stated that the girl would have to go with them. She shouted back that she and Kim Do-yoon had important business to attend to, so they'd better give the boy to her nicely. Kaye held Leo's shoulder so he wouldn't fall. Her arm was splattered with blood, the pink sleeve turning bright scarlet. Soo-hyun yelled that she didn't trust her. She had just seen with her own eyes how Kaye had blown up the car that Do-yoon was sitting in just a short while ago. The woman shouted back that Soo-hyun just didn't understand anything. She had a reason to do such an act. The student shouted that it didn't make sense. Kaye was tired of arguing with her. This conversation was annoying her more and more. Squinting her eyes, she mumbled to herself that the obnoxious girl was getting on her nerves with her babbling. Quickly putting Leo on the ground, she rushed towards her opponent. Neither Soo-hyun nor Yoo-sun expected Kaye to be so quick. She jumped on Soo-hyun and shouted that it was her fault. Now they'll have to take the boy away from them by force. The girl was unable to get close to her opponent. Closing her eyes, Soo-hyun summoned a fierce gust of wind. Kaye was thrown back. Deciding that was enough, the girl opened her eyes and looked around. The result was quite satisfactory. All three friends stood together. Yoo-sun put his arm around the girl and the boy's shoulders. Kaye was thrown to the mangled car by the air current. She straightened up quickly and looked angrily at her friends, her eyes blazing with hatred. The fight was harder than it looked. Lee Yu soon warned Kaye that she should abandon her attempts. She wouldn't be able to develop the same speed as him. The girl smiled contemptuously. Kaye said that the young man was simply unaware of her hidden potential. The young man pressed his friends tighter against him just in case. There was an unintelligible cracking sound between him and Soo-hyun. The blast was so strong that the guy and the girl flew off in different directions. Soo-hyun only cried out in fright. Forgetting about Do-yun, Yu-song automatically reached out with his hand to feel his injured shoulder. Unsupported, the young man fell to the ground. Yu-sun groaned, rubbing his shoulder. He felt that he was fine, there were no sprains. He raised his head angrily, staring angrily at Kaye. She'd succeeded in hurting his pride, and now he could blame himself. Kaye laughed smugly, pleased with the effect she had produced. She advised the young man to stay away. Stowing the sniper rifle in a briefcase, Hee-soo-nuna traveled to the scene of the accident in a silver car. She stared tensely ahead of her, watching the road. The sports coupe was traveling at top speed. Hearing the call signal, the girl instantly answered it. The boss demanded to know what the situation was. Hee-soo-nuna replied that she had shot a man in the shoulder from Librium. She was on her way to the scene now. The girl said she was almost to the crash site and pushed harder on the gas pedal. Her fingers gripped the steering wheel tightly. Nuna's interlocutor was walking leisurely down the street. He was surprised to see that the appointment was at a different place. The impact for Soo-hyun was so strong that she lost consciousness for a few seconds. There was a bright flash before her eyes. The girl grabbed her injured shoulder. She realized that Kaye was a pretty strong opponent. She would be hard to deal with. Kaye herself looked at the girl sternly. She knew that no one on this playground could fight her back. With a grunt, Do-yun struggled to get up. His elbow had been sprained after his friends had been thrown apart. The young man finally started to regain consciousness little by little. Kaye noticed that Do-yun was awake and looked at him anxiously. She worriedly asked if he was all right. The boy was sitting on the ground with his hand on his head. He was still not thinking straight. Do-yun didn't answer anything. He tried to reconstruct the events from memory. Unfortunately, the only thing that came to mind was the ice crust on the car window. Ah-sun and Soo-hyun noticed that their friend had finally regained consciousness. The girl burst into tears of joy. Do-yun turned to his classmates. He asked the students in surprise how they even ended up here. Lee Yu soon stated that there were a lot of questions for him as well, but he agrees to put things on hold when this story is over. Pointing his hand at Kaye, Yoo-sun stated that she had come from Librium. The girl wondered how he was going to stop her. Reaching up, Kaye curled her fingers. There was a strange cracking sound. She declared that she could blow up anything she touched. The girl stepped even closer, dragging the car door behind her. She warned that just touching the enemy once was enough. Kaye promised to tear her opponent apart. A violent explosion erupted. The white flash was so bright that Yoo-sun covered his eyes with his hand. The girl wasn't going to give him a break. While Yoo-sun was coughing, Kaye swooped down on him from the back, extending her explosive arm forward. The young man realized at the last second that he was in mortal danger. A sweat appeared on his face. Only a quick reaction saved him. The girl's hand caught the air only at the place where the guy's head had just been. Yoo-sun only got away with a torn collar. If he hadn't swerved to the side, he wouldn't be standing there anymore. Kaye snidely stated that he was much faster than she thought. The young man turned his head toward the girl in surprise. She managed to divert Yoo-sung's attention. The guy didn't notice that a small cylinder was rolling right under his feet. The young man took another step and stepped on him. He didn't even have time to feel the moment of contact. A violent explosion rang out. Yue-sun flew over the ground, flipping in the air. He clutched his head, realizing that the opponent was not an easy one. Rapidly approaching the surface, the young man closed his eyes. He realized he wouldn't be able to get close to the girl if things kept exploding like this. Seeing that Yu soon had fallen to the snow, Kaye leisurely approached the young man. She wondered what he was doing there. Stepping on the guy's ankle, Kaye asked why he still couldn't find a use for his speed. She pressed harder. The bone crunched. The girl asked why he needed powers if he didn't know how to use them. Yu-sun howled in hellish pain. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do to his opponent. She was much stronger. Suddenly, there was the sound of a gunshot. The bullet hit Kaye in the leg, her pant leg splattered with drops of blood. The girl groaned in pain, trying to plug the wound above her kneecap with her hand. Blood continued to drip onto the snow. Overpowering herself, Kaye raised her head. Recognizing her abuser, she was even angrier. This guy was already practically in her hands. The deadly muzzle of the gun was staring her in the face. Kaye knew her rival's hand wouldn't flinch. It wouldn't cost her anything to kill a man. Nuna looked disdainfully at her victim. She stated that sometimes it was better to fight with the old tried and tested methods. Kaye looked at the girl with hatred. Now she knew who to blame for her failure. She screamed that she knew everything. It was Nuna who had shot Leo in the shoulder, and all her plans were ruined because of it. Holding Kaye at gunpoint, the girl admitted that she had indeed shot the guy. She asked Yu-sun to get up from the ground. The young man hesitated a little. Nuna impatiently tossed him her rifle, saying she could shoot him again. She suggested Kaye give up before she caught another bullet. The girl angrily demanded not to aim at her. Continuing to keep her rival in her sights, Nuna turned to Leo. She looked at the boy expectantly, but he remained silent. Nuna angrily reminded Leo that the plans had been disrupted because of him. They were supposed to meet somewhere else. The young man lowered his head. He muttered quietly that he was guessing. Only Nuna could have shot him from this distance. The girl reminded him that Leo had important information to give her. Kaye asked indignantly if he knew the girl. She suggested that an invasion of Librium was being prepared. The young man only laughed in response. He hadn't expected to find Nuna here himself. The blonde said angrily that they could chat later. Now all three of them would have to walk with them. But Kaye wasn't going to give up so easily. Nuna was surprised to feel the wind on her face. The girl gathered her last strength and dashed toward her opponent. Nuna was still aiming her gun, but Kaye was already running at her from the side. Running up to the blonde, the girl grabbed her arm tightly and yanked her towards her. Nuna realized too late what was happening. There was a strange cracking sound in her hand. Kaye shoved her rival. With a gasp of surprise, Nuna began to fall to the ground. The girl rejoiced. She was now the mistress of the situation. Kaye threw a few more punches at Nuna. Lastly, she grabbed her opponent's arm, charging her with enough explosives. The explosion was a little stronger than Kaye thought it would be. The girls were thrown in different directions by the blast wave. Grunting in pain, Nuna tried to stand up. She realized now that Kaye was crazy. The gun had disappeared. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed that the weapon remained where she stood. The rivals crawled toward him at the same time. Nuna worked her elbows vigorously, crawling toward her gun. To her surprise, Kaye was just as fast as she was. Moreover, she was even able to get ahead of her opponent, and was now a few centimeters closer to the weapon. Without collusion, the girls simultaneously got up from the ground and ran. Each of them realized that it would be faster. Having made a final leap, the rival's hands simultaneously reached for the blued steel of the pistol. Nuna was a little faster. She managed to grab the gun out from under Kaye's nose and aim it at the girl. Lee Yue-sun was the first to guess what was about to happen. He shouted for Nuna to immediately toss the weapon aside. Kaye smirked victoriously, holding out a hand with curled fingers to her rival. There was a familiar cracking sound. Grabbing the gun, Nuna jumped back. Kaye ran toward her, but she was already in the crosshairs. Suddenly, the blonde heard a suspiciously familiar crackling sound. The gun hit her with an electric shock. Nuna gasped. Letting the weapon out of her hands, she grudgingly thought that Kaye couldn't have done that, but remembered that the girl had managed to touch the gun. At the same instant, there was a violent explosion. The girl fell to the ground, covering her head with her hands. At least she was still alive. Kaye ran up to her and lifted her rival up by her hair. Nuna grimaced. It was a rather unpleasant feeling. Kaye shouted triumphantly that their duel was over. It was time for a little heart-to-heart talk. Nuna was silent. The girl looked thoughtfully at the clump of golden hair in her hand. It reminded her of something. Grabbing her victim by the chin, Kaye turned her face toward her and scrutinized its outline. The assumption turned out to be correct. This obnoxious girl really did look a lot like the guy she shot. Taking a closer look at his eyes, Kaye declared that she was mistaken. Nuna was in fact his exact replica. Kaye admitted that she wasn't completely sure about it. She was confused by the fact that Nuna was a girl. The blonde tried to free herself. Kaye said triumphantly that she understood everything now. Nuna knew their every move, which was why Leo wanted to kill her. She said regretfully that she would have to return to Librium if she killed Nuna. Leo begged to spare the girl. Kaye lifted the girl by her hair even higher. She threatened to kill her if Leo took another step. Taking advantage of Kaye's distraction, Nuna quickly straightened her right arm. The steel of a hidden dagger glinted in it. The girl deftly sectioned off a strand of her hair and slid forward. Kaye looked surprised at the hair in her hand. Lee Yue soon realized that he could help the girl turn the tide of the battle in their favor. Shouting to Nuna, he threw his weapon to her. Seeing the rifle flying at her, the blonde deftly brought her knee up and caught the weapon, swung it towards Kaye. Now the situation had changed in her favor. Nuna clicked the bolt, the safety off, and squinted. Kaye was horrified. The girl quickly calculated that even the fastest speed wouldn't give her an advantage. The bullet would fly out sooner. A few years ago, Leo sat in a cage with his head in his lap, shivering from the cold. He dreamed of turning into a plant and not feeling it. For a long time, no one noticed him. But one day a shadow loomed over the cage. Leo looked up hopefully. A tall man with glasses stood near the cage. After bowing to him, the keeper told him that the boy was an orphan, but smarter than his peers. Professor Graham looked at the boy glumly. The visitor asked if the boy was strong. At that moment, Leo also regretted that he had the ability to think. The deal was made quickly. The same day, the boy found himself in the laboratory among dozens of similar guys. Many of them were older than Leo. They took the opportunity to beat the boy every day and then quietly walked away. Leo didn't even try to resist. He waited calmly for the beating to end and sat on the steps, looking at his abusers with hatred. It didn't go unnoticed by the others. Mostly the guys just disgusted on the sidelines. That day, Kaye stopped behind him. She asked indignantly how Leo could tolerate being bullied since he was being beaten every day. The guy didn't even turn to her. He stared moodily ahead of him and only asked her glumly why she cared. Kaye sprinted up the stairs next to her. She said that the professor didn't like it. Leo said it was none of his business. The girl slapped him in the face. She exclaimed that he wouldn't have all those bruises and abrasions if she had. Leo stood up, rubbing the bruised spot. He grudgingly said he was hurt. Kaye demanded that he obey orders from now on. The boy remained silent, turning her head to the young man. She said in a serious tone that she would teach him how to survive. Leo was a little surprised at this turn of events, but agreed. That day he made his first friend. Kaye was really teaching him how to survive. They spent all their free time practicing techniques. When Leo was injured, she was quite aggressive. Time passed quickly, the boy and girl growing closer. Leo realized he was blushing at the thought of Kaye. She had taken an important place in his life. Several years went by like that. Kaye happily told Leo that the professor had given her an important mission. The young man was unhappy that she was given the most dangerous missions, but Kaye was amused by that. She laughed, assuming that the professor just trusted her more than the others, and that Leo was jealous. The girl declared that she was very happy, and would be glad to prove to the professor that he did not give her important assignments for nothing. When Kaye returned from her mission, her confidence was gone. She sank to her knees tiredly, whispering her friend's name. Leo picked up the girl and sat down next to her. He asked worriedly what had happened and why she had turned pale. Kaylee's body shook. She was silent for a while, and then quietly admitted to her friend that she had just killed a man. The young man couldn't believe it. Sobbing, the girl told me that that girl looked so much like her, like she was just looking in a mirror. Grabbing Leo by the shoulders, Kaye admitted that she didn't mean to do it, but that was exactly what the professor had ordered her to do. The girl's hand was trembling. She said that after the murder there was a strange sensation, as if all the blood had first drained out and then returned to the body. Continuing to shiver, Kaye admitted that she was very scared. She had a feeling it wasn't her own blood. Leo hugged his girlfriend and comforted her. He hadn't realized then that killing Kaylee's copy was just part of the professor's crazy plan. Kaye noticed that Leo had lost consciousness and screamed, demanding that he wake up. The young man must not die. The boy showed no signs of life. The girl rushed to him and began to whip his cheeks furiously, begging him to regain consciousness. Leo finally opened his eyes. His face was very pale. The young man looked above him tiredly. He was glad Kaye was there for him. He reached for the girl's face. She shouted indignantly that he was just crazy. There was no need to shield her from the bullet. Leo began to make excuses in a weak voice. Even reaching up was a very difficult challenge for him. Kaye bowed to the boy and demanded that he shut up immediately. He shouldn't be talking much right now. The young man reminded him that all those people had died. He stated that he didn't want to lose Kaye as well. Do-Yun froze when he heard those words. Kaye paid no attention to him. No one else existed for her but Leo. The young man finally managed to reach her. Leo said in a quiet voice that she would find what she needed 3 blocks from this place, just under the bridge. He added that he really didn't want to let Kaye go, but if she needed to go, let her go. His fingers loosened and the young men's hands parted. The girl helped Leo gently lower himself to the ground. He turned his head tiredly to the left and saw his double. Hisu Nuna noticed the guy looking at her, but she didn't even flinch. She silently stared back at him. Leo spoke in a low voice. The young man asked the blonde if anything could have happened differently if he had killed her the first time they met. Nuna was silent for a moment, staring into her companion's fading eyes. This was not how their meeting was supposed to go. Leo closed his eyes when he heard no answer. Kaye began to shake him, shrieking, screaming that this wasn't supposed to happen. At this time, Do-hee incredulously turned the rotary switch in the lab, following Leo's instructions exactly. To her surprise, the young man wasn't lying. The transparent door of the cell slid silently aside. For the first time ever, the girl was free to walk around the room. Not believing her happiness, Do-hee carefully stepped over the threshold of the cell. She felt like she was going to wake up again. Nothing happened. No monsters were going to attack. Do-hee was alone in the empty lab. The girl looked around in surprise. Do-hee couldn't believe her luck. She would soon be free. That day, the professor was not happy with his students. He ordered everyone to gather in the hall with the big screen. The man frowned at the crowd, folding his arms across his chest. Kaye was allowed to stand behind him. All the students bowed their heads obediently. Leo followed their example. He realized that the professor had gathered them for a reason. The young man's thoughts weren't on that at all. Kaye was feeling less and less like herself lately. She was pulling away from Leo. The professor shouted indignantly that he wasn't going to feed them all for free. They were tasked with finding only one person. The man scrutinized the students and reminded them that he could only care for those who did his bidding. He demanded that all those who could not complete the task step forward. The students whispered among themselves. Leo stood obediently with his head bowed. The professor couldn't calm down and roared that they were all losers. Kaye looked sternly at those she had gone on assignments with not so long ago. The man had asked her to clear the room of all those inept people. The professor kept muttering that all the students should be sent to another department. Leo looked up and saw Kaye standing right in front of him. Taking advantage of the moment, he grabbed the girl's sleeve and pulled her toward him. He hoped Kaye would come to her senses. She didn't say a word, but turned her head toward Leo and looked at him with a frown. She didn't say a word, but turned her head to Leo and looked at him with a frown. This silence weighed on the young man. He cried out anxiously that he should not be silent. She should say something. Kaye dismissed his hand dismissively, asking him not to touch her. He's completely useless, just like the rest of them. Leo froze in place. The young man could not understand what was happening. He asked his friend worriedly what kind of fly had bitten her. The professor was standing with his back to them, working with his drawings on the screen. Leo decided to ask him what was wrong. After his first words, the man began to turn his head. It was clear from his disgruntled face that this was not going to lead to anything good. Kaye, seeing the professor's gaze, immediately froze in place. Leo looked at the girl with concern. There was no emotion on her face. She looked like a big doll now. The young man grabbed her by the shoulders, starting to shake her. He shouted that the professor had obviously done something to her. Kaye had been different before. Without changing the strange expression on her face, the girl lashed out and slapped his arm in an instant. She demanded that Leo shut up. The young man froze in surprise. Kaye told him in a stern voice to pay attention to his own mistakes before blaming others. Leo felt lousy now because of the wound in his shoulder. But it didn't matter. The old Kaye was beside him now. The young man could see that she was worried for his life. The girl put her arms around his neck, sitting on his lap from behind. Her gaze was worried. When Kaye heard Lee Yu-soon calling for Nuna, she burst into tears with resentment. She was so worried about Leo, and this guy is calling the girl who shot him. Nuna sat on her knees with her head bowed. She was moaning in pain. The young man asked what had happened to her. The girl didn't answer anything. She clutched her head with her hands as if something was trying to get into her mind. Kaye looked closely at the couple, trying to figure out how they were all related to each other. She realized it was all about Do-hee. Staggering, she got up from the ground, leaving Leo behind. Kaye couldn't forgive her friend for getting shot over a girl. Yu-soon worriedly asked Nuna how she was feeling. When he noticed the shadow looming over him, the young man stopped halfway through his sentence and hesitated. Kaye stood over him with some kind of car wreckage that looked like a tire iron. Yu-sun realized that she was completely distraught. Kaye knew she had all her opponents in her power now. There was no hurry. She swung the trumpet with relish, determined to finish them off in one blow. The girl frowned at the man who had caused her so much trouble. She thought to herself that she would avenge Leo. Putting his arm around Nuna's shoulder, Lee Yu-sun chided himself for letting himself be caught off guard. There was nothing he could do now. Kaye let the heavy object out of her hands. She suddenly had a more interesting thought. Nuna must suffer before she died. Kaye reached out to grab the girl's hair. To her surprise, Nuna grabbed her hand herself. Raising her head, the blonde grinned wickedly. She said she could see everything. It was naive to think she could be approached unnoticed. Kaye flinched. That calm voice and crazy look scared her a lot. The girl hadn't expected Nuna to pretend and see everything. Taking advantage of her confusion, Nuna quickly jumped back. Catching her hand in the void, Kaye lost her balance and sank to her knees. She looked at her rival with both resentment and irritation, reproaching herself for letting the girl get away. Kaye rushed toward her, noticing that Nuna was barely standing on her own 2 feet. The girl frowned at her rival, letting her get closer. During the strike, Nuna quickly ducked under Kaye and grabbed her collar, dodging the attack. The girl was surprised at her quickness. Nuna grabbed her opponent's arm and threw her over in one fell swoop. Kaye didn't have time to brace herself and hit her hard. It was a pretty bad fall. She was thrown into the passenger compartment of the car. Kaye's whole body shook, and she moaned in pain. Nuna walked up to her and triumphantly said that she needed eye drops until today. Without them, she couldn't see far. Kaye sat down in the back seat with a groan. The girl exclaimed that her sight was back now. She could see everything. Nuna glared at her rival, adding that now she could also foresee the future. She ripped the headrest off the front seat, exclaiming that she could see all of Kaye's intentions before she did. Gripping the headrest tightly, Nuna held it out in front of her with the tubes facing forward. Her eyes squinted unkindly. The blonde stated to Kaye that she was about to attack now. Nuna kept her eyes on her, knowing what was about to happen. Kaye swung her leg furiously, but it didn't work. Nuna was already out of range. Grabbing the headrest by one of the tubes, the blonde scowled and said she knew everything. Now Kaye was trying to blow her up. She was already far away at the moment of the explosion. Kaye glared angrily at her rival, her plan failing. Moreover, it was now unsafe to stay in the car. The girl jumped out of it, landing on her knees. At the same instant, a great explosion sounded. The whole site disappeared in a cloud of dust. Nothing could be seen for a while. When the dust cleared, Kaye saw her rival unharmed. Smiling wryly, Nuna said it was a nice try. The blonde shouted angrily that there was no point in trying to piss her off anymore. She had clearly said that she could see all events ahead of time. Kaye was determined to win by all means. She rushed forward, telling her opponent to just shut up. Nuna didn't move this time either. She watched the girl warily, keeping her eyes on her. Yu soon worriedly watched the fight. He saw that Kaye was moving much faster. It would be difficult for Nuna to win. Running past her opponent, Kaye collapsed to her knees, causing another explosion. A white flash blinded the court. The girl furtively turned her head. She wondered if the blast had reached its target this time. Nuna wasn't lying to Kaye when she said she foresaw everything. As soon as the girl fell to the ground, the blonde shouted to Yu Soon to get away quickly. Almost at the same moment, there was an explosion of destructive force. The young man could barely stand on his feet. He had to cover his face with his hands. Kaye snidely told Nuna that she had figured it out. She only had so many subversions to make that the blonde wouldn't have time to do anything. Do-yun felt much better already. Looking around, he saw Leo. The guy was still lying there without feeling. The young man lifted the man up in surprise. The striking resemblance between him and Nuna was immediately apparent. He was distracted from his thoughts by Soo-hyun's familiar ringing voice. The girl was shouting Do-yun's name happily. The young man turned around in surprise. His girlfriend was standing there, breathing heavily. She ran to the boy as soon as she saw him approach Leo. Do-yun helped the young man up, putting his elbow around his neck. His eyes were full of hatred. Soo-hyun froze in surprise. She was discouraged by her friend's cold gaze. The girl quietly said that she didn't know what was on his mind. Do-yun glared angrily at the student. He wasn't going to explain anything to her. There were more important things to do right now. Leo's arm dangled along his body without a word. Soo-hyun shouted resentfully that in that case, nothing bothered her either. Her lips trembled with resentment. Stuttering, the girl shouted that Do-yun suspected her for nothing. She hadn't actually said anything to the detective. The young man turned perplexedly toward her. His face now seemed normal again. Do-yun thought he had misheard. After coming a little closer, Soo-hyun admitted that she had wanted to say this for a long time. He kept accusing the girl of telling everything. The young man turned silently in the other direction. He had no time to talk now. He continued on his way, holding Leo close to him. Kaye smirked contemptuously. No amount of Nuna's attempts to resist would be able to throw her off. There was a deafening rumble. The girl and Yu-sun froze in fear. An avalanche of rocks was coming straight at them. Kaye, along with Leo and Do-yun, ran in the other direction. After running along the road for a while, they turned off the road and jumped down. It seemed a little safer under the bridge, but still the trio decided not to stay there for long. Down the ravine to another road, Kaye finally allowed her friends to rest. All three of them were breathing heavily. Do-yun could barely stand on his feet. He still had a bright white flash in front of his eyes. He thought that they had barely managed to escape. Suddenly, Kaye cried out triumphantly that she had finally found the portal. Do-yun flinched in surprise as he raised his head. The girl showed them to an area lined with tiles. They rose slightly above the surface. A blue vortex formed where Kaye had pointed. It rotated silently, narrowing in diameter. Do-yun took a closer look at the vortex. He worriedly noticed that they were a little late. The portal was already starting to close. Kaye didn't even move. The young man wondered what was wrong. They'd better hurry or they'd have to wait again. Without turning her head, the girl asked quietly if he had changed his mind about going to Librium with her. Her voice sounded very strange. Do-yoon looked at his new acquaintance in surprise. She explained that the journey was quite dangerous, he might not return. The young man angrily asked since when Kaye had started worrying about him. He reminded her that she had originally wanted to send him through the portal. Do-yoon asked for a quicker decision. He admitted that he was willing to risk everything he had. Besides, carrying Leo was getting heavier and heavier. Kaye decided there was a certain logic to it. She promised to help her through the portal and ran up to him. Do-yoon suspected that the journey would be very fast, but he didn't expect to travel at the speed of a rocket. At that moment, Do-hee's hand reached out to the travelers. She finally managed to find a way out of the lab. The girl shouted that under no circumstances should Kaye be believed. She is deliberately lying to them to achieve her goals. After Do-hee stepped out of her transparent cell in the Librium lab, she looked around and approached the doors Leo had mentioned. The door was not locked. Trying not to make any noise, the girl opened the creaking door. There were several cabinets inside, a long shelf hidden by a white curtain. The brunette walked determinedly over to the shelf, sliding the curtain open. The item she was looking for was somewhere nearby. Luck favored the girl. The tablet with the map of Librium was found almost immediately. Do-hee grabbed it joyfully. There was a white robe hanging on a rack nearby. The girl thought thoughtfully that it would be a good idea to change. That way she would attract less attention. Clad in the white robe that almost all the technical staff wore here, Do-hee turned on her tablet. A few seconds later, a map of the lab appeared on the screen. It was a labyrinth of intertwined rooms. The girl stared at the tablet's display confusedly. She hadn't expected Librium to be so huge and confusing. In addition, the map was missing the most important thing, the location beacon, so Do-hee couldn't figure out where to go at all. The whole town was living its life. None of the townspeople even suspected the conflict that took place at the site. Most residents paid no attention to the yellow police restrictive tape. They were all just chatting as they walked by, not noticing that there were two young girls behind the tape. Hee-soo! Nuna slapped Soo-hyun irritably. Inertia caused the girl's head to turn to the left side. Nearly roaring with resentment, she worriedly groped the injured spot. Nuna's hand was still hanging in the air. The blonde girl angrily asked Soo-hyun why she did that. The blonde asked Soo-hyun angrily why she did it. Soo-hyun remained silent. She knew perfectly well what her interlocutor meant. They shouldn't have let Kaye leave. Bowing her head, the girl apologized to Nuna. What happened was her fault too. She just wanted to end the conflict. Hee-soo Nuna wasn't feeling very well. After the battle with Kaye, she was coughing up blood. She reproached herself for letting them escape. Lee-yu soon got up from the ground, coughing. Nuna wiped the blood on her face, stating that they had better hurry. The fugitives couldn't have gotten far. She bent down to the ground to pick up her gun. The girl said it wasn't too late. They could catch up with Kaye. Suddenly, the entire space around them burst into flames. Hee-soo Nuna perplexedly got up from the ground, looking around. Knowing Soo-hyun's abilities, the girl suspected that the student had set the fire on purpose. She turned around. Nuna's suspicions were not in vain. Soo-hyun sat with her hands on the ground. The flames were scattering in different directions. Feeling the girl's gaze on her, the brunette raised her head. Her eyes were sad, as if she wanted to apologize. Nuna moved towards the culprit of the fire. Soo-hyun shouted that they should trust Do-yun. He said it was very important. The blonde swung angrily at the girl. She shouted back that only one thing was important right now. We must catch the fugitives quickly. Soo-hyun clenched her eyes, expecting a strong slap. She had already realized that Nuna would not let such a prank go unpunished. Fortunately, the detective arrived in time and saved the girl from being killed. He ordered Nuna to stop. The blonde froze and looked at him. Leaving Soo-hyun alone, the girl silently moved towards the man. Her squinted eyes and clenched fists did not bode well. Soo-hyun heard footsteps moving away. Unbelieving her happiness, she dared to slowly open her eyes. Detective Han didn't move from his seat. He asked Nuna to be polite. Thanks to the battle with Kaye, she had gained a new ability. The girl was silent, pondering his words. The man clapped her on the back encouragingly, so hard that her eyes almost popped out. Detective Han gave a friendly smile. He advised the girls not to jump to conclusions, but to talk things over. Kaye turned to Soo-hyun resentfully. The man caressed her shoulder affectionately. He said it was for the best. Lee-yu's son stood to the side and silently watched. He decided that he wouldn't interfere with the girls, and they would handle it themselves. The young man thought sadly that it would not hurt to apologize to the detective. Besides, there were a few questions. Suddenly, Yu soon noticed that the man was smiling strangely. Moreover, the guy was sure that Han was looking directly at him. Yu soon waved his hand at him. The detective said that his eyes were suspiciously red. After scratching the back of his head, the young man replied that a speck of water had gotten into his eye. Meanwhile, Do-hee was trying to make sense of the intricately intertwined buildings of Librium. She found herself in a circular corridor. At first the girl was glad. Leo had taken her here more than once. But then Do-hee realized that there were many of them. She tiptoed along the wall, trying not to make any noise. There could be anyone around the corner, and she didn't want to end up back in the cell. Do-hee cautiously poked her head out, studying the area. She had definitely never been here before, and everything seemed unfamiliar. The girl turned her head in different directions, trying to determine the path to the exit. Both directions seemed suspicious. Suddenly the captive heard unfamiliar voices in the distance. She instantly hid back around the corner. 2 employees were rolling a bunk down a parallel corridor discussing something. Do-hee huddled against the wall in fear. The girl told her interlocutor that she was sick of doing nothing but removing corpses from the lab. The young man asked her to be patient for a while. Rumor had it that a new test subject would be delivered soon, and then everything would change. The man added that she was still lucky. The girl herself could have been in that bed. After a while, the voices disappeared. Do-hee carefully peeked around the corner, hoping that the orderlies had already left. She sat down on the floor and pulled out her tablet, trying to make sense of the strange map. From time to time, the girl glanced around the corner. Unfortunately, nothing had changed. There were no room markings on the map. Do-hee still didn't know where she herself was, and the map was unclear. The girl turned the tablet upside down, assuming that the map should be read that way. She turned the tablet sideways, but nothing changed. Do-hee couldn't stand it and indignantly wailed that she didn't understand anything. She couldn't read the map because she didn't know her location. Suddenly, voices were heard around the corner. A man told his companion if she knew that one of the test subjects had escaped. Do-hee shuddered. She hastily crawled away from the unfortunate corner, which turned out to be quite busy. It was dangerous to be that way. After catching her breath, Do-hee decided that she couldn't go on like this. She needed to get out of Librium as soon as possible. She closed her eyes tiredly with her hands. Of course, it would be good to get out of here, but she had no idea how to do that. The girl looked angrily at the tablet. The girl looked at the tablet angrily. It's a maze that anyone can get confused if they don't know where they are. Do-hee waved her hands angrily. She cursed all the engineers who had called to map this useless contraption. Suddenly, there was a suspicious crackling sound in the tablet. The square on which the girl was sitting disappeared somewhere. Do-hee started to fall downward with a shriek. The worst part was that from her height, it looked like a deep, bottomless black well. It was safe to land. The girl found herself in a huge hall, with columns, with double doors right in front of her. Do-hee's amazement was unparalleled. Somehow, she landed on the soft pink poof. The brunette looked around in surprise. Leo had never told her about this room. She couldn't figure out what this place was. Do-hee was so engrossed in her journey that she didn't notice the presence of the man behind her back. The elderly man on the bunk near where the girl landed silently tugged at her robe. Her heart nearly jumped out in fright. Do-hee looked around more carefully. In addition to the columns, there were several windows with low sills. An ancient, heavy crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, with real Styrian candles burning instead of light bulbs. In addition, the pink poof beneath her changed its coloring. The velvet had turned bright red. It was all confusing to the girl. The old man politely waited until his guest had had enough of looking around, and then waved his finger toward her. Do-hee wasn't sure if the gesture was referring to her. She perplexedly pointed at herself, interjecting to the man. Sighing, the girl stood up from the comfortable poof. It creaked. Do-hee didn't know who the old man was. She hoped to get the answer she needed. The strange man startled her a little with his presence in this room. Do-hee slowly approached his bed. When she was near him, the old man mumbled something to himself. His eyes remained fixed on a single point. The man asked the visitor to come closer. The girl was surprised. She was already standing by the bed. Do-hee perplexedly leaned over the old man, deciding to keep an eye on him. He can only pretend to be infirm. The girl immediately noticed the man's strange eyes. They were completely white, as if he were blind. At the same time, it felt like the eyes were looking directly at her. Do-hee shrank back, a very unpleasant sensation. Suddenly, the man asked if the girl recognized him. Do-hee shuddered. This guy was scaring her more and more. The girl asked in a trembling voice who he was. The man's voice sounded weak to her. The old man said that there was something wrong with this situation. He was silent for a while. Do-hee waited patiently. The man finally said she shouldn't be here. He admitted that he felt her presence but could not see her. Without warning, the old man quickly reached out his hand and gripped the sleeve of her white robe tightly. Do-hee was startled. She took a step back, asking the man indignantly why he did it. He continued to pull the girl toward him. Despite his venerable age, the man had a very strong grip. Do-hee was surprised to realize that it would be hard to break free. Rolling up her sleeve and pulling it toward her, the girl perplexedly told the old man that she was in no mood to respond to his signs of attention. Finally losing patience, Do-hee shouted that she just needed to get out of here, and wondered where the exit was located. The old man humbly replied that the only way out of Librium was through a portal. The girl couldn't believe it had gotten so complicated. The man added that the visitor was a little late. The nearest portal had just closed. Closing his eyes, the old man muttered that it wasn't that important. It opens and closes every hour. Do-hee wailed so loudly that she just wanted to get out of here quickly that the gray-haired man involuntarily opened his eyes. All the while, he was pulling the girl toward him. Do-hee angrily demanded to let her go. The man said that the portal wouldn't open just because she wanted it to. The girl couldn't stand it and shouted that the old man just didn't understand. She really needed to leave this place. It turned out that there was someone behind the wall. When he heard a strange sound, the man behind the wall was perplexed and asked what it was. Do-hee froze with fear. She realized that she had made too much noise with her impatient behavior. Her arm dangled along her body listlessly. The old man subtly touched the girl's arm, drawing her attention to himself. Do-hee turned to the man. He pointed his finger under the bed. The girl realized at once that no one would find her under the sheet hanging to the floor. Confirming her hunch, the old man demanded in a low voice that the visitor hide there for the duration of the alarm. Meanwhile, Detective Han continued his research in the lab on Earth. Here, too, there were intricate circular corridors. Detective Han grinned as he watched his assistant work. The guy with the glasses was quite bright and had promise. When the man brought Nuna to the lab, Young-sik gladly agreed to take a blood sample from her for research. The girl frowned at the brown liquid in the test tube. The young man told the detective that the preparations were finished. Han laughed. He confessed that he liked to watch the boy work. He did it well and quickly. Gathering the papers on the table, Young-sik trimmed them and declared that he was already finishing up. The man laughed even louder. As he left the office, the young man stopped at the door and turned to the detective, saying he remembered something else. He turned around and recalled the latest research. As it turned out, it had cleared up a few things about that artifact. The detective squinted. He wondered what other secrets that bluish crystal held. The young man smirked. He assumed that that strange stone was a portal, but it was still unclear what it was made of. Nuna absent-mindedly clenched her fingers into a fist to make the blood stop. The assistant suggested that she could try to amplify the crystal's energy. If it really is a portal, he should react accordingly. The girl clenched her fists so hard that her fingers turned white. The man remembered his former abode. All the rooms were very spacious, and the furniture was of the finest quality. That evening he stood at the huge window and looked out over the city. Behind him on the big bed, his son-in-law was soothing the man's daughter. Sobbing, the woman confessed to her husband that she had dreamt about children today. The man at the window pretended not to hear her. There was sadness in his eyes. The woman continued to sob. She said that she saw her small children clearly, as if she was seeing them in real life. The man stared blankly out the window as if it didn't concern him at all. He hoped that his daughter would soon calm down and fall asleep. The young mother's body was trembling. She assumed with hope in her voice that the children would be all right. That man would take care of them. The man didn't say anything this time either. He stared silently out the large window, his back turned to his daughter. From the window of the apartment on the top floors, he had a perfect view of the city at night. He had loved to look at the nightlights of the buildings as a child. As soon as Do-hee hid under the bed, the door swung open noisily. The professor took a quick glance around the room. Finding nothing suspicious, Graham quickly ran straight to the bed with the old man. He was sure he had heard something suspicious. The man didn't even turn when the professor ran up to him. He continued to lie there and stare at the ceiling. After waiting a little longer, Graham politely apologized for such a late visit. The man should understand there was a reason for that. The professor admitted that they were having some difficulties. He came in to see if everything was all right. The girl under the bed was trembling with fear, her hands clamped over her mouth. She couldn't see who was speaking, but she wouldn't mistake that psycho's voice for any other. Her heart was pounding at a furious pace. Since the sheet didn't reach all the way to the floor, Do-hee could see the professor standing right beside her. He said that a test subject had escaped. The old man was silent. Graham said thoughtfully that the fugitive was obviously still in Librium. She couldn't have gotten far. The man said grumpily that he was getting tired of this conversation. The professor bowed his head politely. He realized that it was time to end the visit. With a heavy sigh, Graham turned and headed for the same door he had come from. His footsteps could be heard farther away. Do-hee watched the professor suspiciously as she continued to clamp her mouth shut. She felt like the man might change his mind and come back at any moment. The 2 minutes it took Graham to get to the door, stamping each step, seemed like an eternity. Finally, the door slammed shut. The girl decided to wait a little longer just in case. The crazy man might remember something else important and come back. It was quiet behind the door. Do-hee crawled out from under the bed, sneezing from the dust that had accumulated there. The girl was breathing heavily, almost caught. Do-hee's blue eyes were full of surprise. This old man now seemed like a powerful man, the professor himself tiptoeing in front of him. Leaning on her knee, the girl started to get up from the floor. At the same time, she turned to the man, asking who he was. He lay there with his eyes closed. Without turning his head, he laughed and said that he was really just an old, decrepit man who couldn't move a finger. Do-hee turned away angrily, shoving her hands into the pockets of her robe. That wasn't the answer she wanted to hear. The man had said he could see a lot of emptiness inside her. The girl decided to listen to him until the end. When the old man asked how often she got sick, Do-hee just exploded. Clutching her head, the brunette shouted angrily that she was sick of hearing it. Everyone was always talking about it. She yelled loudly that she didn't know what that even meant. With an involuntary shudder, the old man opened his eyes and turned his head toward her. Do-hee jumped onto the red poof and made herself comfortable on it. She angrily reminded herself that it was an hour before the portal opened. The man had mentioned it. The girl held out her hand to the stranger. Do-hee demanded an immediate explanation as to why everyone in Librium thought she was empty. At this time, Kim Do-yeon was moving in a space-like space. It occurred to the young man that he was feeling cold as usual right now. Do-yeon stretched his hands forward. A bright light appeared in hyperspace, illuminating his palms. The guy looked at them. The glow became brighter and brighter. At first it only warmed him, but then it began to blind his eyes, so he had to cover them. For a moment it occurred to the young man that he had witnessed the birth of the sun, only it could give such a bright light. Do-yeon took a few more steps towards the light. His bare feet left imprints on the surface, and his upper body disintegrated into atoms. As he looked at his hands, the young man realized that it was all in his mind. In fact, his body had remained whole the whole time. Recalling his recent thoughts, Do-yeon froze. If the cold seems to be the same as it always was, it means that he had been here before. The young man took a few more steps toward the light. In those moments when he was not looking at his body, it seemed to him that it did not exist. He was part of the cosmos. Opening his eyes, Do-yeon looked at himself. The guy made sure that his body hadn't disappeared anywhere. He was standing in front of a bright light source. There was something majestic about it. A limitless space with millions of different elements and a bright source of light at the center of everything. Suddenly, the young man heard his name. When he opened his eyes, he was surprised to realize he was lying on the ground. Kaye was shaking him, trying to bring him back to consciousness. Do-yeon sat down on the ground, looking at his girlfriend perplexed. He wondered what had happened and where he had gotten to. Kaye smiled happily. She informed the surprised young man that the plan had worked. They had managed to get through the portal. The girl pointed her hand at the strange metropolis. No doubt they were typical skyscrapers, but Do-yeon had never seen such a thing. Kaye gave her companion a hand. He continued to sit on the ground looking at the city, dumbfounded when he heard that it was Librium. Do-hee looked at the old man expectantly, hoping that she would finally deign to tell him what was happening to her. The man pretended not to understand. The brunette squeaked angrily on the poof, propping her head up with her hand. Without changing his expression, the old man stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers loudly. Do-hee's eyes perked up. Something had finally happened. The kitchen cabinet door swung open. A small porcelain kettle of boiling water whistled out. A cup instantly appeared in the girl's hands. The brunette looked at the old man in surprise. The man laughed. The teapot flew over to the guest and poured tea into her cup. The old man looked at Do-hee carefully, noticing that she wasn't very surprised. The girl took a sip, sighing. The brunette stated that it wasn't really the most interesting trick. She had seen better ones here. Finishing her tea, Do-hee placed the cup beside her on the poof. She asked finally to be told what was going on here. The old man turned away from his visitor, closing his eyes. The girl leaned closer to him, frowning. Do-hee listened to the man's story and asked for more details. If she understood correctly, Librium was inhabited by the same people as on Earth. Besides, these two worlds are somehow connected to each other. The old man nodded faintly, exactly like that. The girl asked if it was true that Earthlings have superpowers when they meet their copy from Librium. Hearing no response, Do-hee bowed her head. She reminded herself, puzzled, that she still didn't understand why she was called empty here. The man was silent for a while. The brunette waited patiently for his answer. Finally, the old man opened his eyes and began to speak. The cup began to move before the girl's eyes. The man told his guest that every person has energy. The cup slowly floated through the air. Do-hee kept her eyes on it. The old man said it was all about how to use the energy. When the teacup floated up to the bed, the man put up his hand. He stated that many people could do such things. At the same moment, he quickly pointed his finger at the poof. The cup dropped obediently at the girl's feet without spilling a drop of liquid. When the man raised his hand upward, something strange happened. Do-hee felt as if the room had turned sideways and she was sitting on the wall. Putting everything back, the old man continued his demonstration. This time he simply clenched his fist. There was something bright about it. When the man unclenched his fist, A large, glowing ball of light appeared in his palm. He said that energy could do many things. The old man clenched his fist. The glow between his fingers immediately disappeared. The man was silent for a few seconds. He looked at him in surprise. The old man admitted that he couldn't feel any energy in her, so he said that. Clenching his fist, the man began to concentrate a yellow blob of energy around him. The girl watched his movements as if mesmerized. The old man jabbed a glowing finger at her forehead. He said glumly that her doppelganger had absolutely everything, since she herself had no energy. Lee Wei-sun walked down the empty corridor of the school. There was no one else here, so he could think about everything. He walked over to the windowsill and leaned on it thoughtfully, his hands resting on his head. He stared out the window but saw nothing beyond it. His head was now occupied with entirely different thoughts. He might as well have been staring at the white wall. Lee Wei-sun was replaying the events of the past day in his mind. He remembered his argument with Do-yun. His friend then bowed his head dejectedly. A little later, he walked over to the injured Leo and helped him up, then dragged him on top of him, hooking his elbow around his neck. Something in those memories seemed very familiar, but Yu-sun couldn't figure out what it was. Suddenly, he remembered something. That night, Lee Yu soon sneaked into Kim Do-yun's house. The floorboards creaked under his feet. The young man looked around quickly. It seemed that his intuition had not failed him. There was no one in the house. Taking off his protective mask, Lee Wei-sun laughed. He pretended to greet the occupants of the apartment. The young man looked out into the hallway. Not a sound came from there. The apartment was completely silent. Yu soon walked to the bedroom. There was no one there either. The bed was made and the desk was empty. The boy looked cautiously out into the hallway. He thought he heard something. The silence was broken only by the steady ticking of the clock. Lee Wei-sun gingerly looked at one of the closed doors. In that room, he hadn't looked around yet. After correcting the glove on his hand, the young man slowly turned the doorknob. Fortunately, Do-yun had forgotten to close it. The door opened. Lee Wei-sun found himself in a huge hall. There was a closet with large drawers all along the wall. There was a table in the center of the room. Cautiously looking inside, the young man was surprised to think that this room was furnished in a rather unusual way. He walked around the room and went to the bookshelf. They all looked the same, so Yu-sun pulled one out at random. On closer inspection, it turned out that it wasn't books on that shelf. The young man was holding one of the photo albums. He opened the album with interest and began flipping through it. On some pages, the space for the photos was left blank. Master's face was quite recognizable even in childhood photos. Yu-sun was surprised to find that he had hardly changed. Suddenly, the young man turned his attention to the dresser by the desk. He closed the album and put it on the desk. The top drawer was filled to the top with white envelopes of letters. Yu-sun was surprised. There was too much correspondence. He pulled out one of the envelopes at random. They all looked exactly the same. The young man scrutinized them carefully. To his surprise, the envelope bore the familiar blue logo of Arium Pharmaceutical Company. They had been there recently. Lee Wei-sun froze in surprise. It was quite strange to see letters from that company in Do-yun's room. The young man raked out several envelopes and turned them over. The blue Arium logo was stamped on each of them. The only difference was that the envelopes had different numbers stamped on them. Yu-sun assumed it was a payment for services. Another thought popped into his head. He stared suspiciously at the photo album left on the table. The boy decided to flip through it to the end. As in the beginning, he found mostly blank pages with no pictures. But on one of the pages was a photo of a man they both knew well. The director looked mockingly at the photographer. Lee Yu soon stopped flipping through the album. He froze in place. His intuition told him that this couldn't just be a coincidence. The boy stared at the man's picture. He couldn't believe that Do-yun had been hiding something important from him all this time. If you ignored the bizarrely shaped skyscrapers, Librium could be considered an earthly city. There were the same gray buildings and spacious streets. Kaye led him confidently through the busy city. There were also people like them walking towards them. Do-yun couldn't tell the difference between a person from Librium and an earthling. Leaving the boys around the corner, Kaye walked forward a bit. She needed to make sure the path was safe. Walking back, the girl quickly beckoned Do-yun towards her. "It's okay to go now, but it's better to hurry." The young man nodded understandingly and put Leo on his shoulders. The boy was still unconscious, so I had to carry him. After walking a few meters, Do-yun was surprised to notice that these buildings were very similar to the earthly residential area. Kaye told her, turning her head, that all of these houses were specially designed by the professor for a large number of people. The young man admitted that the building complex looked amazing. Kaye smiled. She was overflowing with pride in Graham. Do-yun added, smirking evilly that her favorite professor had killed many of the girl's friends. He wondered what she would say. Kaye didn't want to discuss it. Shrugging, she assumed that some mistake had happened. Graham wouldn't have done it. The girl walked over to the trash can and opened it. She said glumly that it wouldn't be long before Do-yoon would be convinced that she was wrong. Patting her hand on the edge of the container, Kaye demanded Leo be put in there. He was only slowing their progress. The young man was surprised at first, but then he realized that the suggestion made sense. The young man was surprised at first, but then he realized the offer made sense. Do-yoon pulled Leo into the full-length container. Raising his head to his companion, he asked what she was going to do next. The young man noticed where Kaye was looking. He said cheerfully that the girl didn't have to answer. He already understood. Do-yoon's companion stared tensely into the distance. There was a huge skyscraper in front of them. Kaye told the guy glumly, turning to him, that there really wasn't time to discuss. They needed to get there soon. Kaye walked briskly through the alleyway. Do-yoon could barely keep up with her even though he had gotten rid of his heavy burden. From afar it looked like one big skyscraper. When he got closer, he realized that it was a whole complex of administrative buildings. Do-hee was so taken aback by the old man's revelation that she openly expressed her anger by shouting in a voice that was not her own. The girl clutched her head, wailing that she didn't know what to do. If the man was telling the truth, she shouldn't be here. The old man listened silently to his unwilling guest. Do-hee thought aloud that she couldn't get out now. All the portals were closed. She muttered that she couldn't let herself be caught. In that case, she would be experimented on until she died. The old man was fed up with her cries. He asked if she really wanted to go back to Earth after learning the sad truth. The question seemed strange to the girl. Of course, she wants to go back home, and she is not interested in different people's opinions about energy. Reaching out her hands to the old man, Do-hee looked pleadingly into his eyes. She exclaimed that she just wanted to go back. To her surprise, the man laughed. He admitted that it always amused him to watch Earthlings think. The girl shouted that they were all just nuts here. The old man admitted that she was right. They had been crazy for a long time. A rustle of pages rustled in the air. Do-hee turned her head in surprise and saw dozens of books with red covers. They were flying around the room. Several books landed on the floor, creating a bizarre shadow in the shape of a small monster. The old man stated that what they valued most was knowledge. The monster from the shadows growled ominously, baring its teeth. The man said that they teach their children to ask questions and gain knowledge at any cost. The dark monster grew right before her eyes, methodically devouring one book after another. The girl could clearly hear it slurping. As he got closer to his guest, the insatiable monster grabbed the cup. The porcelain crunched in its teeth. The man said that it was knowledge that gave great power and authority. The monster appeared even closer. Do-hee noticed its squinting eye above its huge maw. It could swallow her whole. With a snap of his fingers, the man made the monster disappear. He admitted that this was why they didn't understand Earthlings in Librium. In the place where the monster had been, there was now only a hissing sound. The old man asked if the girl was interested in how the two worlds came to be and why they were connected. Do-hee angrily exclaimed that it was nonsense. There was no need to deal with such useless things. The man squinted his eyes. The girl stood her ground. All these mysteries of the universe are of no use to her. She just wants to go back and live a simple life. Do-hee stated that happiness consists of ignorance. She waved her hand and scornfully said that no one would understand such an expression in this world. The old man only laughed loudly in response. The girl looked at her interlocutor in surprise. His reaction was quite strange. The man agreed. Ignorance could indeed be a blessing. Pink droplets of some kind of matter began to envelop his right hand. The old man's entire palm was engulfed in a pink blob of energy with a hiss. He confessed that it was his hunger for knowledge that had turned him into a monster. The hissing was increasing. The white sheet also took on a pink hue. The man stated that his problem was that he was overflowing with energy. The energy clot spread rapidly through the room. The old man admitted that he could no longer contain this power. Do-hee looked at the dazzlingly bright pink glow with astonishment. It seemed to appear out of thin air. A few seconds later, the man was all wrapped up in energy clots. He said he was using the girl's appearance to his advantage. The clot moved closer to his face. The old man added in a quiet voice that this was his last chance. The energy just overwhelmed him from the inside out. Lee Yu-sun remembered something else. After hearing about the mysterious mirror, he decided to test his hunch and went to Do-yun's grandfather's house. The house was much larger than he had anticipated. It was a huge mansion with a high, impregnable wall. Yu-sun walked closer. As he looked at the doors, he thought that Do-yun was really rich since he had lived in this house for a while. His hand froze in front of the intercom. The young man didn't know what he would say to the owner. Of course, the old man wouldn't let him in just to look at the mirror. Different ideas swirled around in his head. Unfortunately, none of them were suitable for the realization of his plan. Yu-sun was already beginning to regret coming to this house at all. Suddenly, the door opened by itself. A voice invited him inside. The boy froze in place. This place seemed even more mysterious to him. He had no sooner knocked on the door than the owner opened it. After gathering his wits, Yu-sun asked in surprise if he was really allowed to go inside the mansion. There was a crackling sound on the intercom near the door. The same voice made it clear to the guy that there was no one else around. He was invited to come inside. The young man's throat was dry and his face was sweating. Yu-sun took a gulp and decided that there was nowhere to retreat to. He timidly took a few steps toward the door, secretly hoping the strange voice would change its mind and close the door. As Li Wei-sun approached the house, the front door opened wider and wider. It made him feel uneasy. The girl looked at her interlocutor in surprise. When she heard about the old man's last chance, Do-hee asked fearfully what it meant. The man admitted that he only looks strong. In fact, he's very old, getting weaker every day. The old man's hand twitched suspiciously. He admitted that there wasn't much time left. Do-hee began to panic. She didn't like this situation. A second later, the girl found herself in a cage created by energy clots. She stared in surprise in front of her. The man explained that he had to take his chance. Do-hee tried to break free, but realized she couldn't even move. She asked angrily why the old man was doing this. The man replied cryptically that the guest would understand everything when she took his place. He remembered what the city had looked like when he could still see. The old man had warned the girl that she would have to choose for herself. In those days, he often strolled through the Green Park with his young son. The man said there were only two options. One was to give up and return to nothingness. Remembering the happy smile of his son tugging on his sleeve, the old man said that it was possible to pass on the power to the child and keep the peace. Up to this point, everyone had chosen the second option. This has led to the emergence of many children with different abilities. His son looked up to his father with such devotion that the man hesitated to give him his killing power and kept it for himself. He knew that in the future his son would also have to choose in such a case, so he decided not to condemn him to eternal suffering. Do-hee began to realize what had happened. She demanded to be released immediately, asking what had happened that day. The man remembered what a huge metropolis with millions of inhabitants looked like. He often walked along the embankment along the river. The old man admitted that the imbalance had turned the entire world of Librium into a bomb that could explode at any moment. After a brief pause, the man added that in this case he himself was acting as the detonator to it. A drop of brown liquid fell from the ceiling. Seeing Do-hee raised her head in surprise, the old man told her that it was a multitude of other people's lives and energies. That matter was like a brown cloud with many outgrowths. The liquid dripped more and more intensely. The man said that no one could hold such power within himself. Brown drops fell more and more often, wetting the old man's face in the sheet. He said confidently that he knew for sure. Do-hee looked at her interlocutor fearfully from her cage. She suspected that this conversation would not end well. A whole rain of purple clouds formed over the man. Smiling blissfully, he told the girl that she was different. Suddenly, Do-hee saw that the old man had become inflamed. He knew it was going to happen, but he wasn't prepared for the pain and screamed in terror. His body was trembling. The girl couldn't sit still and watch the man burn right before her eyes. Do-hee involuntarily squeezed her eyes shut. When she opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was a strange black obstacle where the old man's bed had been. In addition, a bright light illuminated her face. The girl wondered in surprise what it could be related to. The glow was getting brighter and brighter. Do-hee closed her eyes again. She couldn't understand what was even going on in this room. Suddenly, there was a burst of energy. Even through her closed eyes, Do-hee realized that it was too bright and panicked. After hesitating a bit, the girl decided that she would try to get at least an edge of her eye to see what had happened and opened her eyes. In a bright white flash, the brunette saw the vortex in which the old man was spinning. The room became very cold, and a blizzard began. The wind was so frosty that Do-hee's nose immediately froze, her hair covered in frost. The girl shouted that she didn't understand anything. At the epicenter of the storm was a bright white core with a greenish shell. That's where it all started. The cage restraining the girl's movements disappeared. Now the brunette could not move from the poof because of the strong wind. The core shell changed its color from green to blue. Do-hee heard a suspicious crackling sound in the distance. Suddenly, she saw a small ice drop in the shape of an arrowhead flying straight at her face. The girl was horrified. Do-hee demanded that she stop immediately, as if her shout could affect the trajectory of the drop. The object hit her in the eye. It was so sudden and painful that the girl lost her balance and fell to the floor. The brunette groaned unhappily. Her whole body was trembling. Putting her hand on the injured spot, Do-hee realized that she didn't even know what was in her eye right now. Do-hee collapsed to her knees beside the old man's bed. She shouted that it was all a lie. It shouldn't have happened. The girl was very hurt that the man hadn't warned her in advance. Do-hee tearfully cried out that she didn't understand why the man had done that to her. The old man didn't answer anything. His body was rapidly rising up to the ceiling in front of Do-hee's eyes under the influence of an unknown force. The girl watched the stranger rise higher and higher in astonishment. His eyes were closed. The old man's body rose so high that it was uncomfortable for the brunette to follow him. Besides, she felt dizzy. Losing consciousness, Do-hee let the sheet out of her exhausted hands and fell to the floor beside the bed. At this time, Do-yoon and Kaye walked confidently into the administrative building of the Librium. The young man stood on the threshold, looking at the interior. He still couldn't get used to the fact that the city was very similar to Earth's. The people here looked exactly the same. After taking the elevator, the young people found themselves in a huge foyer. There were a lot of guys and girls with backpacks. They could be mistaken for students. Many of them were chatting merrily amongst themselves, paying no attention to Kaye and the young man. As she passed the receptionist's desk, Kaye waved hello. The guy in the white coat recognized her and nodded back. Do-yoon cautiously asked if they could just walk into the hall like that. His companion clarified that the professor already knew they were here. The young man froze in place. He began to suspect that Kaye was leading him straight to the boss, and he asked the girl about it unhesitatingly. Kaye stepped confidently into the elevator, stating that they were going straight to the lab. The young man had no choice but to follow her. Lee Yue-sun walked slowly through the huge villa, looking around the rich interior of the villa with interest. His footsteps were barely audible on the thick carpet. Fancy-shaped steps led to the second floor. They were rounded in some places for a better view. The young man was immediately struck by the huge crystal chandelier. Instead of light bulbs, there were dozens of real candles in it. A staff member in a white shirt accompanied Li Yu soon as he traveled around the house so the guy wouldn't get lost. Approaching one of the doors, the attendant knocked loudly. He apologized for the disturbance and opened the door. A thick cloud of cigarette smoke hit Lee Wei-sun's face, and his eyes began to water. He immediately started coughing out of habit. It seemed that for the man in the room, this smoke had long been familiar. He stood with his back to the door and invited the visitor inside. Li Yu's son hesitantly stopped near the table with the chairs that stood in the center of the room. The master continued to smoke, turning away to the window. The young man looked around with interest. It seemed to be an office. There was no sofa or cabinets. The silence of the master was weighing down on Yu's son. After waiting for a while, the young man hesitantly announced his presence. The man turned to look at the guest. He assumed that the guy was Do-yoon's friend and motioned for him to sit down. Lee Yue's son thanked the stranger and slowly lowered himself onto the chair. The springs of the chair squeaked resentfully. The young man furtively looked at the man, studying him. He had never been in such expensive houses before. The red ashtray on the table was full of cigarette butts. The man said that he was expecting the young man a little early. He stated that Kim Jun was losing his grip. Lee Wei-sun stared at his interlocutor with an incomprehensible look. He admitted that he had come to this house of his own volition. Now it was the owner's turn to be surprised. He was 100% sure that Kim Jun had sent the boy to him. Yu soon asked how the host knew Detective Han. Lighting a cigarette, the man said that he had once been his teacher. Exhaling a thick cloud of smoke, the master laughed. He found it amusing that the young man had come to the mansion of his own volition. The guest perplexedly stated that he came here because Do-yoon needs help. Unfortunately, he can't give details. The man took another puff, releasing a cloud of smoke. He asked the visitor not to be evasive and to tell it like it is. With a smirk, the owner stated that he knew everything. Yu's son had broken into his company's building that day together with Do-yoon. The young man pretended not to understand. The director said that Kim Jun had something taken away from him that day, and Yu soon had wrecked his car. Sweat appeared on the boy's face. He realized that it was useless to be sly any further. The man knew everything about their business. After finishing his cigarette, the owner put it out and sent it to the red ashtray to smolder with the other cigarette butts. A trickle of smoke rose above the table. The principal folded his arms across his chest. He said he was willing to help the boy if he would tell what had happened. The service elevator took Kaye and Do-yoon straight to the lab. The bell rang and the elevator doors opened. The professor stood with his back to the young men. He didn't seem to react to their presence and was minding his own business. Hearing the sound of the elevator doors opening, the man immediately laughed and ran towards them. Do-yoon and Kaye froze in place. Forgetting his business, Graham joyfully ran to the young man with open arms. He was glad that the young man had finally reached the laboratory. The professor grabbed the surprised guy by the shoulders, exclaiming happily that Do-yoon couldn't even imagine how long he had waited for him. The young man couldn't understand what was wrong with this man. He thought that the man in the white coat was crazy. Kaye finally decided to intervene. She placed her hand politely on the professor's wrist, asking him to leave the boy alone. Graham looked at his assistant in surprise. He seemed only now to have noticed the girl's presence. Kaye glared at the man so assertively that he realized his gaffe under pressure from his assistant. Slowly letting go of his visitor's shoulders, the professor apologized to him. He assumed that the young man was surprised by his reception. Graham introduced himself. He stated that he was now working on a very important project. The professor's hand froze in the air. Do-yoon still didn't understand anything. The man explained that he was researching the abilities of his staff. Turning away from the young men, the professor exclaimed happily that it had been a good day. He had 2 surprises. The young man looked at the man's back puzzled. He asked Kaye in a whisper if this was the mad professor. He really looked crazy now. Forgetting about the visitors, the man waved his hands and mumbled something to himself. Kaye remembered how strange Graham had greeted Do-Yun. From the outside, it looked like they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Sighing, the girl said thoughtfully that the man in the white coat was the professor she was talking about. The young men slowly approached Graham. The man was standing on the steps at a small elevation near a large screen. The professor led the boy and the girl into his office. His desk was piled with stacks of lab notes. They were the least of Graham's worries right now. He leaned across the desk and dropped all his papers to the floor in one fell swoop. The man moved his chair to the table. He invited the young man to sit down. Do-Yun hesitantly approached the table. This guy was acting really weird. No one in their right mind would throw their research results around the office. Smiling ingratiatingly, the professor said that the boy needed to rest. But after a minute, he admitted that he was eager to talk to his guest as soon as possible. Do-Yun sat down in the offered chair. He didn't mind resting, as it had been a tiring day. The assistant professor reluctantly returned to his research. He wanted to get some more rest. Sighing heavily, young Sikh sat down at his workstation and turned on his computer. Unfortunately, no one else would do it. Taking off his glasses, he rubbed his forehead tiredly. The man muttered that there was a great risk. He felt he was missing something important. Young Sikh stared thoughtfully at the screen. He couldn't figure out what was missing from his chain of research. As he got up from his chair and headed for another corner, there was a strange crackling sound. The assistant was too busy and didn't hear him. After a bit of silence, Do-Yun told the professor that he had heard about him. He knows that Graham has been looking for him for a long time. Kaye listened to the conversation. The professor smiled smugly. He realized that his assistant had not been involved. The girl had obviously told him about it. The young man asked what was the reason for such interest in his person. Graham smiled and admitted that his research had reached a dead end. Do-Yun interlocked his fingers. He asked what kind of research the man was doing. The man avoided a direct answer. The interlocutors fell silent. The young man assumed that in that case the professor had some questions for him. Placing his elbows on the table and leaning a little closer to his interlocutor, Graham admitted that he had no questions for the guy. He stroked his beard thoughtfully, pondering how best to make his intentions known. Do-Yun waited patiently. The man told the young man that the subject of the research should be himself. Do-Yun stared at Graham in surprise, not understanding. The professor began to rummage through his notes on the desk. He muttered to himself that he didn't know where to begin. Graham finally found the file with Do-Hee's photocard pasted in. He regretfully said that the girl had no powers. Do-Yun surprisedly mumbled that it should be so. She didn't know anything. Graham looked at his interlocutor with a puzzled look. The thought occurred to him that the young man was on Earth doing his research. The professor smiled understandingly. Remembering the aggressive girl who was banging on the walls of the cell, Graham was careful to say that Do-Hee belonged in a separate category. He admitted that as a result of the research, the girl didn't even show the abilities she shouldn't have had originally. The professor smirked. He clearly enjoyed telling Do-Hee that Do-Hee was nothing. Graham asked if he knew that the same people couldn't be present in the same world. Do-Yun immediately remembered Leo and Nuna. They had ended up on the same playground back then. He said thoughtfully that he knew, but it wasn't all that obvious. The professor interrupted the boy. He was amazed that his interlocutor knew so much about Librium. The man angrily asked what else Do-Yun knew. Kaye stood behind the young man's back and remained silent the entire time. For a moment their eyes met. Professor Graham squinted, trying to understand what she had said about the lab. Kaye looked anxiously at her superior. She realized from the look in his eyes that Graham had guessed the source of the information. Do-Yun said in a quiet voice that copies of people were needed in different worlds to keep the balance. Kaye couldn't stand it and turned away. The professor approved the boy's answer and asked him how he saw balance and why it was needed at all. The young man thought for a moment. He suspected that the professor was asking the question for a reason. Do-Yun angrily asked why he had to answer the question at all. Graham put his hand on the table with palm upwards. The professor made it clear that he was the only one asking questions and asked the young man again. Do-Yun thoughtfully recounted what he had heard. To maintain the balance, they kill people whose copies died in the other world. Other than that, the guy realized from the conversation that there were people with different innate abilities. He told the professor that this is how the researchers at Librium try to balance the abilities of people in both worlds. The young man thoughtfully asked why this was necessary. The original purpose, after all, was simply to maintain balance. Graham smiled. Jumping out from behind the desk, he waved his hands happily. The professor exclaimed that he was not mistaken about him. Do-Yun was a quick thinker. He turned away from his interlocutor. still smiling and exclaiming. The young man had shown himself to be at his best. Do-yun angrily stated that he had answered Graham's questions. Now it was his turn to question the man about something. Without waiting for a question, the professor said that both worlds would inevitably perish if the balance was broken. The young man froze. Graham stood with his back to him. After a few seconds of silence, the professor added that the destruction of Librium would also kill the Earthlings. He showed the young man a small scene. Ji-hyo, who had been in Librium the whole time, collapsed from fatigue. The little girl had practiced too much, practicing her stick strokes, and now sat exhaustedly by the steps. She angrily resented that everyone had disappeared somewhere, both Kim Do-yoon and Soo-hyun. Other than that, no one said anything to the girl. Suddenly, someone snapped their fingers loudly in front of her nose. Someone said snidely that this was the way it should be. She was still a little girl. Ji-hyo angrily asked what the young man was doing here. Assistant Young-sik was perplexed and asked why he had to report back. Muttering to himself that they were all like little children, the guy grabbed one of the dumbbells that lay nearby. Young-sik decided to show the arrogant girl that he was much stronger than her. The young man began to lift the dumbbell with a menacing look, bending his arms at the elbow. At first, he was good at showing off his strength. Ji-hyo watched him glumly, hoping he would get tired. Young-sik lifted the dumbbell slower and slower on the second lift, and he began to breathe heavily. The girl kept her eyes on him. The third approach was already unnecessary. The guy realized it when he started to get shortness of breath. Ji-hyo was angry, realizing she was dealing with a weakling. Young-sik tiredly put the dumbbell down and admitted that he was too weak for all this. The girl angrily exclaimed that he was just a lowlife. Continuing to sit on the floor, Ji-hyo angrily demanded to finally be told what brought the young man to the gym. Young-sik looked perplexed at the small interlocutor. He asked her if she really wanted to know what had happened. Having finished his story, Professor Graham looked meaningfully at his guest and was silent, giving him time to think it over. Do-yun was really impressed by the narration. He admitted that he hadn't thought about how serious it was. The professor triumphantly stated that the guy couldn't even imagine how the first person to know about it felt. Leaning closer, the man told me another interesting fact. All catastrophes on Earth happen because the balance is out of balance. All phenomena that are commonly referred to as elemental are actually an indication of an imbalance of energy between the two worlds. The professor continued to talk about the connection between the two worlds, gesticulating passionately. Do-yun didn't listen to him anymore. He was absorbed in himself. It occurred to the young man that the number of population doesn't really matter. What matters more is the amount of energy released. He imagined the professor playing with people and shifting them from one scale to another. Of course, people could be relocated. The man's hand froze. The man froze over the scales. Do-yun remembered that one couldn't stay in a foreign world for more than 3 days. The professor put the little man on the scale. The young man remembered that in such a case the energy would be out of place. For a moment, he visualized clearly that Do-hee was on the scale. She was in the school clothes she had last seen her in. Do-yun angrily said that there was something wrong here. Graham said that his sister had no ability, so she wouldn't come home in 3 days. The young man looked at his interlocutor puzzled. He began to suspect that the girl could not return home on her own. The guy sullenly stated that he should have guessed it earlier. The professor himself had said Do-hee had no powers. Do-yun angrily demanded an answer as to what this really meant. The man smiled slyly. He wanted the young man to find the answer himself. The boy wasn't going to sit here and puzzle out the professor's riddles. He asked angrily where his sister was now. Graham stared at his guest, shoving his farts carelessly into his pants pockets. The evening sun streamed through the windows onto the desk and his companions. The professor sighed. He didn't want to tell the young man the truth, so he stated that it didn't matter. Do-yun surprisingly stated that this was what was important to him. He had come to the lab for his little sister. From the professor's words, the young man realized that he was a valuable test subject. Accordingly, Do-hee was also important for the experiments. He demanded to know where the girl was. Graham sank tiredly into a chair. The man said that she was well taken care of. The professor reported that Do-hee's lack of ability interested him. That's why he began to study her personality. Do-yun puzzledly suggested that they didn't know about it until the girl was kidnapped. Graham had to admit that he hadn't suspected it. Kaye intervened in the conversation. The girl said quietly that they were visiting Earth for different reasons. The young man turned to her. Kaye folded her arms across her chest, reminding her softly that one of the causes was imbalance. They come to Earth when someone in Librium dies. The girl showed her index finger. She curved it and said that they had to eliminate a copy of the human on Earth to maintain the balance. Sometimes a person accidentally stumbles into a portal and appears in a parallel world. Then they just bring him back. Kaye said that the portals appear on their own, they can't control them. Graham added that this is the reason why people sometimes disappear and then suddenly reappear. Wiping his glasses, the professor grudgingly noted that Do-hee belonged to just the second option. When it was discovered, the man was very disappointed because a girl with no powers couldn't help with the research. Do-yoon was horrified to hear that during the experiments, they wanted to forcibly instill abilities into his sister, but it didn't work out. All the experiments ended the same way. The unconscious girl was lying on the floor with unnecessary bloody tubes lying around her. Graham looked triumphantly at his interlocutors. He said proudly that they had managed to solve the problem despite the difficulties. Do-yoon listened to the professor not very carefully. He asked perplexedly why the incident with his sister was the second case. The young man angrily suggested that there could only be one explanation in such a case. Do-hee herself was from Librium. Kaye froze. Graham nodded. The girl told the professor in surprise that something didn't add up. He had said himself that the prisoner had been given the ability by force. The young man turned back to her. He noticed that Kaye was not feeling well. Her whole body was shaking, and she could barely stand on her feet. The girl took hold of her head. She mumbled confusedly that all Leo's words were confirmed. He hadn't lied to her then. Graham frowned. He'd never liked that arrogant type. The professor asked what exactly the boy had said to her. The man said angrily that he was more interested in another question. I would like to know where Leo is now. Standing up from the table, Kaye admitted in a calm tone that he was gone. Do-yoon looked at the girl worriedly. Graham questioned the assistant in surprise. She slammed her fist on the table. Kaye's body trembled. The girl reminded the professor of his victims. The man pretended to hear about it for the first time. He asked Kaye in confusion what she was telling him. Raising her tone, the assistant said that Leo had had time to talk about it. Before he died, he'd assumed that Graham would get to the others. The girl shouted, which she now realized. All the people who work in the lab are only needed for this. She angrily asked why the professor had picked them up then. Do-yoon tried to calm the girl down and timidly pulled her sleeve. Graham wasn't going to listen to any more ridiculous accusations against him. He slammed his fist down on the table, shouting that no one dared talk to him like that. The professor also moved to shout and said that all those people were doing their duty by helping him in his laboratory research. Kaye was shaking with anger. She couldn't believe that the man everyone trusted so unconditionally was just using them. She angrily reminded him that before she met him, many had simply been thrown out on the streets. Graham had provided them with shelter and food. Thanks to the training, the children became much stronger and developed their abilities. In addition, they were allowed to stay to work in the laboratory. Kaye thought back to the day she had handled her first assignment. She was a little embarrassed when the professor thanked her. That's when Graham saw great potential in her. After setting her apart from her peers, the man appointed her as his assistant. The girl clenched her fist so tightly that her fingers turned white, and her nails dented the palm of her hand. She said she realized it too late. Kaye's body shook with resentment. Barely crying, she declared that Graham wasn't going to care about them. He was only interested in the lab rats. To her surprise, the professor didn't even try to deny it. He admitted that he had planned the deaths of the test subjects from the very beginning. Graham shouted that at one time he had let the ragamuffins live like normal people and now they were just paying back their debt. Kaye couldn't take it anymore. She jumped over the table and kicked the professor in the forehead. He hadn't expected such an act. Graham stared at his companion in surprise. She threw a few more punches, but the man was still on his feet. Kaye methodically beat her former mentor until he fell to the floor. Blood splattered all around him. The professor tried to rise, leaning on his arms. Several ribs were broken, and he groaned in hellish pain. Kaye ran up to him and kicked him in the ribs again, just to be sure. Graham's eyes blurred, and he couldn't see anything. The girl delivered blow after blow so quickly that the professor did not have time to say a word, and only groaned when he received another kick or punch. Do-yoon watched the beating process with astonishment. Graham only groaned in pain and didn't even try to resist. Kaye was getting a little tired of pounding her former boss herself. As she began to pant, the girl finally left Graham alone. She wiped her tear-wet eyes tiredly with her fist. Kaye didn't fully believe Leo, but every word he said was true. Seeing that the girl had once again turned to the lifeless body and was looking at him unhappily, Do-yoon involuntarily flinched. Kaye turned around and slowly approached the young man. The boy watched her every step cautiously, not knowing what she would think of in a moment. The girl said tiredly that the visit to the professor was not at all what she had expected. Now their plans had changed. Walking past the table, Kaye said thoughtfully, guessing where Do-hee might be right now. The young man turned to her with interest, creaking his chair. The girl squinted belligerently, guessing that there was no way around it without a fight. Kaye demanded that Do-yoon follow her. The principal made himself comfortable in his chair, looking intently at the uninvited guest. Lee Yu-sun sat silently. The man snidely inquired how such an old man could help him. The young man sighed unhappily. He assumed there was nothing new he could tell if the host was personally acquainted with Detective Khan. The principal persistently asked what he wanted to talk about. Lee Yu-sun timidly raised his head. This was his last chance. The young man recounted one of his conversations with Do-yun. That day, the boy had mentioned in passing the large mirror in his house. Staring at the ashtray, the man was relieved that he now understood. The visitor was only interested in the mirror. Lee Yue-sun jumped out from behind the table so quickly that he almost knocked over the chair. He exclaimed that the old man knew everything. The man asked what was in it for him. Putting the chair back in place, the young man apologized for his emotional act and slowly sat down at the table. Yu-sun reminded him that his friend was in great danger. He immediately confessed that he wasn't sure if things would work out. The young man was only sure that he had to see Do-yun, and for that, he needed a mirror. The man thoughtfully drummed on the armrest of the chair. He figured nothing bad would happen if the guy looked in the mirror, so he agreed to help the guy. Lee Yue-sun was overjoyed and thanked his host fervently, noting that it was actually not as simple as it seemed. Stopping smiling, the young man looked guiltily at the old man and said that there was no longer a mirror in that room. The principal smirked and asked the guy if he knew exactly what he had snatched from his company last night. Yu-sun thought of the blue crystal. The old man said that the strange stone was a piece of mirror. The man smiled evasively. He said he would be glad to help, but his actions had made it absolutely impossible. Without listening to the end of his interlocutor's sentence, Yu-sun ran out of the room. A moment later, he was already running to the laboratory. As he ran, he reproached himself for not having approached the old man sooner. The secret of the crystal would have been solved long ago. Lee Yu-sun was too busy with his thoughts, and thus didn't notice that there was a young man standing around the corner of the villa. Shaitan knew the guy was connected to the crystal theft at Arium and was now keeping a constant eye on him. Kaye, meanwhile, crept into the room in a half-crouch. It looked quiet and no one was around. She set a few explosive traps. Looking carefully around, the girl headed down the semicircular corridor. The laboratory was not far away. She said that no one had found the professor yet, or they would have been searched for by now. Do-yun frightenedly suggested that she had killed the man. Kaye turned back to her companion. She said, surprised, that she hadn't meant to kill Graham, only to incapacitate him for a while. Time passed quickly over the conversation. Stopping at a massive door with reinforced glass, the girl said they were already there. The laboratory was unlocked. The young men stopped on the threshold. The sunlight was falling on them from behind. The shadows seemed huge. It was dark in the lab, and I had to feel around. Luckily, the room was quite wide. Do-yun angrily said that he didn't understand how he could work in such darkness. Kaye immediately ran to find the switch. The young man looked around, his eyes quickly becoming accustomed to his surroundings. He noticed the double doors not far from him, steam coming from beneath them. The automatic doors opened as the visitor approached. A large cylinder of murky liquid stood in front of him. Hearing the gurgling in the tank, Do-yun was wary, but he still decided to move a little closer and take a closer look. At that moment, Kaye finally fumbled for the toggle switch. The room was flooded with bright light. The young man was horrified when he saw what was in the tank. In the bluish liquid was his little sister Do-hee. Do-yun stared at it with all his eyes, trying to figure out what the tank was. He turned to Kaye and shouted angrily that you could hardly call a man who was submerged in water and breathing through a tube alive. Do-hee looked directly at the young man. There was a hose attached to her breathing mask that went to the ceiling. Kaye returned from the room with the switchboard. When she saw the girl in this state, she froze with surprise. Stammering, she stated that it was after her visit to Earth and ran to the huge console. Kaye ran through the keys and formed a query. The girl said Do-hee was alive, but something strange was happening to her. If the lab readings are to be believed, his sister should be senseless. But in this tank, she is conscious. Kaye took a closer look at the screen. She was also confused by the fact that the sensors were going off the scale. They were registering an incredible amount of energy. The girl confessed that she had never seen such high figures. It seems that the professor managed to achieve his goal. The young man was not interested in these details. He timidly asked if Do-hee would wake up and how they could get her out of the strange tank. Kaye asked her interlocutor to wait a bit. If the girl was extracted too quickly, she could be killed. She made a sign to the young man not to touch anything and continued to stare at the screen. Kaye mumbled that this was strange. Do-yun angrily turned to her and shouted that he came here for a living sister, not a dead one. The girl asked him to wait a little longer. The young man walked over to the tank and stood for a while with his head up. He looked sadly at his sister. She seemed completely alive, but her eyes looked strange, as if Do-hee was looking ahead but couldn't see anything. Do-yun sadly thought that their meeting was not meant to be like this. He had originally planned to scold the girl for her behavior. As he approached the tank, the young man put his palm against it. He didn't think he'd find Do-hee in such a state. Suddenly, the thick shell of the tank hissed. The ice under the guy's palm began to crack. He looked down at his hand in surprise. In the same instant, a bright white flash illuminated his face. Do-yun was surprised to think that he had never experienced such a thing before. A bluish aura began to envelop the young man's body, and he felt a surge of energy. Kaye was at the console and didn't see any of this. After a few seconds, Do-yoon felt surrounded by a purple aura. His body relaxed and his eyes began to close on their own. The light was so bright that he squinted his eyes. The source of the light grew brighter and brighter. Do-yoon blinked as he got used to the light. For the first few seconds, he couldn't see anything at all. Everything in front of him was white. The sensation was so incomprehensible that Do-yoon couldn't even realize whether his eyes were open or closed at first. At least he could see his hands. The white light was no longer so bright. The young man was finally able to open his eyes normally and exhale in a relaxed manner. He had a feeling that this was some other place. Do-yoon was standing in the middle of a boundless white space with absolutely nothing around him. Suddenly the young man heard someone sobbing. He sighed tiredly, shrugging his shoulders. Only new riddles were not enough. The sobbing was getting closer and closer. Do-yoon turned his head in a puzzled manner. He was sure that he was completely alone in this void. To his surprise, the sound came from Do-hee. She was sitting on her knees in front of the guy and roared, cursing the circumstances. The young man looked at his sister puzzled. She was so absorbed in herself that she hadn't noticed his presence. Besides, she hadn't cried in years. The last time was when Do-yoon didn't share a chicken leg with her when she was a child. Do-hee got up from her knees and straightened up. The young man was surprised to realize that his sister had changed. She was staring at him absent-mindedly and didn't notice. The girl was so angry that she clenched her teeth in anger. Do-hee couldn't stand it any longer and screamed with hopelessness at the top of her voice. Tears streamed down her angry face. The girl angrily pounded her fist on her tank, vowing to kill everyone who put her in there. Besides, she remembered the first time she had been able to break down the wall. After one of the blows, Do-hee howled in pain, grabbing her injured wrist. She screamed that she was going to kill everyone involved. The girl demanded to be let out of the cell immediately, the emptiness driving her crazy. The young man watched his sister puzzled. Do-hee realized that her attempts were getting her nowhere. The girl quietly asked to be released, kneeling down tiredly. She fell on her back with a belligerent cry. Do-yoon worriedly thought that it was too late to save Do-hee now. She had already lost her mind. Suddenly, the girl turned directly toward her brother. For a moment, it seemed to him that she had returned to her previous state. He looked at her with hope in his eyes. At the same time, Do-yoon was quite concerned about Do-hee's behavior. The girl scratched the back of her head in puzzlement. She mumbled that the prolonged isolation made it seem like there was someone here. The young man finally began to realize what was happening. He remembered his sister's eyes, looking straight at him, but not seeing. Do-yoon slowly brought his hand toward the girl. He suspected that Do-hee couldn't see him. She could only feel his presence. The young man's hand went through the brunette's body with ease. Her body became half-transparent for a few seconds. Do-yoon just as slowly brought his hand back, perplexedly examining it. He realized that the girl's sobs did not refer to his memory. Do-hee sat on the floor and tapped her feet on the floor, demanding to be let out. The young man realized he was inside her mind. Suddenly, a violent rumbling sound was heard. His face was once again blinded by the bright white light. Do-yoon stared perplexedly in front of him. There was another explosion. The laboratory shook. The young man lost his balance and barely stayed on his feet. With a gasp of surprise, he asked Kaye what had happened. The girl assumed that the professor had already been discovered, and those explosions he had heard sounded because careless pursuers had stumbled into her blast traps. Do-yoon froze in place. Kaye grudgingly shouted that they didn't have much time and called him over to look at the readings. The girl pointed to the gauge screen, jabbing her finger at it defiantly. She'd been watching the readings since she'd arrived at the lab. The young man took a perplexed look. The sensor beeped threateningly. Kaye told him angrily that the energy level had always been at 0 before her visit to Earth. After calming down a bit, she added in a calm tone that there were occasional fluctuations, but they still came down to 0. But right now, this rate was just off the charts. It had never happened before. Do-yoon didn't quite understand what it meant. The young man worriedly inquired about how this could jeopardize Do-hee's health and what could be done about it. In Kaye's opinion, there was nothing wrong with the girl. It was very much like they were trying to shove a huge amount of energy into her. Do-hee was imprisoned in the tank for the very reason that her own body could not withstand such a surge of energy. Suddenly, there was another explosion, and the floor of the laboratory shook under the feet of the astonished young men. Kaye shouted that 3 of the 5 traps set had already exploded. Time was running out, and the decision had to be made now. The young man froze in place. He couldn't understand what she was talking about and stared at her in surprise. Do-yoon clarified that he had to decide. Kaye angrily reminded that he had come here for his sister. He has to decide whether to take her out or leave her where she is. Do-yoon looked at Do-hee sadly. He assumed that Kaye wasn't sure if the girl could be pulled out alive. Staring at his interlocutor, he said thoughtfully, Kaye would have done it herself a long time ago if it was that obvious. The young man leaned his fist on the table. He suspected that Do-hee might just not survive if they pulled her out of the tank. The boy realized from Kaye's sad face that he had guessed right. The girl froze with sadness in her eyes. Kaye cried out that she couldn't guarantee the result. Based on the fact that Do-hee had survived after receiving the tremendous energy, she would survive now. Do-yun wailed that her guesses still couldn't guarantee anything. It was only her personal guesses. He shouted excitedly that he wouldn't be able to rest until the day he died if the operation ended in his sister's death. Turning away, Kaye fell silent. She understood why the young man was having trouble making a choice. If she were him, she'd be hesitant too. Hearing her fingers swiftly running over the keyboard, Do-yun became wary. He was afraid that Kaye had decided to act on her own. After a few seconds, the girl finished the diagnosis. Without turning to the other person, she confidently said that there was nothing wrong with Do-hee's body. The sensors beeped measuredly. Kaye explained that the girl was conscious. The gauges showed that the energy level was dropping. She continued to stare at the screen, hoping nothing out of the ordinary would happen during the operation. Kaye turned to the young man. The girl said Do-hee would have a much better chance of survival if they pulled her out. There was another explosion. The lab shook so violently that Kaye was thrown off the console. Do-yun looked back at the lab doors apprehensively. It was followed by a smaller explosion, but it was very close by. Kaye looked around worriedly with her companion. The double doors of the laboratory were still closed, but it was quite clear that the pursuers would soon appear. Kaye screamed that there would be no other chance to save the girl. He had to make his choice right now. Do-yun froze in place. He realized that there was no time left at all, but he doubted if they could save Do-hee. After a small argument on the sports field, Young-sik convinces Ji-hyo to go along with him and brings him to the lab. To the girl's surprise, the young man was silent. She said angrily that she was actually hoping to hear from him what had happened. Do asked, waiting a bit. She wouldn't understand anything now anyway. Ji-hyo turned around angrily. She didn't like this. Hiding his hands behind his back, the young man stealthily stepped toward his companion. He assumed that the girl dreamed of becoming stronger. Ji-hyo angrily asked what he was getting at. All she wants is just an answer to what happened to her friends. When she heard that Young-sik had found a way to make people stronger, the girl was surprised and froze in place. She didn't believe him right away. The young man said that thanks to him, Hisu Nuna had become much stronger. The results of the experiment confirmed it. The assistant's fingers ran habitually over the keyboard. He displayed Noon's information on the holographic screen. Hearing something appear from behind, Ji-hyo froze in place. Young-sik displayed the reports of the experiments on the screen. The girl turned around in surprise. Now she could see for herself that the boy wasn't lying. Nuna had changed completely. The screen was broadcasting Kaye and Nuna's battle at the construction site. Ji-hyo asked what had happened to Nuna. She said thoughtfully, staring at the screen. The girl hadn't had this reaction before. It wasn't like her. Taking advantage of Ji-hyo's keen eyes on the screen, Young-sik quickly injected a syringe of red liquid into her shoulder. The girl flinched in surprise. Running away from the assistant, she asked resentfully why he had done that. She was hurt. The young man tells Ji-hyo that Nuna has the power of clairvoyance. She needs access to water to see the future. After passing out in that battle, she woke up and realized that she had become twice as strong. Holding on to the injection site, Ji-hyo listened to Young-sik incredulously. He showed the girl the syringe and told her that he had taken Nuna's blood for tests that day. He found the results inconclusive. Thoughtfully looking at the mirror image in the syringe, the young man admitted that he had discovered a remarkable gift in himself. Because of that, he achieved a similar effect. Ji-hyo angrily shouted that he could tell normally. She didn't understand what kind of gift he was talking about. The girl's body trembled more and more. Young-sik reminded her in a calm voice that he had already talked about it. She just doesn't understand. Ji-hyo felt like something strange was happening to her. She angrily asked the guy what he injected her with. Young-sik carelessly unclenched his fist. The syringe of red liquid fell to the floor and rolled to the girl's feet. The young man reached for his hair and slicked it back to keep it out of his eyes. Ji-hyo looked at him confused. The smug young man quickly walked over to the holographic screen that displayed the results of the tests. Frowning, Young-sik said that now it was time to find out if the results of his experiment were just an ordinary coincidence. The syringe with the red liquid rolled slowly across the lab floor. Ji-hyo looked at it puzzled. After talking to Lee Yu-sun, the director thought for a while. After smoking another cigarette, he put his pass on the table. The young man couldn't believe his happiness. It solved a lot of questions. He asked why the man had decided to help him. The director smirked enigmatically. He offered to take a company pass before he changed his mind, then it would be too late. After heartily thanking the old man, Lee Yu-sun ran out of the mansion and headed towards the Arium Pharmaceutical Company building. When he stopped at the elevator, the young man caught his breath a little. He took out his pass and looked at it more closely. After talking to the old man, Lee Yue-sun understood his friend a little bit. Do-yun had the same assertive character as his grandfather. Suddenly an alarm sounded. An unauthorized intrusion had been detected in the compound. The young man turned around. Behind his back, the guard grabbed the brown-haired kid by the arm and asked what he was doing here. The young men's eyes met. Recognizing the visitor as one of the night guests, the boy frowned. It was hardly a coincidence. Lee Yue-sun also recognized the man he had encountered in the lab. He sighed tiredly and held his head. The elevator door closed. Yu-sun stood defiantly in the corner and folded his arms across his chest. Shatton stood with his back to him, holding onto the handrail, while Li Yu soon inquired why the guy was following him. The man raised his eyebrows in surprise but didn't say anything. Without waiting for an answer, the young man sighed and angrily asked how long the man had been doing this. The man was silent again. Only when the elevator door opened did the brown-haired man turn around. He glumly assumed that Li Yu-sun had arrived here without authorization. This time, the young man decided not to answer. He stepped out of the elevator and headed in the right direction. When he caught up with the boy, the brown-haired man shouted that Detective Han obviously wouldn't have asked him to do something like that. He turned his head in surprise. Li Yu-sun snidely wondered who he was supposed to ask for help. He assumed it wouldn't be an interlocutor. Satan angrily shrieked that his brother would either do without any help at all or put Hisu Nuna in charge of it. Yu-sun asked what he would say if he found out he was mistaken about that. The man froze in place with surprise. Turning his head, the young man smirked caustically. Yu-sun stated that in fact, Detective Han had indeed assigned the case to him. Satan couldn't believe the boy had been assigned this case. Knowing his brother, he was sure Han would never trust a man outside the company. Lee Yue-sun laughed, happy that he was able to fool his interlocutor. He confessed that he had actually joined the company of his own free will. The young man stated that it doesn't change anything. Satan can't even complain about him because he doesn't know why the guy came here. Clenching his fists, the man shouted angrily that he actually knew everything. He was unhappy that he had let himself be led around. Yu soon snidely inquired what exactly he knew. Satan said that he had taken one thing from the lab and brought it to Detective Han. The young man asked what that got him. He said that Detective Han had given that item to young Sik to study. Yu-sun turned away tiredly. The conversation was starting to annoy him. The guy asked the brown-haired man to finally stop following him. Something suddenly buzzed in the corridor. All the lights turned off. Yu-sun looked at the dark room with a perplexed expression. He had no way of knowing that the cause of this strange phenomenon was his interlocutor. A yellow energy aura was accumulating around his hand. Lee Yue-sun perplexedly asked what happened to the lighting. Satan, shrouded in energy, gloatingly said that he would still tell what happened to the crystal. The explosion in the lab was so powerful that it cracked the walls of the room Graham was in. A coworker asked worriedly if everything was okay. Coughing up dust, the professor demanded to check the rest of the room for casualties. The man helped Graham up and led him toward the exit, hooking his elbow around the professor's neck. The man sighed tiredly. Remembering his recent run-in with Kaye, Graham worriedly asked the guide if he had seen his assistant. Hearing that the guards had detected signs of unauthorized entry, the professor angrily pushed the guy away. The man said it happened 2 minutes ago. Graham shouted angrily that they should have been at the scene by now. The heavy rumble of boots sounded at the door to the lab just as another explosion occurred. The lab shook. A group of guards ran into the room and quickly looked around. One of them shouted that there was no one in his corner. Turning back to the group, a man in dark glasses reported that there was no sign of the fugitives in his line of sight. Graham realized what had happened as soon as he stepped on the threshold. The guards didn't understand anything, but he noticed at once that the tank with the prisoner was empty. The professor gritted his teeth in anger, cursing the guards who heard the alarm sound but didn't react immediately. He angrily shoved the staff aside, shouting that the fugitives had been missed. The staff took too long to realize what had happened. Before the guards broke open the lab door, Du-yun climbed up on a cabinet and moved closer to the ventilation shaft of the chamber. The ventilation ducts were de-energized now. The young man looked out of the shaft and sighed. The height was decent. Du-hee stopped sobbing and raised her head in surprise when she heard a loud rumbling sound. She didn't immediately realize what had happened. Nearby, someone was yelling in a voice that didn't belong to her. Suddenly, the girl realized who the voice belonged to. A few seconds later, Du-yun himself appeared in the chamber. He plunged into the water with the speed of a falling meteorite, startling his sister. When Du-hee regained consciousness, the young man crashed into the hard floor in front of her. The high speed caused a depression to form at that spot. Du-yun groaned as he tried to rest his hand on the base of the pit. His whole body was bruised, and his movements were painful. Guy finally managed to sit up and survey the results of the destruction. He told himself puzzled that at least he wasn't dead. The girl stared at her brother in surprise, flooding him with questions. She wanted to know how the boy had gotten here and how he had learned about this place. Do-Yun still couldn't recover from the quick landing. His body was still trembling. The guy asked him to wait for a while. Do-Hee stared at him in surprise. She wasn't sure she hadn't imagined it all in another hallucination until now. Do-Yun asked how could it be that after everything that had happened, his sister hadn't changed one bit. The girl asked him to tell him everything. Do-Yun got up from the ground. He angrily demanded that Do-Hee finally understood everything. They were now in her mind. He shook his hands off the dust and wiped them on his pants. He sadly told his sister that her body was almost dead. The girl looked sadly at her brother and turned away. Tears came to her eyes. Do-Hee mumbled that she knew about it. The brunette said quietly that those psychos had put her in this cell at least 100 times. She'd gotten out of here before, but the walls were stronger now. Do-Yun grew dark when he heard that his sister was unable to leave Librium, even when she had the chance. The girl's hands were trembling. She confessed that she was now getting nowhere. The walls of the cell wouldn't even deform. Do-Hee suddenly asked what the young man was saying about her body. As far as she understood, Do-Yun was currently beside him. The girl asked where exactly they were now. Do-Yun said that they had pulled her out of the tank and were trying to escape, but hadn't left the building yet. Remembering the layout of the rooms in the administration building, Do-Hee said they needed to get to the topmost floor. She stated that there was one of the portals under the ceiling. It should open soon, so you'd better hurry. Do-Yun asked about the portal in surprise. He couldn't believe that Do-Hee wasn't sitting here idly, but was preparing to escape. The girl smirked gloatingly. She recalled that her brother had thought her a fool all her conscious life. But now everything had changed. Do-Hee hurried her brother. She's not going to stay here to die. The young man asked in surprise how she knew everything. The girl lightly pounded Do-Yun's chest with her fist. She suggested to discuss all matters at home. That night, when the search for the fugitives was over, Soo-Hyun entered the lab. She wanted to help her friends too. The girl didn't know what had happened here yet, and hesitantly stopped in front of the door, not knowing if she should go inside. She gripped the doorknob and pondered for a few minutes whether she was doing the right thing. This was private property. She could get caught. The thing that scared Soo-Hyun the most was the unknown. She was worried that she would be punished if she was caught in the forbidden territory. The girl sighed heavily. If Ji-Hyo had been with her, she wouldn't have been so scared to break into the building on a dark night. Making up her mind, Soo-Hyun raised her head. Her throat was dry with fear. She swallowed a lump and told herself that everything would work out. The girl confidently pressed the doorknob. She remembered that Lee Yu-sun had tried to help Do-Yoon with the search for his sister. Carefully opening the door, Soo-Hyun decided to do something useful too. For starters, she could find out what was going on. The lab was very dark and nothing could be seen. The girl stepped in small steps so as not to hit anything. Soo-Hyun took out her phone from her pocket. She was very surprised that those in the lab hadn't turned on the nightlights. She finally managed to turn on the flashlight on her cell phone. The girl walked forward more confidently. After a few steps, Soo-Hyun froze in surprise. She hadn't expected to see the aftermath of fighting in the lab. The laboratory was all destroyed, with debris from the walls and ceiling lying on the floor. The girl looked around in surprise. She didn't understand what had happened here. Kaye worriedly waved her hand in front of Do-Yoon's eyes, urging him to wake up after falling in the corridor of the lab. The young man began to slowly open his eyes. He wasn't feeling well after being in Do-Hee's mind. The girl shouted angrily that she was getting sick of the guy's constant blackouts. It would take them so long to get to the portal. The young man held out a trembling hand to his companion. He exhaustedly said he had to get upstairs and asked how to get to the top floor. Kaye surprisingly replied that the top floor was very well guarded, so there was no way for them to get through the vent. The girl lifted the young man up. On his back was Do-Hee. Do-Yoon stated that there was a portal at the very top. Kaye was even more surprised. She wondered how the boy could have known about the portal if she hadn't heard of it. Suddenly, the girl realized everything. Her eyes widened at the mere thought that Do-Yoon had gotten information from her sister's mind. The young man shook his head, bringing himself to order. He suggested that they put all talk on hold for another time. They needed to hurry. Kaye nodded understandingly and showed her companion the way. Their path was through a long, dark corridor. When the lights turned off, Lee Yu-sun angrily thought that they could have at least left emergency lights in the lab. The young man had to walk by feel and hold onto the wall to avoid knocking anything to the floor in the darkness and injuring himself. He walked slowly along the wall, hoping the brown-haired man would finally pull away from him in the darkness and stop following him. At that moment, a man's hand peeked out from around the corner. He put his thumb and forefinger forward and accumulated yellow-colored energy in them. As soon as Lee Wei-sun came closer, unsuspecting, an energy cloud buzzed and enveloped him from head to toe. The young man cringed in pain. The impact was quite tangible. In addition, the hostile energy was restraining his movements. Loud footsteps sounded in the silence. A brown-haired man came out of the darkness and asked where exactly that thing lay. He assumed that the crystal was in this room. The energy cloud disappeared. Lee Wei-sun angrily shouted that he didn't understand what he was being asked about at all. Shaitan was tired of talking about the same thing. He shouted and reminded him that he was talking about the thing Detective Han had gotten. The young man finally guessed that it was about that crystal. He honestly admitted that he had just found it by accident and didn't know what it was. Lee Wei-sun finally fumbled with his hand for the principal's door. Unfortunately, the brown-haired man noticed that the young man was about to escape. He unleashed a stream of energy at his opponent and demanded that he stay where he was. The man asked where exactly the crystal was. With an incredible effort, Yu-sun pulled out the pass and opened the door. In the same second, he flew into the room after being struck by the brown-haired man. The man slowly approached his victim. Watching the brown-haired man fearfully, Yu-sun asked in a trembling voice what the object was. The young man tried to get up from the floor. The man said that thanks to the crystal, Young Sik had managed to make him stronger. He angrily wondered if that was the reason the guy had snuck into the lab at night and stolen a valuable item. Yu-sun looked puzzled. Shaitan hesitated for a moment. He was sure that Detective Han had sent the guy to look for the same crystals. The entire room shone with a bright yellow light, tightly enveloping the man. He shouted that Yu-sun had decided to take everything for himself. A strong electric shock knocked the young man to the ground. He crawled backward, cursing his opponent and covering his head with his hands. At a safe distance, Yu-sun turned around and tried to explain that it wasn't like that at all. The brown-haired man didn't want to listen to him. His face turned gray with anger. The man demanded to tell the truth immediately, or the boy would be electrocuted. The young man looked fearfully at the brown-haired man. He added that he would do it faster than Yu-sun could get up from the floor. The man's hand slowly turned toward the boy. The familiar buzzing of electrical discharge resounded on his heel. Lee Wei-sun realized that the guy wasn't joking. With such abilities, he would really incinerate the enemy in a few seconds. At this time, Soo-hyun was slowly making her way towards the laboratory. The semicircular corridor was cracked from the recent explosions. The girl didn't meet anyone along the way. She was a little confused by the fact that the destruction was becoming more and more noticeable as she approached the lab. Soo-hyun was getting more and more scared. This dilapidated place was terrifying. Besides, there was no one around. Desperate, the girl decided to call for help. She timidly asked if there was anyone nearby. Soo-hyun only heard an echo. The brunette tried calling for help a few more times, but no one responded. Soo-hyun shrank back, afraid to go any further. In the distance was a dark square corridor. From there came a barely audible sob. The girl realized that someone was there. When Soo-hyun reached the corner, the sobbing turned into sobbing. The brunette felt uneasy. She didn't know what might be lurking in the dark corridors of the lab. The girl walked slowly to the corner. Pieces of stone crunched under her feet, torn from the walls and ceiling by the explosion. The further Soo-hyun walked, the more her body trembled. Her legs were braided, refusing to go any further. Her common sense told her to turn around and leave. The girl stopped on the spot. The sobs and sobbing were joined by an incomprehensible banging of a hard object against the wall. Then there was silence. Cautiously making her way along the wall, Soo-hyun asked loudly who was left in the lab. No one answered her this time either. The atmosphere was getting more and more eerie. A dry lump came to her throat. Overcoming her fear, Soo-hyun slowly moved on. She didn't look under her feet and didn't see that some pebbles were floating in the air. The girl reached another corner and stopped for a moment to rest. Her heart was already pounding at a furious pace. Gaining courage, Soo-hyun carefully peeked out from around the corner. She decided that she would run away as soon as she saw something suspicious. But what the girl saw made her freeze in place. She was afraid she had forgotten that she was going to leave if anything went wrong.